Hi.
Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing today? It is me, your bear bud Dae, and welcome to today's stream. So how's it going, everybody? How's it hanging? I may or may not have taken a little cheeky little nap, like up until 10 minutes before starting stream, but you know, what else is new? I was literally about to unmute and like switch on over, and then my volume was off the whole time. You don't want to listen to me? You don't want to talk to me, Hugo? Well, I see how it is. No, I'm just kidding. But I was about to start speaking. It's like, oh wait, let me hurry up and get that crusty sleep voice out of me real quick. So I just went, eh. It was accident. Sure, that's what they all say. That's what they all say. But no. But I'm glad to see that everybody, the gang's still here despite yesterday's stream with the feet and the toes. But I'm glad y'all made it. I'm glad y'all came back. I'm glad you're giving me a second chance here, despite not wanting to hold toes with me. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll move past that. It's not about toes today. It's about Cove. Well, I'm glad you're calming down, Shaggy. I hope you continue to do so and feel better and whatnot.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today, BB? I'm glad to hear that you're still speaking with us, although this is going to be a little experiment, guys. We're going to have to like see at what point during the stream today BB stops talking, because for some reason it only happens when we're playing Our Life. Not every time apparently, but whenever we play Our Life on here, BB at some point just goes silent, radio silent. He says, I am done speaking. I am done social interacting now. So we're going to see if he does it today. I want to try to pay attention to what like buttons and what I click, just in case I'm accidentally turning it off somehow. Fuck Cash App. Cash App is kind of sketchy. Hey Mal, how's it going with you? I hope you're getting some meds for your headache. I was having a little bit of head issues today too, but I managed to pretend it wasn't there and eventually it went away. I probably shouldn't do that, but still. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead. We'll switch over to the. Actually, no. I'm gonna go into where we were off last time before I switch over. Okay. Oh shit! Don't mind the darkness. The darkness has always been there. It welcomes you. Where? There we go. There we go. Alright. Let's see. Is it at this point? Oh, what the fuck is my TTS? There it is.
I'm still here, bitch.
Okay, good. Just making sure. Just like eyes honing in on BB's like, are you still gonna talk? Are you still here? Because I don't wanna turn off the channel points, but for the TTS. But if he's not gonna talk, then I can't steal y'all's points like that. I mean, I could. I have. But no, I shouldn't do that. Okay, let me turn off save check since I forgot to do that. There's many things I forgot. Like I said, I was taking a nap up until now. I don't know what it's been, but these naps, they've been hitting hard. I barely do anything. It's like I come home, I lay down, it's like, I'm gone. Off into the great beyond. Bar, does anybody want to pick a moment that we get into right off the bat? I will let anybody choose. But if not, I can always pick. I just seen these before, so, you know. I'm letting you guys tell the story. Decide how and what happens with the, what am I trying to say? The order of the story, there we go. That's what I was trying to say. Get my little garbage out of here. Oh, I could get a little randomizer. Yeah, I should do that. I should get up a randomizer. Well, randomizer, like number picker. So in case y'all are like, I don't really care. It's like I can just do that then. Okay, generator. Yes, that's what I want. I want a number between 1 and 10. There we go. Because there's 10 here, right? Yes, I can count. Good. I can still count. I may not be able to read, but I can still count. Okay. Generate. 8. Boating. Wait. Serendipity. Maybe I can't count. Shit. Alright, serendipity. We're doing that one first. The fates have decided it. Alright, let me get my manager up. So I can still see y'all. Make sure y'all aren't being little bitches. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I? Squints. Alright. 8. Serendipity. Let's go. Talk up. Now, Jack, you had all that time, and right as I click on it, you finally pick. Alright, we'll do talk after this one. My goodness. Okay. Light filtered down through the leaves of an oak tree overhead, casting speckled shadows on the sidewalk all around you. There was a drop of sweat slowly making its way down the side of your face. You flicked it away with your thumb, slowing to a stop in the cool shade. The day had you out and about in town, in no hurry to go anywhere in particular. Your morning shift had just ended, and there was nothing else planned for the rest of the afternoon. Your moms were still at work themselves, and Liz had left early in the morning to do something. You had no idea what. You took out your phone, idly noting the time when it started to buzz. The screen lit up in your hand. Speak of the devil, Liz messaged you. Come home, ASAP. Before you could even begin to question why, your phone went off again. Nothing bad, but you have to see this, so come back already. And with that final message, you were left only slightly less confused than you were before. You hadn't seen much of your sister lately. She had been acting strange for days, always shutting herself up in her room. Which wouldn't be so weird if at the dinner table she didn't suddenly start smirking to herself over nothing. The rare times you did see her, she would sneak you expectant looks, like she was waiting to be asked what was up, but all your questions led nowhere. It's like she's sitting there, it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. This thing, and it's like, What's happening? He's like, oh, I can't tell you. I mean, it's nothing. Don't worry. Just wants to be asked, but doesn't want to give any actual information. She'd answer with a put upon sigh, proclaim that she was busy, and tell you that she would have to talk about it later. I can't talk about it, I'm just so busy. No hints, no guessing. Whatever it was, she was determined to keep it a secret. Maybe now you'd finally find out what it was. As you did an about face on the sidewalk and started heading home, you received more texts. To your surprise, the name popped up on the screen this time was Cove's. Did you hear from Liz? About some urgent thing you have to see? She messaged Cove too? You weren't surprised. Liz teased him about it, but he was like family. However, you were struggling to understand how he fit into Liz's surprise. She sent me the same thing. What? Is there something on fire? Why would Liz tell you her news? Why'd she tell you, Cove? Stinky. But yeah, she told me the same thing. His reply came only seconds later as you waited across the street. I figured she would. Are you going to see what's up? I'm walking there now. Me too. I mean, it's at home. We'll have to see it eventually. It's like, no, I don't want to see it. I'm not coming back ever again. And then we were never heard from in Sunset Bird. From that day on forward. Glancing up, you saw that the light had changed to a walk sign while you were busy texting. You hurriedly wrapped things up, texting Cove a quick goodbye before crossing the street. It was fine. You'd be seeing him later anyway. Not expecting any more messages, you put your phone away so you could walk without having to worry about tripping over the curb. Oh my god, the crab. Yeah, a little crab keychain that we got from step 1. It's still here after all this time. Thankfully, it was a short trek home, and soon enough you were walking up your street, the familiar face of your house already in view. Thinking of what might be waiting at home was making you worried, left you entirely lost, felt exciting. Oh. Feeling a little lost, feeling like, what's Liz up to? What do you guys think she's up to? What do you think? Why do you think she wants us both there? What's she gonna tell us? But what's this secret she's been holding for the last few days? As she's been walking around, you know, giving us suspecting looks like, oh, don't you want to ask me anything? Yeah, I'm too busy to tell you. We'll have to talk about it later. Okay, I gotta stop throating my drinks. I keep drinking them too fast and I don't have a drink for the rest of the day. I mean, I can always go back down, but it's too far. There's stairs everywhere. And the more you learned, the more questions you had. They were all buzzing around in your head. Too many to try to pick out and make sense of. Are you throating again? I meant it more this time as drinking fast. Like I'm just like, you know, chugging my drink. I'm just thirsty. Listen, that's what you guys described it that one time when I would drink my too much drink and it hurt my throat. Y'all called it throating, so I just picked it up. That's your lingo, not mine. And the more you learned, the more questions you had. They were all buzzing around in your head, too many to try to pick out and make sense of. Lost in your thoughts, you almost didn't see who was walking further up the street. Cove. Even from the back, the bright sea green color of his hair was unmistakable. You quickened your pace to catch up to him, the scum of your shoes loud against the pavement. He heard it instantly, not missing a beat as he turned towards you and slowed his steps in sync. I didn't say shit. I think it was you that called it throating. It was either you or Shaggy. One of you did. Hi, here we are, at my house. At that, Cove gave you a wry smile. Here we are. This sounded almost like a question. Wondering why the two of you had been summoned here. Any ideas on what Liz wants us for? Ain't no way. Definitely Shaggy. I mean, probably. You shook your head. The situation was out of character for your sister. Anything could happen. You was throating your last drink. No, I meant like a time before. You also mentioned throating. Well, I guess we could go in and find out. Taking his cue, you grabbed your keys and opened up the front door. Cove trailed behind you as you entered. You walked through the open door and peered about, not sure what you were looking for. From the entryway, you could see Liz pacing across the living room, her smiling gaze intent on her phone. You had caught her just as she had completed a turn. Behind you, the door clicked shut. Yeah, okay. The second she heard it, her head darted up to your direction, her features lighting up at the sight of you and Cove. Ah, you've arrived, and together too. That's perfect. Just perfect. What do you want? She flashed you a radiant smile. You could almost see her limbs vibrating as if she was poised to pounce. Cove raised an eyebrow at your sister's bizarre behavior. What's going on? This better be important. You're in a good mood today. So what is it? Where is it? What were you going to show us? You quietly waited to see what she would reveal. What's up? Oh, you'll see. Ugh. Liz's eyes narrowed with a mischievous glint as she let out a little cackle. So lately, I've been hard at work on a little plan of mine, and you two get the honor of seeing it all come together. Here it is! Surprise! She lifted a hand in the air to present the very comfortable but completely mundane living room. In the resulting silence, you and Cove glanced around again, and they made eye contact with each other. His face mirrored your bafflement. Oh my gosh. She slightly moved the furniture to the left, so that we'd always bump into it as we're walking around. And suddenly, another voice rang out in the room. Gasp. Gasp! Oh my gosh, shock! Cove flinched at the shout, his shoulders shooting up to his ears. Laughter came from your sister, as well as from the other side of the room. Your head whipped around just in time to see a familiar figure with a freckled face and a purple cap springing up from behind the back of the couch. Cove's mouth fell open, recognition immediately coming to him. Shiloh? Hi, Cove. Hi, Dae. Shiloh greeted the two of you so casually, like you'd been gone for 10 days rather than 10 years. Shiloh, you were too stunned to speak. The bear was too stunned to speak. What in the world were you doing there? I started laughing, but I thought you weren't the Shiloh we knew. I thought you said we didn't know you. The initial shock quickly wore off. You crossed your arms and leveled a look at the freckled face who had dished you at the start of the summer. He treated you and Liz like complete strangers. Shiloh shifted nervously, angling the brim of his head down as if to hide from your scrutiny. Liz tutted at your comment. Rude. Don't be rude. I'll explain. When we got home that day, I changed my mind about letting it go. Why did I have to? Social media exists, right? So I thought, why not try finding him and sending him a little reminder message? Luckily, there are only so many 17-year-old Shiloh Fields in the world. It wasn't that hard to do. Hearing Liz speak seemed to encourage Shiloh, who pulled himself together to face both you and your sister with a careful smile. Sorry. I'm really sorry about what happened. When you talked to me that first time, I was in the middle of a tour for a school field trip. I couldn't get separated from the group and didn't expect anyone to want to be talking to me. I was so worried about getting back to everyone else, I didn't think too hard on what you were saying. But when Lizzie's message showed up, everything suddenly hit me. Lizzie, Dae, Cove, you were the kids of Sunset Bird, back when I was a little kid. There's no way I could forget that. Not for real. I do know all of you, and I'm so happy I get to see you again. Shiloh's back in town. I have Lizzie to thank for that. My mom was already planning to take a short trip near here this summer. Well. If my mom could bring me along, Lizzie offered to pick me up and bring me the rest of the way here just so I could visit the neighborhood again. And that's why I decided to make it a big reveal instead of outright telling you two I got back in contact with Shiloh. Once again, she lifted a hand in the air, properly presenting that long-lost childhood friend you all had shared. So, ta-da! It was impressive how it all came together. Alright, still pretty stupid of you not to realize sooner. Just wailing on him, it's like, you were so fucking stupid. How could you not remember? You were glad they were able to see each other again, you were amused at their stunt, you were unsure what to feel about it. I'm glad you both are happy. You smiled softly at Liz, remembering how Shiloh used to follow your sister around like a baby chick after his mom when they were kids. It's nice seeing the two of you together like this, just like old times. Cove blinked slowly, still a little dazed by everything that was going on. Okay. I'm going to get some water. Don't disappear or anything. He padded off to the kitchen. No need for a chaperone. He knew where the cups were. Wow, you really surprised him, Lizzie. And Dae, too. Did you see their face when I appeared? Yes, I did. Liz patted the cushioned front of the couch. Make yourself comfortable. You don't have to keep hunkering down behind there anymore. Okay, Hugo. With a laugh, Shiloh crossed around backside and took the seat, but maybe it was awkward being the only one sitting because he kept idly twiddling his fingers. They're both just standing there, hovering over him like, welcome, Shiloh. Back to Sunset Bird. The shadows darkening over our faces as we hover closer, eyes wide. You could hear him humming to himself, a nonsense tune with no real melody, something to keep his voice busy. But being here again could be more nerve-wracking for him than he let on. Cove's soft voice announced his return. He paused to drag the back of his hand across his mouth, wiping away what droplets of water lingered there. Hi, Shiloh. Welcome back? At Cove's confused greeting, Shiloh laughed cheerily. I think it's amazing you're all still here in the same neighborhood. It's just like how it was way back then. Though the Google that implied differently, Liz nodded in your general direction. There have been some changes since then. You narrowed your eyes at Liz. There's no way you could miss the teasing look she was fixing you and Cove with. Shadow's eyes shifted across the group, still smiling politely, but there was a slight tilt to his eyebrows. He didn't know what to make of what she was saying, that is, until Cove cleared his throat and spoke. Dae and I are dating. It was fascinating how red he got as he said it, voice barely above a whisper, like he couldn't believe it was okay to say. Xiao's eyes went as wide as saucers, mouth opening into a tiny O shape.
Congratulations, that's amazing.
Thanks. The two of you seem to like each other even when we were kids. It's really sweet that you're together. You silently blush. Cove's got himself a keeper. Hell yeah. Yeah, it was pretty inevitable we ended up together. I wouldn't want to be with anyone else. You just smiled at Cove. He got himself a keeper. Lift your head high in confidence. So what if it sounded cocky? Were you wrong? Hell no. I only speak the truth. Cove made a snorting sound into his fist, but the warm look he gave you out of the corner of his eye seemed to agree with your sentiment. Shallow sighed happily at the moment as Cove raised his eyebrow and gave the room a considering glance. Hey, this is where we met the first time, remember? After I moved in, me and Dae were brought down right here to have a playdate with you. Yeah. Shallow slapped, his eyes downcast as he fiddled with the corner of his collared shirt. We almost didn't meet in the living room because you wanted to jump out the window to get away from me. Cove cringed at the memory of his younger self being pushed back to the forefront of his mind. His mouth going tight, he awkwardly looked away from Shiloh. You have a good memory.
Oh?
I don't think so. Seeing this place again just brings lots of things back. He clapped his hands together, an idea suddenly coming to him. But hey, now that our group is together, would you want to go out and visit some of the old places? I've been hiding in the living room since I got here. Liz wasn't afraid to laugh at herself, bringing a hand to her chest to silently take the blame for that. I'd love to. Yeah. Without missing a beat, the others turned to you for your answer. No. No, you can't. Get back behind the couch. I don't want to see you. Alright, where to first?
It's fine.
I'm sure we'll figure it out along the way. And with that, the four of you headed out into the neighborhood as one. Even with how short the time you spent indoors was, the sun was momentarily blinding you once you left the house. Squinting, you brought your hand up to shield your eyes. The pleasant summer day had yet to go away. Only a few wispy clouds drifted along in the sky. As you strolled down the way, Liz took the lead, followed by you and Cove walking side by side. Shiloh freely took to walking in the middle of the road, his arms idly swinging back and forth at his sides as he turned his head every which way to take in as much as he could. It was very much a trip down memory lane for him. You wondered how much the neighborhood had changed in his eyes. Not a word passed between the group about where you were heading first, but soon enough you found yourselves walking the usual path to the shopping street. Before you reached it, the sounds of it did, a collective of sandals tracking sand, the shrill calls of seagulls, the overlapping conversations of beachgoers, and random strains of music from various stalls. Wow! The odd gasp had come from Shiloh. His eyes were all lit up. Were there always so many different stores in one place?
Yeah.
Of course. Wow, I can see why so many people come here. Hey, do they still have those nice little ice cream stands? Of course they do. Yeah, we should get some. It'll be my treat. Thanks, Shallow. Ice cream sounds perfect on such a hot day. How about you, Cove? You can see that, unlike Liz, Cove was struggling with the decision, brow wrinkled in thought. Finally, a hesitant smile appeared on his face as he settled on keeping to the spirit of the special occasion. Yeah, sounds good to me. Awesome. And Dae? I'd like that. Thanks. Shall I give you a wide grin, as if you were the one buying him ice cream? The four of you continued to walk as ice cream plans were further discussed. Are you getting a popsicle, Lizzie? Yes. Hearing that, Shallow smiled shyly. I thought you might still like that. I'm gonna get an ice cream cone. Shallow began to turn towards Cove, but before he could ask, Cove offered up his choice. I'll get an ice cream sandwich. I'm gonna get ice cream cone. I did have an ice cream sandwich earlier. After I had lunch when I got home. For lunch I actually had it was like this kind of like a bowl with like chicken and rice with some tomatoes and some like pita bread. It was like from one of those like HelloFresh meals. It was pretty good. It had like a shawarma seasoning to it and turmeric in it as well. It wasn't bad. And then afterwards I had me an ice cream sandwich, but if I had the choice, I would always pick an ice cream cone. Just better in my opinion. Shell had the right idea for this one. It was the best choice. You still like those, Cool. Yep. There was an ice cream stall further up the street, across from a souvenir shop displaying postcards of the seaside and saltwater taffy in its windows. The stand itself was already hard to miss with its pastel pinks and blues, and its eye-catching poster boards listing every individual flavor. It was impossible to ignore once the catchy little jingle playing from its speakers was added. Shiloh greeted the owner and began picking out the treats that everyone had chosen. He paid for them, before handing them out to their respective owners. Sinking your teeth in your ice cream cone, you relished the sweet chill it left in your mouth. Liz was right. This was the perfect treat for a summer day. Around you, everyone was eating at their own pace. Liz held her popsicle away from herself, careful not to let it drip onto her dress. She was trying to go about eating it as delicately as she could while Shiloh dug into his. You counted only 2 or 3 bites before Cove devoured his sandwich. Shiloh laughed, also noticing the way Cove inhaled his food. That would be me. Except for my ice cream cone. And just, like, 3 chomps, and it's gone. Well, I guess depending on the size, though, but, you know. It's like, slip it right up. Love ice cream. It's already finished? Cove shrugged, a little in reply. His attention more focused on crumbling up the sandwich wrapper in his hand. So what have you been doing around here since I've been gone? Well, I already told you about me attending college away from here, so I don't really live here anymore. But to be more specific on my life, I'm pursuing a degree in architecture. Shiloh perked up at that, his mouth falling open in awe. Amazing!
Thanks.
Actually, I was thinking about it, and the first time I really decided I liked buildings and building them was when you and I would make sandcastles on the beach.
Aw.
Oh my gosh, it's so sweet. Since her childhood. That's such a sincere admission from your sister. All Shiloh could do was blush and lower his head, too flattered to know what else to say. Liz laughed, just as flustered though she had been the one to say it. The atmosphere was awkward, but not unpleasant. Shiloh shyly glanced over at you and Cove. Now what about you two? What have you been up to?
Oh.
Me and Dae just graduated. High school, I mean. I've got a part-time job. I volunteered at this organization to clean up stuff. Things like that. It's a secret. I would tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. No. You're not among Cove. You idly explained how you're doing normal things. You explained you had a lot of plans. I'm really taking it easy now. Yeah, we're taking it easy. It's summer. We're on vacation. It's summer after all. I want to make the most of it while I can. Cove nodded along with you. It was a sentiment he shared. Shiloh just seemed happy to hear it. Being around him again was a little like picking up an old forgotten habit. Clunky at first, but as the 4 of you talked, it started to come more naturally. And when one of you ran out of things to say, suddenly someone else remembered something new. Alright, do you remember those mean old, not actually grandparents that used to live in our neighborhood? Yeah, they were so mean. Well, they're not here anymore. Oh no! They're dead! We killed them, finally. They're not spending summers here anymore. They're still alive. Oh, thank goodness. It helped that Shiloh was just as eager to hear what had gone on in his absence as people were to tell him. Yeah, there's no more mean old grandparents, not grandparents anymore. Now we have a monochrome bastard. No, not bastard. That was, I don't know why that was like the first word that came to my head to describe him. Monochrome bastard. No, we got our little monochrome dude in Baxter. Maybe that's why I thought it. Because Baxter and bastard kind of sound similar. I'm just saying. Soon everyone threw out what trash they had in a nearby garbage can as your group made their way down to the beach. Going down the shore inevitably led to a certain spot. It didn't take very long for Shiloh to recognize what was in the distance. His words trailed off in the middle of the sentence, his footsteps faltering at first. Then all at once he broke away from the group and dashed right into the old park, giggling as he ran. Oh, everything's so small. His laughter petered out as he came to a stop by the swings and grabbed hold of one of the support poles. He walked in a little circle around it, marveling at how easily his hand wrapped around its entirety. Emboldened by Shiloh's enthusiasm, Liz plopped herself down on one of the swing sets, only to instantly show an expression of regret. There was no way she was comfortable in that tiny seat so low to the ground, not with how she had to scrunch up her legs to fit there. Now have a good day at work, Bach. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I hope things go well for you. And you have a good time. Bach being busy. I'm glad I actually caught you this time, because I see you come by a couple times while the waiting room's up. And you say hi, and then you're gone. It's like, no, I missed. I'm glad we caught you this time. You can't escape from me now. Well, you have to, because you're going to work, but still. Shiloh creeped up behind her. He took hold of the chains of her swing, one in each hand.
Seriously?
What are you doing? And with a grin, Shiloh started walking back. Liz shifted in her seat to look at him. You cannot be trying to push me. These are made for kids. It's never going to work. But Shiloh just hummed and kept pulling her back. Resigning herself to her fate, Liz tucked her legs up as much as possible as Shiloh moved his hands to her back. With a running start, he got her forward and up as far as he could go before jumping out of the way. Liz had her eyes squeezed shut, a screech escaping her as the swing started falling backwards, and when it swung back around, there was Shiloh again to push her. She couldn't kick the ground like when you were kids. Her legs were too long for that now, but Shiloh was pushing her enough to keep the momentum going. The air was filled with their wild laughter and the almost rhythmic jangle of the swing chains. Cove sat against the bars of the jungle gym, wearing a bent smile as he watched them. He was fiddling with something, turning it over and over in his hands. When you craned your neck to get a better view, he obligingly lifted it for you to see. It was a piece of shell, one side rough and molted gray, the other side completely smooth, revealing a faint blue sheen when it caught the light. I saw it on the beach. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's a good one. No, I meant Shiloh. He seems more confident than I remember. I think so too. You found it amazing to be playing with Shiloh at the park again. You thought it was crazy how much time had gone by. Why don't you push me on the swings like that? Yeah, what? Push me too. Cove narrowed his eyes at you, folding his arms with a bemused smile. Why don't you push me on the swings like that? If Shiloh can do it for Liz, you can do it for me too. Alright, bet. Get on the swing. Get on the swing right now. I hope you're ready to fly, Cove. Well, he had you there. No swing? I hate this. Never get what I want. Soon your sister began to speak out. Alright, I'm ready to get off now. How do you stop this? Don't worry. Shiloh braced himself, one foot planted forward as the swing started coming back down. Then in one quick motion, he reached up and caught the chains again. The impact had his feet skidding back in the sand, but he kept his stance steady. If Liz was surprised at suddenly being brought to a halt, she didn't show it, only tilting her head up to smile at him. Shiloh had yet to catch his breath, though returned the smile just as brightly. He let go of the chains, walking around the swing set and briefly rubbing his hands together before offering one to Liz, which she graciously accepted, needing the help to get out of the tiny seat. Then the two of them made their way back over to you and Cove. Liz was looking more ruffled than usual. Her sunhat was off kilter, having held on for dear life for the entire ride. She took a moment to straighten her outfit back into place. That looked fun. It was. Even though you were just pushing me on the swings? Yep, that was the fun part. Huh. Hey Shiloh, you've got an idea of what our lives have been like since you've been gone, but I've been wondering what happened to you after you moved away. Shiloh's eyes went wide, as if it was surprising to hear. You couldn't recall him talking about himself when you were all telling stories, but maybe he hadn't been able to find the right timing. He brought his hand to his chin, tapping it thoughtfully as he looked up and to the side. Well, what happened was my mom decided to move back to the south, closer to where I was born. We stayed there for a few years until she got another job offer in California, again, thanks to a connection she had here. It was a really good job at a private boarding school, so she decided to take it. With a wide grin, he said the next part. And as a bonus, her kid, me, gets to attend the school and live in the dorms for free. I've been there since my second year of middle school. Oh yeah, as a reminder, Shiloh is actually from another game from GB Patch. I think it's called Exo Droplets, I believe. Let me look it up again. Exo. Yes. I think that's it. Exo Droplets. Yes, that's what it's called. So he's from that game, and I think the game takes place at this boarding school he's talking about. So there's a nice little reference there. So I believe like this is taking place like during the events of that game as well. So yeah, I never played it before. No, I don't know. Maybe we'll play it on here. Maybe. I have been interested in getting into it. I think it's a bit more of a little bit more of an angsty visual novel. At least for the impressions I get from it. But it sounds interesting. Alright, continuing. Pretty soon I'm going to be starting my last year of high school. Liz leaned towards him with an attentive smile on her face. Have you been doing well there? Getting good grades? Got any friends? At the list of questions, Shiloh had his hands up in front of himself as if there were physical things he could stave off.
Yeah.
It's everything. It can be a little hard sometimes because of how people are in that school, but I'm happy. How people are? Cove couldn't guess what that meant, but Liz folded her arms, scowling. Don't tell me there's more people like that Nate guy hanging around. Shiloh rubbed at his cheek, laughing nervously. He glanced from the bars of the jungle gym to the laces of his shoes to the trees swaying in the distance, unsure of where to rest his gaze. Not exactly. Nate doesn't mean to be mean, he just kind of is. He's just kind of an asshole, you know? That's how people be sometimes. He's the school's #1 performer for athletics and academics. He always takes on so much responsibility that the only possible way he can finish it all is that absolutely nothing goes wrong. So he's referencing like another character from the game too, because I believe it's Nate, and then there's two others, which we might have already met. another one. Wink wink, not judge. But that's impossible, so he's always stressed and ready to snap. He can't handle it when someone seems to be causing a problem. That's why during the field trip he was upset when I went off on my own like that. Still, he's really smart and reliable and sensitive, and he cares a lot. Most of the time he doesn't even realize his way of dealing with stuff upsets other people. Cove had a patient smile on his face, listening earnestly, as Shallow rattled off his list of Nate's good traits. You know him pretty well. Are you actually friends? Well, not exactly. Me and Nate are in the same after-school group. About once a month, me, 6 other students, and a supervisor get together to talk. Oh, so there's more. I can only remember 2 other ones besides Nate and Shiloh. We did it all of last year, and I think next year we're going to be in the same group again. I hope so. Hey, nice. That's weird. Why would you want to be in a group with him? I'm glad Nate's not so bad after all. You didn't comment on it. I'm glad he's not as awful as he portrayed himself to be at first. Especially since Shiloh might have to be in the same after-school group as him next year. Liz shook her head at your words. It would take much more for her to be convinced of Nate's upstanding character. Personally, I'd still appreciate having a word with Nate about his communication skills. Her tone of voice was low and pointed. You'd be worried for Nate, if not for the playful smile that accompanied her words. Shiloh let out a little laugh at that. I do have Nate's number, but he wouldn't pick up. The people in my group only answer when they feel like hearing from me, so I usually have to wait for them to call. Either that or they never even consider answering my calls or calling me or talking to me at all, unless the supervisor forces them to. It was such a bleak description of his dynamic with his group, but he didn't seem to realize it until he glanced up and saw the concerned looks on everyone's faces. His smile fell. He hastened to add one more thing. Well, except for one who'll always answer for sure. Oh? She immediately perked up.
Really?
So that's a friend of yours? He's hesitated to answer, something Cove picked up on. Not exactly. Yeah, I'd like to be friends, though. Alright. Liz crossed her arms together once more, grim-faced like she was the commander of a ship about to lead her little crew into battle. You should call them. Right now. What? If you want to be friends with them, I can help. If you're going to be in the same group again, then you should at least try to get along. No, I couldn't. He quickly grew flustered, his tongue stumbling over his sentences. Oh my gosh, just like me. I don't want to be a bother. Liz, what are we gonna do? Watch him while he talks to someone on the phone? No, Cove. Shiloh. The last syllable of Shiloh's name trailing off into nothing. It soon became clear Liz had not fully thought out the plan yet, but she wouldn't be Liz if she just stopped there. Shiloh could put them on a video call and we could all talk together, of course. She clapped her hands together, a wide smile on her face that didn't leave room for dissenting opinions.
Alright.
It's a good idea. It'll work. It's a terrible idea. The guy's gonna answer the phone and see 3 strangers he don't know and be like, wrong number, and hang up. Cove's right. It doesn't make sense for us to crowd around Shiloh while he's on the phone. That's not how you make friends. Cove smiled at you, relieved to see that someone else was seeing reason too. Come on, Shiloh. We'll just talk to them. Say that we're your friends from out of town. The worst that could happen is nothing changes. But once they have more chances to talk to you, I know they'll be convinced to be better friends. It's going to turn out okay. Shiloh stalled to answer, but his hand was already hovering over one of the pockets of his pants. Alright. We can talk. Yes! Liz clenched a hand into a fist, cheering as Shiloh officially reached into the pocket and pulled out his phone. You noticed it was the same type of model as your own, but his had a red case around it. The screen lit up, and Shiloh requested a video call with some number in his contacts. None of them on the list had names. He must remember what number belongs to what person. He inched closer to the 3 of you so everyone could hear better. Vaguely, you wondered how this looked from the outside. 4 teenagers on the verge of adulthood hanging out at an old playground, all huddled up around a single phone. Strange? Suspicious? A little sussy? The ringing of the phone broke you out of your musings. You kept your eyes on it, your heart speeding at the end of each dial tone, thinking, could this be it? Only to have another startup. It had been ringing for a while when you started to think of what Cove said, about all of you watching as Shiloh talked on the phone. Maybe even that wouldn't happen. Shiloh could sense the awkwardness in the air, smiling to try to dispel it. This is normal. Don't worry. Just as he said it, the call ended, not even going to voicemail. Shiloh clicked to redial. He never answers on the first call. He always does on the second. That's how he is, at least with most people. There are exceptions. He's the type of guy that's like, if it's important, they'll call again. I can feel that. You, Liz, and Cove furtively shared ambiguous looks, none of you wanting to accidentally discourage Shiloh. Then you focus on the phone again as it started to ring once more. The jingling suddenly cut off in the middle, followed by the faint sound of white noise. With a big smile and flushed cheeks, Shala brought the phone up to his face. A voice, low and groggy, came rasping out of the speakers. Hello. Shala, on the other hand, was much more chipper.
Hi.
I'm visiting a town I used to live in when I was little, and I wanted to introduce my group mate to the people I knew back then. Some of them I've already met Nate. Can you say hey to them too? And with that rushed introduction, Shala stuck the phone out towards Cove, gesturing for him to greet the person on the other end. Although Cove hadn't been on board in the beginning, the only indication of that now was the lopsided tilt of his smile. He turned his gaze down to the screen, opening his mouth to speak, only to stutter to a complete stop. All Cove could do was sputter and gape at the screen. His reaction had Shiloh's brow crinkling in worry. What? Shiloh's groupmate didn't sound particularly impressed with how this conversation was going so far. Shiloh frowned, retracting his arm away from Cove. As he did so, the screen tilted towards you and you caught a glimpse of what was on the screen. Light green hair, sharp orange eyes shadowed with bags, and icy pale skin, all tied together to make up the scowling face of a person who clearly had no desire to be here. You knew him. I don't know if you guys recognize him, but well, I know who this is. A flood of memories arose, flashes of that one summer years ago at this very same park. You holding onto an arrangement of fruit, Derek and Cove at your side. And that kid, mean as a tiny chihuahua, snapping at everyone who dared to come close. The bowl cut kid, just right out in the bed. Huh? Cove still couldn't take his wide eyes off of the phone. He spoke now in a very small voice, almost a squeak. Jeremy? Yeah? His reply was mildly annoyed at this point. Take out the gun, pointing at the phone. So you dare show your face back here? At least you've got a better hairstyle now. How did you know his name was Jeremy? You didn't tell them? No, I only called you somebody from my group at school. Jeremy regarded Cove cautiously, for the first time giving the situation a little of his focus. Cove bristled, sucking in a long, deep, dramatic breath.
Oh my god.
And all at once, he started shouting, and not just with his voice. He waved his arms around, gesturing wildly with his hands as he repeatedly yelled, "Oh my god!" with all sorts of inflections. Oh my god! Oh my god! With these antics, Jeremy gave a short huff of a sigh through his teeth, to sound tiny over the phone speakers. What is this, Shiloh? Are you trying to make me suffer? Are you still mad about what happened at the amusement park? I was on your side, you know. Liz, who had been entirely lost this whole time, finally spoke up.
Huh?
What happened at the amusement park? But no one paid that question any mind. I don't know what's going on. Have you met each other before? No. There was an immediate reply from Jeremy, but then those stinging eyes squinted. Wait. There was a flash of recognition there as he leaned his head forward and scrutinized the both of you. His already wide frown somehow found a way to grow deeper at his realization.
Oh, it's you people. Again.
It is us once again. Your worst nightmare. He looked from Charlotte to Cove and then to you. You could tell he was carefully putting his thoughts together.
Sorry.
I have no idea how you people got into contact with me or what Charlotte has to do with this, but, sorry. Huh? Jeremy sighed again. His gaze rolled over to Cove. I don't remember exactly what I did or what I said, but I do know what I was like as a kid, and really, that's all I need to know. Well, okay, but who is that apology for? It better be for me and Dae. He spoke sternly, though. There was no hiding the shakiness present. That didn't matter. Cove was coming to your defense by confronting Jeremy brought a warm smile to your face. Jeremy, on the other hand, continued to be unimpressed. The corner of his lip twitched. I didn't need to know what the teenage guy equivalent of a smooshy squeak is, but now I do. Thanks for that. A small offended noise escaped Cove. Unfortunately, it was also squeaky sounding. His face immediately burned red with embarrassment. Hey, that's my squeak toy you're talking to, you laughed. What a perfect description. Cove is exactly like that. That's it, you better not step foot in this town again. Why, I oughta. If I see you back in here, I'm drowning you in the ocean. Hey. Taking a small step forward and your hands instinctively curled into fists, you couldn't believe it the first chance he got. Jeremy insulted Cove again. Glancing at Cove to suddenly ask, "Can you believe this?" You noticed the tiny smile on his face that you're offensive on his behalf. I'm just gonna straight up punch the phone. Jeremy didn't react at all. He continued watching the four people on the other end of this unwanted call, lackadaisically.
Whatever.
The apology is for whoever. Anyone who had to deal with me back then, they weren't having a good time. He shrugged. Jeremy's focus cycled from you to Cove and back again. I kind of remember what happened, I think. You were sensitive and you didn't have much patience for me. That makes sense. Jeremy tilted his head at Cove's way and then yours, respectfully. Amazed, Cove took a few processing moments before he could respond. He blinked and rubbed the back of his head. Oh, thanks? I mean, it's no problem? He just looked away. I've still got my eyes on you. You're lucky you're not here in person. I accept your apology. Thank you, Jeremy. This is honestly incredible. I mean, I don't know. You're still sassy. Although I do kind of understand the... Listen, I don't remember what I did back then, but I do remember what I was like as a child, and whoever had to interact with it, I do apologize. That's me. See, if you knew me years ago when I was but a cub, I am sorry. Because that kid was not great. Not great at all. Already you're bracing yourself for wherever this conversation was going to take you. Jeremy rolled his eyes. Whatever. Following Cove's eye, you watched it dart from Charlotte to Jeremy, openly wondering what happened to Jeremy over these past few years. So you're... nice now?
Nope.
No. I don't throw tantrums or pick fights anymore, but I'm not nice. Jeremy shook his head in disbelief. That squeak toy comment wasn't a compliment, you know. I don't have the energy to get angrily worked up like I used to as a kid. It's all pointless anyway. Now I'm just miserable. Now I'm just depressed and tired. I don't have the time to put on a dramatic show anymore. His tone was even grumblier than usual, and dragged the syllables out on the last word for extra emphasis. Oh. An awkward laugh escaped Chilo. Then his mouth pulled into a demure smile. Don't let what Jeremy says about himself get you too down. He's got people who care about him and make sure he's okay. Like me. Don't listen to Shiloh. It's nice you're looking out for someone else, Shiloh. I don't really care if Jeremy is sad or not. Wow, that's great for you. I don't care. I could care less. I'm not over the fact that you two know each other, actually. I got a snort out of Jeremy. Me neither. Okay, seriously, how long am I meant to be out of the loop here? Her expression twisted in frustration as Liz rubbed her right temple. Why am I the only one who doesn't know this kid? Shiloh goes to school with him, that's fine, but how did the two of you meet him and I didn't? He was on town one summer, back like 5 years ago. You were there. Liz crossed her arms and stared, unconvinced at you. Is that all? While Liz seemed a bit underwhelmed, Shiloh appeared to be utterly amazed. You had to hold back a small laugh.
Really?
You knew Jeremy as a little kid? What was he like? I've only known him for a year and a half. Well, he had a bowl cut. His voice immediately hushed into nothing. You could see Code wince just thinking on those past encounters. You could already picture past Jeremy in your head. He was a mean kid. He was horrible. All he did was yell and say people were dumb. He was kind of pathetic. I don't even know how to explain it. You didn't attempt to answer. All he did was scream. He acted like the universe was personally out to ruin his day. Every day. Cove nodded firmly in agreement. Jeremy was an insufferable kid. It didn't matter what happened. He was mad about everything. Jeremy's expression didn't give away a single sign of what he might have been thinking. He continued to blandly stare at you both until he finally spoke.
Yep.
Yep, that's me. That's my toxic traits. At that confirmation, Shiloh burst into an uncontrolled laughter. Even when he called moments later, gasping for breath, there was still a wide grin plastered on his face. I can't even imagine Jeremy being like that. I can't imagine him not being like that. They both chuckled again. Ko's mouth pulled into a bent smile. I mean, Jeremy hasn't made fun of my eyebrows once this whole conversation. Unbelievable. Now that you mention it. You still got them wiggly bitches? You're hiding them behind bangs now, but I still know they're there. Jeremy blinked and focused all of his attention onto Cove. His eyes unmistakably narrowed in on the eyebrows. He didn't say anything at first, and then his words came out in a mumble. That makes sense. I guess insulting eyebrows was just what I did as a kid. What does that mean? What do you think it means? You weren't the only kid in the world with bad eyebrows, and you're not the only one I picked on for it.
Seriously?
I wasn't? You couldn't help yourself, could you? Nope. Wow, so what made their eyebrows bad? Are you curious if yours are better, by terrible eyebrow standards at least? Kind of, yeah. Where are we on the bad eyebrow scale?
Sigh.
Incredulously, Cove looked from Jeremy to you and then back to him again. You had to question if you heard that right. He spoke the word sigh instead of actually sighing. I mean, I say smile. Although I'm always smiling, so I mean, I just do both. Noticing the reaction, Jeremy sighed for real, but he continued on to answer Cove's question. The guy has particularly odd hair coloring. White hair, but only on the top of his head. Every other strand on his body is dark brown, including his immensely bushy eyebrows. He was born that way. It's not dyed. So you were the scarred boy with dumb wavy eyebrows, and he was the white-haired boy with stupid caterpillar eyebrows. Ow. Unexpectedly, a loud gasp came from Shiloh at that description. No, you picked on Pran for his eyebrows? I did. I'm sure you find that hilarious. No, that's not very funny. So he said, but Shiloh was smothering laughter. The unconvinced note in Jeremy's voice didn't surprise you. Okay, wait, give me a second. Let me just... Jeremy rolled his eyes in the slowest, most exaggerated way possible. When he made a complete circle, he slowly spoke flatly when Shiloh broke into a fit of giggles. There. Who's Pran? Shiloh knows him too?
Well,
Jeremy and Pran have known each other for a long time. They managed to go to the same boarding school later on. I met them both there in the spring of last year. We're all group mates. Jeremy's gaze slid away from Shiloh. He looked somewhere between you and Cove. Pran and I met about 4.5 years ago, back when I was still an intolerable brat and Pran was meek. You can only imagine how amazing that combination was. Yeah. Must make those group meetings awkward. Nope. Somehow, some way, for some reason, Pran chose to stubbornly stick with me for as long as we've known each other. He's my best friend. Oh my god, you got friends. That's so cute. What? Surprising. I know. I have a best friend, and it's the caterpillar brow guy of all people. But I guess things balanced out in the end. Pran's timid nature is good and dead. He grew up to be colder than even me. I'm mopey, and he's broody. A perfect match. 2 peas in a ruining everyone's life pod. Wow. So great. Name a more iconic duo.
Gross.
Don't quote Everett. Cove whined after Jeremy snapped on his last remark. Now who's Everett? You don't want to know. Yeah, you don't want to know. Shiloh hummed, and he watched his 3 old friends with an amused smile. He was having fun. Before you could say anything, Jeremy continued. Everett is also a part of the group, unfortunately. But he chose not to elaborate further than that. Liz sighed this time. You could feel her frustration. You couldn't blame her for that. She hadn't been able to participate much at all. She didn't know Jeremy then, so there was no basis for reminiscing now. And there was a 10-year gap in her history with Shiloh. The whole situation struck an odd chord with you. 2 boys that you knew separately came to know each other, and now they know each other much better than they know any of you. Shiloh was almost like a stranger. You shrugged the feeling off. You didn't know how to feel. You were on the same page as Liz. You felt down. You were glad things seemed to be going alright. You felt annoyed by how things unfolded. I mean, I'm glad they're still going alright. I mean, I understand her frustration, but you know, things don't seem awful. Yet. Jeremy hadn't left the call, and you were learning bits and pieces about Shiloh's new world outside of Sunset Bird. You were taking both as little wins. Turning to the 3 of you, Shiloh smiled apologetically. We wondered if he was picking up on how in the dark Cove and Liz were feeling. He was perceptive when he wanted to be. Hey, is there anything you want to hear about Jeremy? I can tell you all about him. We should get to know each other better. Don't do that. It'll be okay. Jeremy whined, but Shiloh brushed his complaints off. He remained happily focused on the rest of you, and Liz seemed to perk up at this conversation shift. That sounds great. We should get to know Jeremy. So, who wants to go first? Despite being eager, it was always that Liz didn't have any ideas herself. Jeremy let out a very long sigh. Oh shit, well, I guess it's me. Well, when's your birthday? May 4th. He's a Taurus. Oh my god. May the 4th be with you, Jeremy. Look how mad he already is. Jeremy refused to comment on that. Instead, he rolled his eyes. What's his full name? Jeremy Marion King. Isn't that neat? Why do you even want to know that? Are you planning on stealing my identity? Yes, I'm going to steal the identity of a moody teenager. I'm sure that will help me out greatly. He crossed his arms and sighed. A grin quickly appeared on your face. You can have it. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, you want my identity? Take it. I don't want it. What are his parents like? They're nice and optimistic. They work really hard, but they can be smothering, sort of, and usually embarrass Jeremy. Jeremy seemed unenthused by Shadow's answer. Does he have any siblings? Jeremy's an only child. He doesn't have pets either. Although Pran spends almost no time with his own family and a lot with Jeremy's, it's kind of like a sibling relationship, I think. Don't bring Pran into this awful thing. Okay. Does he have any hobbies? Reading and crafty handiwork type stuff. Oh, and archery. Jeremy is really talented. Seriously? That's really cool. Jeremy scoffed at the compliments. He clearly wanted to move on from the conversation. Are you doing well in school? Yeah, Nate is still doing the best, but Jeremy gets respectable scores. Oh my god, Hugo's alive. The Hugo who lived Jeremy? Yeah, it's Jeremy. Came back just in time. Shiloh and Jeremy, if it kept you up a little bit, Shiloh and Jeremy know each other. Because they go to the same school together and they're part of the same after-school group. The bowl cut where? He just pushed his bangs back. It might still be there. Put the bangs down. Let's see how long they are. Or unless by doing well you mean to ask if he's having a good time or making friends. Then in that case, no, he's not. You weren't sure how to respond to that at all. Glancing back at Jeremy, he rolled his eyes. What happened to the bowl cut and glasses? That's the biggest memory. The biggest question I have. He had a bowl cut? That sent Shallow into a fit of laughter, while Jeremy shook his head disapprovingly. To chuckles, Shallow continued with his best guess. His mom and dad probably decided that back then, and now he picked, or they developed a new taste over the years. As for his glasses, Jeremy wears contacts at school, and when he's out and about, but he still wears glasses when he's at home or working part-time at his parents' hobby shop. How tall is he? 5'5". He's kind of short. What? Why is that short? I'm 5'4". The bowl cut kid's taller than me now? Damn. I don't know how I feel about that. Can I have his number? What? Why? Sure. Ignoring Jeremy again, Charlotte immediately started listing off the number for you. Jeremy grimaced while you contentedly saved it in your contact list. Wow. Thank you so much for the sub, Hugo. Thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh, and for gifting Mel one as well. Oh my god. Hugo, that's so generous. I appreciate it so much. Thanks. Oh my gosh, Hugo, the mad lad again. You're 5'4"? Yeah, I'm 5'4". How tall did you think I was? Yeah. I mean, it's no secret. I'm taller than Dae? What? I thought you were 5'8". No, I have never said I was 5'8". I'm taller than you. How tall are you? I don't recall I ever said I was that tall. I've been pretty honest about my height. I am 5'4". 5'5", 5'6". Thank for the sub. Back to looking. Go enjoy your look, Mel. Oh, I am like an inch shorter than Jack. Hugo, how tall are you? You calling me short? How tall are you? Spill. If you're an inch taller than me, then you can't call me shorty. 6 foot. Okay, well, yeah, you can call me short. But Jack, no. No, no, no. Honestly, Jack, I'm kind of surprised. I kind of perceived in my head that you were like, I don't know, 5'3" or 5'2". I didn't think you were, I thought you were shorter than me, but I'm like too much shorter. So that's interesting. Very interesting indeed. What? That's not a bad thing. I just said that's the impression I got. I'm the big gremlin, I guess. You are a big gremlin. I perceived you as a lot taller than me. So see, we were both wrong. It turns out we're just almost the same height together. Almost. Maybe inch or 2 inch apart, but you know. I need to change how my brain imagines you. Oh, why does it need a big change? Just kind of cut my legs in half and piece me back together. It's still me. That's kind of interesting though. So I have tall energy, but I am not tall. Interesting. We love to see it. We love to hear it. Okay, let's see. Jeremy, you single? Got yourself a girlfriend? That had Shallow giggling. He smiled down at the screen. Jeremy isn't in anything official, but he does have someone he goes on dates with from time to time. I have a friend who's over 6 foot but gives mad short energy. Really? It's like, you tiny gremlin, and then you go and you see them, and then just like they're looming over you. He's like, where's the short energy now? You call that dating? I call it punishment for all my wrongdoings in this life. Cove scrunched his face and glanced at you like he wasn't sure he heard Jeremy correctly. Shallow smiled understandingly. It's complicated. She makes him happy against his will. How unfortunate. Shallow started chuckling again. Jeremy, on the other hand, let out a loud sigh, clearly done with the current topic. Alright, so, wait, I got told someone thought I was a short king. Oh, so you have short energy too. Ooh. Interesting. But you are also the short gremlin energy, but actually very tall too. Alright, so what happened at the amusement park?
Oh,
I don't actually know. I can only think of one time when we were both there. I'm not sure what part he's talking about. As far as I could tell, I didn't do anything to upset him. And I know he didn't do anything to me. That's what you're going with, Shiloh? Jeremy, what happened? I'm not going to tell you. It's humiliating. And Shiloh knows I'm not going to say anything. That's why he won't explain either. I'm assuming the amusement park incident that they're alluding to happened in the other game, XOXO Droplets. So I don't know, maybe if we play it on stream one day, we'll actually get to see what happened. For several quiet moments, everyone stared at Shiloh and Jeremy in confusion. Shiloh had a similar look on his face before averting his eyes. Sorry, can't help you with this one day. That's everything. That's it. Cool. Thanks for asking. Cove, do you have any questions for Jeremy? Stunned, it took Cove a moment to recover from being put on the spot. But ultimately, his eyes shifted from Shiloh's and locked with Jeremy's. They remained like that long enough that it was as if they could speak telepathically. Now Jeremy is kinda... Stop. It's still him. He's still that moody kid, just more quieter. And has a better style now. Alright, yeah, I have a question, but Shiloh can't answer. Fine, ask me. Let's get it over with. What do you think of me? Even if you don't think I'm tough or something, do you still feel like I'm stupid and wrong about everything? A crack formed in Jeremy's lackadaisical expression. His barely open eyes lifted a little more, but he still spoke flatly. My opinion on stuff is basically the least important thing you could ever worry about. It's pointless. He's mellowed out, so... But he still got that. He's still not... Well, as he described before, he's not nice. He just doesn't go on tantrums. Well, I mean, I do agree. He does look a little bit better. I do prefer this version over his, bratty child self. At least you're quiet now. Well, I'm still asking, so... Cove, right? That's your name? Cove nodded. There was a tint of pink in his cheeks as he bashfully rubbed his arm. Okay, Cove, you seem like a guy who cares a lot about things that don't matter. This sounds pretty dumb to me. I outgrew that years ago. And being soft as you act, it isn't something that I would ever do, basically. But you know what the absolute dumbest thing really is? You know what the biggest stupid thing is? Your fucking eyebrows! He just goes right back to the eyebrows, insulting. Cove shook his head with creased eyebrows. He then leaned forward just a little bit, like he couldn't risk not hearing what revelation Jeremy was going to bestow on him. Making yourself miserable, if you don't have to be. Oh, if you and the rest of the people here have a way to enjoy existence, then you should go ahead and do that. Stay gentle and happy, dumb eyebrow guy. Oh, he did it anyway. Look, guys with attitudes are nice as long as they don't have those tantrums. I mean, that's fair.
You have my approval, if that's what you wanted.
I hope you all have wonderful lives and suffer as little as possible. Wow, that's the nicest thing you've ever said. I hope you don't suffer in life. The word tumbled out softly. Cove was earnestly amazed by Jeremy's words.
thank you.
And you know what's not gonna make you stay happy? What? Talking to a downer like me, so really, you should end this conversation right now and none of you should ever call me again for the rest of our lives. That sounds good. Can I hang up already? Aw, wait, Jeremy, I can't never call you again. Shut up, Shiloh. Unfazed, Shiloh laughed with the tilt of his head. Building something good up only to try undercutting it. That's the Jeremy I know.
Sorry.
The word dripped with sarcasm was accompanied by a smirk. It was the first time he saw him smile this entire time. Cove piped up meekly, an awkward smile of his own on his face. Maybe my opinion is totally skewed because I'm comparing things now to how Jeremy used to be, but I mean, you don't seem that bad. What? Cove needed to look away from Jeremy's painfully sharp eyes to finish his thought.
I mean,
I'd probably be okay with talking to you again. Come on, you can have standards. I want to keep talking with Jeremy too. Yeah, Cove, he's pretty cute. I'd be fine with ending this call now. I don't think he is that bad. He had no comment. Yeah, let's keep talking. Let's be friends. Jeremy groaned loudly to acceptance of him. Your smile only widened in amusement, and Liz clapped her hands. Wonderful.
Good.
Now that we're so much closer to this Jeremy kid, I think we can all get along together and be friends. Friends? Jeremy repeated the word back like it was a foreign phrase. He generally didn't seem to understand. That's right. We keep working on it. I don't see why the five of us can't be friends. He stared at Liz incredulously for several moments. Her expression twisted into fresh confusion of her own. Okay, 3 friends. Okay, 3 things. First, I only have 1 whole friend, and that's more than enough. Second, I still don't know who you are. Did you even say your name at any point? And mostly, third, one of the people in this friendship is Shallow Fields. He and I aren't going to be friends. Why not? And I'm Liz, by the way. Because he's Shiloh. Our relationship is always already as good as it ever is going to be. He mercifully leaves me be most of the time, and on the weird occasion where he needs something, I can just get it over with. Jeremy going from brat to edgelord was lovely. He's in his bratty phase, and now he's in his edgy phase. And he goes away again, and I have a modicum of peace. You know how it works, right? You're in it with me. We have the best arrangement possible with the way it is. Jeremy looked to Shiloh seriously to back up the validity of their relationship, but Shiloh shook his head with a laugh. I won't try to hang around too much, but that's because you're shy. You're the only one who thinks that setup is actually a good idea. Sorry. Jeremy turned to his face to the side and let out another exaggerated sigh. Cove and Liz both joined on Shallow's mirth. Jeremy got no support. Sigh. Of course you'd say that. Why not even bother? That's Shallow's famous memory for you. Liz's chuckling stopped. Wait, what does that mean? Shiloh's famous memory? What? Whatever. Basically, Shallow annoyingly remembers everything that happens for all eternity. At least until some piece of info he has isn't helpful anymore, or he's got explaining to do, then magically all of a sudden he doesn't know anything about it. His bully inconsistent recollection of situations is pretty much a running joke. It's Shallow's stick. One of them, anyway. A scowl dug into Liz's face as Jeremy spoke. Cove lost his smile, seeing her reaction. Shallow remained silent, with his big childlike eyes locked on your sister. Jeremy began to shrink away from the screen. With the changing atmosphere, he broke eye contact with everyone. I'm guessing he didn't mention that.
No.
No, he didn't. And he said he forgot something to you? Yeah. I do recall him saying a little thing like that. Sorry. But, well, apparently you had the pleasure of meeting Nate. You know me. And I talked a bit about Brandon, and Everett too. We're all in that unbearable group, and we're all unbearable people. What an amazing coincidence, huh? What we're about is kind of hard to hide. I'm gonna go now. I don't want to be the fifth wheel to your own little group. You three people have a good day, I guess? Inshallah, I'll see you back at school.
Bye.
Goodbye! Thanks for dropping this on our lap. And then promptly leaving. True king. Jeremy promptly ended the call. Just as people had begun to warm up to him, he accidentally found a new way to ice the mood again. Shiloh, now averting his own gaze, put his phone away and chuckled.
So...
I knew that Jeremy didn't think highly of me, but it's even worse than I thought. That's really sad. Shiloh. Her firm tone immediately brought Shiloh's focus back to her. Once she got his attention, however, Liz's voice became small. When we first met you in the city, did you know who we were? Did you pretend not to recognize us? The two old friends watched each other for a beat, but ultimately Shiloh closed his eyes with a lopsided smile. Ah, Lizzie, you've gotta know I could never really forget you. Liz was speechless, but it wasn't quiet. Ko couldn't stop himself from shouting out. Oh my god, you were lying to them? Lying is a strong word. I was... improvising. Shiloh will no longer live. We'll bury him right here in the sand. That was cool, Shiloh. Yep, that makes way more sense than you not figuring it out. You didn't really mind, but were instead concerned about why he felt that was the best option. You're such an asshole. You smirked and thought Shiloh was pretty bold. You didn't have any idea what to say to that. I mean, I guess I don't mind, but like, why pretend like you didn't recognize us? Like, what was the reason? What was the reason? What was the reason? Did he dislike you that much, or was it something else? Go home, Shiloh, or go to my house and wait there until we can send you home.
Alright.
With his shoulders dipped in head low, Shiloh obediently left the park alone. After he disappeared up the road, Liz sat her butt down right into the sand, with no concern for how dirty her dress might get this time. You crouched down with your sister. You can go. We're done. Cove shared an unsure look with you. She wanted to be alone, but this wasn't the time for that. No, it's obvious you need us here with you. Accepting that you're going to be here for this, she let out a groan. At the same time, Liz pulled the sides of her head down, gripping it tightly in frustration. Get a little tickle in my throat. I can't believe he pretended he didn't know us. Since when was Shiloh too good to catch up with acquaintances? It's infuriating. Am I an idiot for thinking we could talk? You wrapped your arms around her, you leaned against her, you took her arm, you watched her cautiously. Now, we'll lean against her. You would go over even closer to your big sister so your shoulders were touching, and you let your head rest on her. She kept her hat down. No, you're not an idiot. He's the idiot. Shiloh lied to us? That's not your fault. No, you're smart and talented and amazing. Liz, I'm sorry. We can still make things okay again. You're not an idiot. Yeah, Shiloh's a tool. I know. I shouldn't care. It doesn't matter if one person doesn't want to be my bestie. He's not the greatest man on earth. I'll be fine. But I brought him all the way here from the other side of the state, and I don't even know why he did any of this. Liz finally removed her hands from the brim of her hat in order to rub her temples instead. Shiloh hate party. We're having a little Shiloh hate party. Right here in the playground. It blows. Cove snorted some nervous laughter at her unexpected phrasing. She didn't mind it. It's true, but you'll always have me. Say the word and I'll force the answers out of him. I bet he's just intimidated by successful women. He's an incel! Oh my god, Shiloh, no! No, this isn't the path you were meant to go down! Liz, if we ever see the guy again, I'll hurl him into the ocean. I'll have so much fun without him, he has no idea what he'll be missing out on. I mean, for you, Liz, through thick and thin, no matter what. I'm hurling him into the ocean. Please don't. You'll go to jail. Bail me out then. Fine. Torture interrogation.
Thank you.
Thanks, baby kiddo. She squished you tight and rocked you back and forth in a dramatic hug. You let out a cove-like squeak. I love you. I love you too. And what is family for? Well, I thought it was for hugging the phone while growing up, but this works. She released you with a shaky, self-impressed laugh. Oh, and thank you too, Cove, for being around. We're going to officially be family one day, right? She shot him a wry smile and he tensed up, face going red. He was willing to take her teasing if it made her feel better. Don't mention it. Good, good. Liz rested her eyes after those last couple words. It eased your heart to see her feel better. Cove let out a soft sigh of relief. Hey. Cove then brought his face close to yours so he could speak in a whisper.
Are you okay?
I know Liz was his best friend, but you knew him too. And you were there when he did this whole pretend improvisation act. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm sad. I'm sad. Yeah, thanks, Cove, for existing. Yeah, you know, every day we should thank Cove Holden for existing. A lovely presence. I'm furious. I don't know how to feel. He didn't say anything. And don't worry about it.
No way.
You know that's impossible. I know. Thanks for asking. You're welcome. Cove ended his checkup by reaching over to pat you on the shoulder reassuringly. Your longtime neighborhood group sat together quietly in the sand, just enjoying the feeling of familiarity and support. You weren't entirely sure how much time had passed, but you were eventually caught off guard by a soft call in the distance. In unison, the three of you turned your heads to the sound, and there, standing at the edge of the playground, was Shiloh himself. He waved. You moved in front of Liz protectively. You huddled closer to Liz nervously. You huddled closer to Cove nervously. You waved back. Hi! How's it going? You froze in place. You slowly waited there. We're gonna move in front of our sister. We're gonna protect her. Every day, Cove breathed a new iceberg freezes for the polar bears to have homes. Oh my god. Every breath Cove makes, a new tree sprouts so that we save the trees. Cove single-handedly saved the trees. You didn't want him to hurt your sister again. Why would he think it was okay to come back here after everything? He's got a lot of nerve, Shiloh. It's a good thing your name is Fields because I'm gonna put you in the ground. Hi. Do you have something to say? I will punch you in the face. I like this one. You weren't sure if you could manage that literally, but you believed in the sentiment. What's that? I couldn't hear you from over here, but don't get up on my account. I'll come to you. No. Stay away. Cove brings world peace with each blink. It's true. It's true. No. You heard what you said. Shiloh approached with easy strides, as if he had been welcomed. You were floored by with how much confidence or shamelessness the boy was apparently capable of now. Liz turned her face and refused to acknowledge what was happening. She might have been trying to think happy thoughts and wish Shiloh's presence away. Unfortunately, it didn't work. When Shiloh arrived, he popped down into the sand with the rest of you. His legs folded crisscross.
Hi.
Bitch. Leave before I make you leave. Seriously, get lost. I will, in just a minute. What do you want now? Well, I figured you'd want to talk to me after you'd had some space. I ought to let you do that, even if you're going to yell at me. Liz finally faced him to be free to snap at Shiloh with full force. And why in the world would you think that? Unfazed, Shiloh looked back at her softly. You haven't changed that much, Lizzie. You're the one who found me online when I brushed you off earlier this summer. When have you ever preferred to leaving something unresolved in the end? You didn't even get a chance to make me explain why I did it. I bet you're dying to do that. Liz ground her teeth, quietly fuming. Shiloh had called it right, and that sucked for her. Fine, I'll bite. give me your excuses.
Well,
Well, mostly, it was really bad timing. I could have handled it a lot better if I had known I was going to see you that day, and if there wasn't a self-appointed hall monitor dutifully watching every move people made. And a good hi, good to see you gotta go was simply too much for your little heart to manage. Of course, the goal was to keep as much distance as possible. Admitting I was the guy who you knew wouldn't have been helpful. So you can't stand us, and me trying to reconnect was just a huge pain for you after all. Amazing, wonderful. Thank you so much for saying so. No, that's not it. Don't feel bad, though. You're almost never wrong. Oh, ooh. Yoris's brows twitched as she stared at Shiloh in entire disbelief. He smiled back at her brightly. I did it so this wouldn't happen. What? I dealt with that situation the way I always do, by saying stuff I didn't exactly mean because it's just easier that way. You heard Jeremy. That's what I'm known for. Sure, right now you're mad that I pretended not to remember you, but if I hadn't done that, it wouldn't have been something else later on, and we'd have to ended up here still. When his anger became more and more difficult for her to maintain, it was soon replaced with a sad confusion. Then don't do that. Don't be like that. Why not be someone you're actually okay showing me? Shiloh chuckled uncomfortably and searched for a way to explain himself to his former idol. I wouldn't have made you sad if I could have avoided it. I mean that. I thought I could at least finish this visit without any issues. Jeremy wasn't someone I
I
expected to call
crave
me
the
out.
sundae.
The sundae? Which sundae you want? We have chocolate syrup. We have the chocolate fudge sundae, and we have the fruity sundae. I will give you either of them. Oh, and the TTS is still working, so that's good. Thanks for... you probably didn't mean to, but thanks for testing that out, Hugo. Oh, without any issues, Jeremy wasn't someone I expected to call me
Fruit.
out. Fruit? Okay. That's pointless to him, usually. Let me get you your sundae.
I'm going to drop kick Shiloh.
You know what, BB? I'd love to see that. There we go. There's your fruity sundae. I already have it in here, too. Don't even have to mess with resizing it. Happy to be the helper. Thanks. But I'm not going to be someone whose personality revolves around making you happy. No matter how much I follow others, it wasn't for them. Every decision was mine. I couldn't be in charge, so being a sidekick to the best option was something I did for my sake. I chose to let people be the boss when it's what I needed, and I chose where to stop it. And the best I can do for you now is spare you from dealing with it. I'm not as earnest as you are. I'm not as nice as you are. I was always like that, even as a kid. Back then I wanted to fit in, even if it meant excluding someone else. If they were the odd one out, that'd mean I wasn't. Finding my place here got harder when Cove moved in. It was a good thing for everybody that I ended up moving myself soon after that. You were speechless. That's horrible. I knew it. I was sure you weren't being honest back then. You felt bad for him hearing that? Huh, okay. Alright then. You didn't want to say it out loud, but you had always suspected that. No, I am going to say it back out loud. I knew it. At least I'm admitting it now. Yeah, 10 years later. I knew that's essentially how you were back then. You were a scaredy cat who wanted someone to defend you.
Jeez.
I simply imagine that in the past 10 years you grew out of that and learned how to speak to others like, I don't know, an actual grown-up human being would. Well, in my defense, I'm not an adult yet. I won't be 18 until later this year in October. October 30th. You remembered. So did you, punk. Shiloh chuckled self-consciously as Liz smirked at him. There was an affable moment before she became serious again. I liked you when we were kids. I wanted to know you now. That's what upset me the most. The idea that maybe you only wanted to be rid of your old friends.
Aw.
Lizzie, you're too good to need someone like me in your life. That's the truth. I'm not worth the effort. Except for with unusual people who have odd taste. Then she straightened up in the sand, brushing her dress back out. It's an incredibly annoying thing to say. It's insane. You've only changed in stupid ways and stay the same for the rest. That's fair. Is it? It means maybe I have unusual taste. You could have stuffed Shiloh's entire hat into his mouth with how wide he opened it. Really? Oh, is that a challenge? Give me the hat and shove it right in there. We're choking him out. Time to put him in the ground. Well, as much as Mother Hen being compelled to look out for their chick, no matter how useless they are, is unusual, I can't help it. You haven't changed that much after all either. You're still Shiloh. You're painfully still Shiloh.
You're welcome.
I brought you here, and I'm not going to abandon you. It has to be someone's job to look out for, and keep an eye on you. With her surdy returning, she pulled herself up off the ground and glowered down at Shiloh with her arms folded. Now, I do want an apology for everything done behind our backs when you could have opened up all of that you just said. You should have given us a real chance to stayed home. This stunt was rude. To me, and Dae, and Cove too. As if bringing the baby chick comparison to life, Shiloh dutifully did as he was told.
Sorry.
Sorry, Lizzie, Dae, Cove, everyone. I didn't want to cause problems or ruin the day. And you don't have to accept just because I'm saying it. Not everybody needs to like everyone. Alright then. You're kind of mean sometimes when we were kids, but I wasn't very nice to you either. All this recent stuff isn't really something to make about me, so I'm not going to hold on to it. I mean, as long as you're not going to keep upsetting people from now on. Thanks, Cove. I'll avoid doing that in the future. He then changed his focus to you. His expression was curious. He wanted to know what your feelings landed on this. On him. Were you pretending to have a good time with us today? I'll accept your apology. I am not forgiving you. Don't even think about it. Could have given him a straight answer. You shouldn't forgive him. That's crazy. Give him a faint smile, feeling sort of relieved. Dae's gonna bury something if not bury Shiloh in general. I do like to dig. Were you pretending to have a good time with us today? No, it really was great to come back to the old neighborhood and see you three. I only guessed it would end badly, so I tried not to get into the situation in the first place. Dae, do you want to stay for what's left of the evening? You don't have to. As you got to your feet, you thought about it. You did, and there was a reason for it. I still like Shiloh. If Liz is looking out for Shiloh, someone has to look out for her. I'm kind of interested to see what will happen next. I'll stick around. I'm just real sorry for you, Shiloh. I want us to stay together. Well, it's not as if I was that surprised. Well, that guy will look out for my sister. A slight grin went across your face. Shiloh jumped to his feet, straightening his cap on the landing. Lynn would be so proud. You didn't all leave. Cove rose as well, with a groan. Another group mate? No, he's our group supervisor. He's also friends with my mom. And if you were still wondering, that group is for people who have difficult to deal with attitudes. Jeremy and Nate being in it makes a lot of sense, huh? Shiloh spoke simply and finished his thought with a breezy shrug. Liz sighed loudly, and then she smiled ruefully at him. Geez, Shiloh, you certainly made yourself other people's problems since leaving. Well, now you all know me better, too. Thanks for sharing. A small spark appeared on her face as she watched Shiloh. You didn't fail to notice the hint of sarcasm in her voice. And thank you, Dae. Accompanied by a warm smile, Liz's tone was sincere. I can keep hanging out with everyone too. Cove's just like, I'm still here. Sheepish Cove rubbed his arm. Liz's smile stretched into a grin at that news. Aw, thanks for sticking around. Well then, what now? The four of you stared at each other in silence until Shiloh tentatively made a suggestion. Would anyone want to build a sandcastle? That sounds ideal. Your older sister began to truly relax again, and you were glad to see it. Glancing at Cove, he nodded in agreement with Liz. It's been a while since any of us... Nom nom nom. Delicioso. It's been a while since any of us did that together, huh? Let's do it. And we're all agreed. Come on, gang. Let's go play at the beach. Let's go to the beach. Let's go get away. Hey, say. The sun was far across the sky when the four of you trailed down from the park to the shore in comfortable silence. It was hard not to think back on how familiar it all felt. You never thought the four of you would ever be here together again. It was long before you sitting on the wet ground, busily pushing as much sand as possible into a lump. You all worked together quietly, but every so often a chuckle would drift through because of this castle's lopsided development. At one point, Cove stretched his legs out completely and the incoming waves started reaching his toes. He initially was caught off guard and almost jumped into the castle, but ultimately didn't resist the water. After that, the group worked with purpose to finish before the ocean could tear it all down. Though even still, Liz ended up taking time to be particular about the castle's rudimentary design. Shiloh, of course, backed up all her plans. Cove was a dissenting voice wanting to keep things more laid back. Things got pretty boisterous. Being there and doing this with Cove, Liz, and Shiloh, it felt weirdly different, yet also weirdly the same.
So...
What happened with the amusement park? You were pretending not to know, weren't you? Both you and your sister glanced at Shiloh, silently re-asking the question. Under the weight of all three of you taking a turn to ask about it, Shiloh finally gave in. I might have an idea of what he meant.
So,
The thing is, there's someone we're both familiar with, and she asked Jeremy to the amusement park one time. He accepted, but just complained about it, so I suggested that maybe me and her should go together. Jeremy also agreed that it'd be more fun to go around the park with me. That's what he meant when he said he was on my side. She still went with him, and now Jeremy's embarrassed to admit not that he was turned down, but that he was the preferred option then. It's hard to believe. Anyway, Jeremy could think that I'm mad I got passed over, but it doesn't matter if she said yes or no. All that counts is if she knows I'm totally there when she needs it. And she does. Uh-huh, sure, Shiloh. You're so reliable. A little love triangle going on there. I know, right? Okay, thanks for telling us.
you're welcome.
You're welcome. Absent-mindedly, you twisted your fingers in the sand and thought about everything Shiloh said today. It was still bothering you, but to some degree, it all felt kind of like closure. Not just with Shiloh, but also with Jeremy of all people. The old villain of that one summer from long ago. Our previous antagonist. Showed his face again. Just like old times, the four of you stayed on the beach until night fell, and the moon was high in the sky. Then the time had come to say goodbye. Shiloh needed to get back to his mom, and back to where his life truly was now. The four of you walked up the neighborhood street as one, tired smiles covering the familiar faces around you. You never could have seen where the day was heading when it started. However, you appreciated the opportunities it brought you in the end. After that, Shiloh disappeared from Sunsetburg once again, though this time it wasn't heartbreaking or hard to understand. This time it was just another part of life. And it helped that Liz had her own phone and laptop and could easily check in on him time to time. That was nice too. Okay, there we go. Well, how about that? Shiloh showed his freckled face again, and it turns out he's a little bit of a bad boy. He's a little bit of a sussy liar, you know? So it's like, not everything is better, but at least there is closure. I mean, it's like, you couldn't have just said, bye, see you later, to us. You had to be like, oh, I don't know you. I don't know you peasants. Talks? Okay, yes, I did remember. I remembered. I'm glad that BB is still speaking so far. I wonder, I'm kind of tempted to like press control because that's like the one button that's out of the ordinary that I press. I don't know why that pressing control would make him not speak, so I don't know. He's still speaking. I'm not gonna try to break him.
You've been sharing food with me, so we're good.
Okay. Well, that's good at least. The taquito incident is behind us now. Another placid summer day was drifting by. Your daydreams are chasing each other, none sticking around long enough to become a firm plan, but you really didn't mind that right now. A tapping worked its way into those dreams. Focusing more, you realized it was coming from your window. A grin popped on your face as though it had been waiting all day for this moment. Heading to the window, you could see Cove outside. His habit of climbing this was really was a true Coveism. He'd rather scale your house and wait the couple extra minutes for you to come down. We can test it if you want. Maybe if you press control, it makes it work again. I thought I did that last time, though it didn't. Oh, I don't know. Control. I pressed it. Let's see.
Test.
Oh, okay. It still works. Although mine didn't work. Let me try it again. Oh, there it goes. Alright, well, I guess it's not that. I guess BB was just really mad about that taquito, huh? Interesting indeed. You held out a hand to him. You offered Cove a hand to help him.
My pouty mode is over.
That's good. We're glad for that. Once he was mostly inside, he took it to help steady the last bit of his entrance. He needed the help, despite how many times he'd done this. Hey, Dae. Oop. Hey, Dae. Sup? Welcome home. You think my mom should invest in some bigger windows? Cove laughed at that and took one last look at his exclusive entrance. He hummed with a teasing look on his face. It'd make my life easier, that's for sure. Or maybe if our room was like on the bottom floor instead of the second one. Cove's voice came up quietly, with a strangely pleased smile on his face. Did something happen? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have your phone vibrate and cut him off. You both turned to where it rested a little further up on your bed. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell who was calling. It's okay. Your attention shot back to Cove. He smiled at you awkwardly.
Don't worry about it.
Go check. It could be important. I'll wait. Thanks. Thanks. You shuffled forward and scooped the little noisemaker into your hand. You flipped it over and checked the caller ID. It's Miranda. Oh, you should answer it. I want to say hi too. Yeah, Miranda, Queen. With a nod, you accepted the call and set it to speaker. Hi, Miranda. Hi. There was something off about our tone. Cove met your gaze, and you saw the same confusion in his expression.
Have you heard from Terry?
Or did you hear about her from Cove? Huh? No, she hasn't called me. But Cove is with me right now. Hey. Oh, hi, Cove. Is that what you were going to say? He shook his head no before realizing it wasn't a good enough answer when one person couldn't actually see it.
No.
Terry hasn't called me today either. Is something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. The muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable. Terry doesn't like me anymore. If she ever did. What? That That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. Yeah, why do you think that? She sniffled, and there was a pause as you could hear her shift the phone to her other hand. Terry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. She realized her parents probably went to bed, so they couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep then. Dad works early. I tried telling her it was okay to just spend the night and she could text her parents what happened, but Terry really didn't want to. You glanced at Cove. He looked equally unsure as you were about this story, where the store was going. It didn't sound like a friendship ending situation. I suggested things to make it easier if she was nervous. Like she could sleep by herself in my room while I stayed somewhere else. Yeah. And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could have kept watching movies until one of her parents woke up. I wouldn't have minded. I know not everyone can do sleepovers. Yeah, I'm not really a big sleepover fan. But Terry wouldn't even tell me what was really wrong or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other anything. I guess I was wrong. Did she stay in the end?
No.
No, we got too loud in the kitchen and my dad woke up. He offered to drive her home when he heard what was wrong. She texted me apologizing for my dad having to do that when he needed rest, but that was it. She isn't talking to me anymore. You could hear every bit of the tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. This continued to be a shock for your neighbor, but Cove recovered and spoke gently. I'm really sorry.
I mean,
There's no way Terry wanted to make you feel this bad, or that she's just done with your friendship because of this. Miranda's sniffing continued. You hope she had plenty of tissues handy. It'll be okay. I hope Terry's alright. It's really weird she reacted like that. It's not that bad. It's ain't a big deal. I know you're upset about your friendship maybe falling apart, but it's not that big of a deal. I hope she's alright. Miranda gave only a feeble hum in response. Your brain struggled to get a grasp on this whole situation. Miranda's voice sounded a little bit more collected after finishing her story, but you knew that the crying was far from being done. I thought she'd have reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone. Yeah. So you're not special, Miranda. She ain't talking to us either. Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this. Apology accepted. Don't worry about it. You can tell us things. Thank you. Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism, or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with it entirely on her own.
Is that all right?
If you do hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright? We can. Thanks. Let's talk later, okay? Bye. 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 See you later. It's like Terry will never speak to you nor remember you, he says, but it's no big deal. Yeah. It's not a big deal. It's fine. That didn't really seem like an especially productive point to end the call, though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed as lost as yours. With no alternative, you hung up and put your phone back on your bed. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. You were worried. You felt pretty confident about this working out well. It sounded like trouble to you. You weren't sure how to react. I mean, I'm sure that'll work out well. It was no fun hearing Miranda so sad, and you could definitely empathize, but right now there was no reason to get too worked up. It was only a matter of time until Terry reached out to someone. You could be sure hearing her side of things would clear it up. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together, and flopping back on your bed, you stared into space. We should probably try calling Terry. Cove's voice managed to drag you back to some grounding. He stopped pacing, but you still saw a perturbed look on his face. Is it really something we should get involved with right now? Cove's mouth pressed into a hard line. At the moment, it seemed like the two of you were on a very different wavelengths as to how to deal with this. I want to talk to Terry. She's my friend too. Fine. Let's call her. Cove looked away and pulled his phone out. You went over and stood at his side as he was dialing. Cove let it ring and ring and ring and ring. Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. His shoulders slumped, and Cove looked even more troubled. If that was possible, he turned to you as if for some lifeline. Could you try calling? I'm going to send a text just like, hey, I was trying to reach you. Call me, or something. Yeah. You took up your phone once more. Unfortunately, another set of interminable rings. The line went dead. No answer. No voicemail. Hanging up, you saw Cove visibly deflate. He rubbed his arm, eyes distance, openly struggling with the whole affair. I don't like this at all. They're fighting. We barely know anything, and we're supposed to just wait and see? Despite it only being a minute since you texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress, for something, and you frowned as you watched him. You need to try to relax. You're making me anxious. There's no way Terry has answered you. They're going to get over it, you know. You stay silent. Let's see. Just relax. We'll be okay. Cove stared hard at the screen as though he was trying to will a new message to appear. As your words sank in, his gaze slid over towards you. Just a little bit? Come on, you're working yourself up. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and released it slowly. It wasn't much, but you could see him ease up slightly. Yeah, you're probably right. Ko was still gripping the phone with both hands, as though it might fly away if you let go. He looked to you with almost painful earnestness. Should we... What do we even say if we do hear from one of them? His pacing resumed, as he attempted to answer his own question. We should probably tell them to talk to each other instead of only us, maybe. He slowly came to another halt, like a gear winding down. We should find out Terry's side of the story. We should just confront Miranda and let up with Terry. I don't know. We should only tell them to work it out between themselves. That's it. You wondered why you always had to come with things. Yeah, why do you guys always look at me? Can y'all not know how to make decisions yourselves? why am I the leader? But we should figure out Terry's side of the story. If there's like a reason that she's not talking to Miranda, we have to, help her out with that too. Well, I guess we don't have to, but be there for both of them. Like, we don't know what's going on with Terry at the moment. Well, you guys don't. I know. But that's not important. Nothing could be done until you knew what she thought of this. That much was certain. Cove nodded slightly in agreement. For several minutes, you both remained there in silence, drowning in your thoughts. Eventually, Cove turned around. I'm going to text Terry that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking to us because you won't have to pretend or explain. Yeah, that might be the only way to get her attention. You can't do that. Miranda didn't say it was alright to admit she talked to us. You felt way too overwhelmed to know what to say next. I think you're pushing too much. That's not a good idea, Cove. Not at all. Why are you so fixated on this? And that is a good thought. Like, Terry probably doesn't know that Miranda talked to us, so... That might... On one hand, it might make her feel better that she can explain what's going on with us, but also might be like, oh, what the fuck? Miranda's out here throwing out our business to everybody? What the hell? I thought it was just between us. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think we should do? How should we respond to this situation? Or should we just be this? Cope, you're pushing it. You need to chillax, dude. Pain of trying to help friends. It's like, I don't know. It's like, either way, I would feel weird just telling Terry what we were told without it being prompted. It would be kind of weird. It's like, at first, it starts off as like, hey, how's it going? Just checking on you. And she's like, we know what's happened. We know the incident at the sleepover. What's going on, Terry? I always tell Cove he's pushing it. Alright, so we should say he's pushing it. I'd rather have this chance to check with her and see how she's feeling. Okay. So not this one. We're not doing that one. Should just be straight up. Yeah, Cove, you're pushing it a little bit. Cove's eyebrows grew together and his grip on his phone tightened. Cove, just because you're upset doesn't mean you can cross lines, especially when we still don't know the whole story. Cove bit his bottom lip. You could see his posture that you'd made sense to him, but he was fighting his desire to agree with you and keep going with his own way. I know you're still thinking about it. Stop. Why can't you just get over it? You felt bad for him, and your friends, and yourself too. You're gonna make things work? You said nothing. You're making things worse. You're gonna ruin all of our friendships. Oops, sorry. I dropped my thing. You bit your bottom lip, trying to gather your thoughts. There was just so much to consider. Miranda's sadness, whatever was wrong with Terry, and now Cove. But the last thing you needed was to fight with him. Finally, it seemed to dawn on him what his words had been doing to you. All the anger and frustration crumbled away, leaving a look of contrition in its place. He put his phone away. He made an effort to smile, but it was meager, and did nothing to conceal the sadness in his eyes.
I'm sorry.
I'm really sorry, Dae. I never know what to do with this kind of thing. Maybe we should just forget about it. Finally, let's look at me. This sounds good to me. Let's just take a break. A little, I'm not giving away any spoilers, but honestly, this scenario could have gone a bit differently, depending on the choices we made. A little hint. If y'all want to know what would happen differently, you'll have to play the game yourself. Smile. And you meant it. Exhaling some of your own concern away. The last thing you wanted was to fight with Cove. A sun stretched on in what felt like hours, but it likely wasn't that long before there was a knock at your bedroom door. Mom peeked in. Just wanted to check in on you. Oh, Cove, when did you get here? We fight. We straight up fist fighting. No, it doesn't get to that extent, but there's a little. You can. I'll say this: you can continue to fight with him if you're feeling a little angsty like this. Like, no, we fight. This is dramatic. I want more drama. You can do that. When she saw your morose expression, she opened the door all the way, and the question was dropped. Mom was standing there as well. She looked past her wife to come inside your space.
Everything okay?
What's with the long faces? Are you both okay? Dae's shameless advertising. Mm-hmm. Listen, I love this game. I want everybody to play it. You tried to nod, but it was of no use. Your voice cracked despite your best effort to not let it get you to you more. You couldn't even lift your eyes off the floor as though the weight of your worry was dragging your head down. Miranda and Terry had a big fight, and none of us can get a hold of Terry. Your parents exchanged a meaningful look, though its meaning was lost on you.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry to hear there's trouble with your friends, sweetie. Is there anything we can do to help? You guys call Terry now. Everybody just blow up Terry's phone. Out of the corner of your eye, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. No, we're just waiting to see if Terry calls, or texts, or if Miranda does. Well, we can at least help you take your mind off of things while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Another great idea, Lonnie. We can get the whole gang together for some quality time. Yes, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to right now. Excited, she fluttered a few steps away and then stopped. She pivoted on her heels and raised a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cove.
It's no trouble.
And of course, Cliff will be welcome too. Knowing your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you that your moms cared so much. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, thanks. That's nice of you.
You're welcome.
Terry, you better be friends or we're telling our moms. Exactly. I'll tell my mommy on you. You're both very welcome. Don't sweat it. Not so, kiddos. Leave things to us. Just relax and we'll call you when it's all together. You nodded and your mom's dispersed for now, springing into action for their impromptu get-together. You flopped down on your bed, feeling like you'd sink into it and disappear. Cove, meanwhile, took a spot on a chair off to the side. You sighed at the same time, and Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He gave his phone another quick check and his eyebrows furrowed. Still nothing? Yep. This is crap, huh? Yeah. Cove chewed the inside of his cheek, as if to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. Cove, what's wrong? What's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make you act like this. That got a pointed pause at his movements. Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together. He spoke in a fragile voice. When people you care about, when they're unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least when you're in a fight yourself, you can have some responsibility, some control over it all. I wish it didn't have to happen, but that isn't possible, so, oh well, I guess. It is what it is. The attempt at giving a nonchalant shrug after that was pitiable. Yeah, it makes me feel horrible too. True, but you're right that it can't be helped. It's whatever. Other people can do what they want, right? I mean, if they want to fight and destroy their relationships, that's no skin off my nose. But it makes me feel horrible too. In your lap, your hands momentarily curl into fists. This kind of powerlessness. It wore you down. You looked at Cove and were reassured by his understanding nod. There was a question you had to ask. Is it because of what happened with your parents? Cove ran a hand through his hair, a strange smile spreading across his lips. For him, the pain struck close to his heart. It's that divorce trauma. Just as quickly as it had come, his smile was gone, lost amidst his faraway gaze. Yeah, you got it. It's like my parents. Despite knowing him for so many years, Cove had never spoken of the years before he moved to Sunsetbird, before his parents separated in any detail. He whispered his thoughts distantly, almost unconcerned with whether you could hear them or not. They used to fight all the time. I think they got along when I was a baby. I mean, they had to have wanted to be with each other at some point, but when I was old enough to remember anything, it was already bad. There was always something wrong, and I could never help. I just wanted them to be happy. You tried to imagine your mom's breaking up, and the very idea scared you, but Cove had endured that for real. I'm sorry. Dae.
Don't worry about it.
It's okay. Despite that revelation, Cove gazed reassuringly at you. It's not like that anymore. Things are so different now. I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself, and he continued. You could barely hear him. Though I guess it's pretty obvious I haven't forgotten either. You tried to smile for him. You crossed the room and took his hand. You went over and placed a hand on his shoulder. You hugged him. Whoa. Hugo, thank you so much for the 100 biddies? Oh my god. Is that what that is? I thank you so much. Hugo, you gotta stop. Hugo's crazy. You crazy man. The biddies. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate your support, Hugo. Truly. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here. Even if you didn't do everything that you've done. I'm glad you're here, dude. Thank you so much. BBs. We got the BBB boys. We can use the bits to continue to feed BB. Thank you for donating to the BB fund. Okay, let's give our boy Cove a little kiss here. You crossed the room, picking up a little bit of speed, and Cove's eyes widened. He shot out of the chair and stood waiting for you with a non-pulsed look, putting dinner on BB's plate. When you collided with him, wrapping your arms around his neck and covering his mouth with yours, all mystery was gone. Cove squeaked against your lips. But when the situation struck him fully, he responded in turn. Cove used his hands to grip the back of your head. He pulled you in tighter, buoying you up further. You stayed that way until there was no air left in your lungs, both needing the comfort and the closeness for just a little bit longer. When he finally did stop the kiss, he kept hold of your hand. The two of you took a seat again, this time side by side on your bed. Today was a lot, huh? Yeah, it was. You caressed his hand, now holding it with both of yours. Your thumbs lightly brushed his skin as you admired it for a moment, and then you laced your fingers with his again. Oh, I should have brought my foot up. Should have laced his fingers with my toes. That would have gotten him out of it. Cove studied every move you made with a doting look. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. You chuckled.
Me too.
I think so too. He couldn't sit still anymore. Cove leaned in, delicately pressing his lips to your forehead to kiss you once again. He raised one free hand to lightly touch your jaw. What's that look for, Jack? You don't agree? Despite having just initiated one yourself, a breath got caught in your throat at being touched that way. When you remembered to breathe, blood rushed to your face, turning your skin a deep red. You tried not to think about how hot you were feeling because after everything that happened today, you were just grateful for the moment. And for a while you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between you, and the sun fell with it. The warm and calm ended when Cove gasped sharply. You spun, half expecting to find him nursing an injury, but instead found him staring straight ahead. What? I think my phone just vibrated. Well, you better find out if it did. Right. He patted his pockets, fumbling in his panic, and yanked the phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely, but he caught it just in time. His eyes honed in on the screen. It's Terry! Thank God. She says she's sorry. He looked back to you, eyes wide as his nerves started to fray once more. What should I say? I don't know. Give it a second, I need to think. Tell her to call us. Ask her what's going on. Ask if she's talking to Miranda. Oh my God. Ask what's up. Okay. He flashed you a shaky smile as he began to type. You suspected that he'd had similar thoughts himself, but he wanted the reassurance of a second opinion. Cove's phone buzzed nearly as soon as the message was sent. Ah, it's Terry again. She's talking to us. You leaned in, watching the conversation unfold on Cove's screen. Right. She's going to actually call. Cove held his breath as you waited. Though he was good with people, he'd never been at ease managing conflict. His phone rang out. Cove jammed the answer button. He switched the phone into speaker mode, allowing you to participate in the conversation, but despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same resolve when he spoke. Hey. It was tentative, a white flag fluttering in the wind. Dae is here too. Hey, Terry.
Hey.
Hey, buddies. Terry's voice was barely recognizable without her usual quick patter and energy.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Probably not. Cove tensed, his free hand coiling into an anxious fist. Can you talk to us about what happened? You heard Terry sigh over the phone as she unburdened herself. Pretty much. I was at Randy's house. We decided to watch some movies she super liked that I'd never even seen before. Turns out there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, and another. We were having so much fun. Each time one finished, she had another one to share with me. I didn't really think about the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and watch her movies. She spoke wistfully, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know? I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. Totally. Then I finally saw the time, and oh no, it was way too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming softer when she resumed talking. Me too. I was so stressed out. I just couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted to help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better and trying to figure out why I was so upset and stuff. I was trying to answer her questions, and there were so many, but I couldn't really answer all of them. I didn't even know why some of her ideas didn't work with me. It made my head ache. I still had the first problem, and Randy there, trying to help, blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. She gulped audibly, sniffing. I got frustrated and told her to just leave me alone. But then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that, and we started having a fight in the kitchen. It woke Randy's dad up. We told him about how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me, so Mr. Eckert offered to do it. Problem solved? No, I mean, yes, kinda, but I accepted because I definitely couldn't stay then, not after throwing a racket and turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings? And I made her dad lose sleep by waking him up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea. I don't know where to start. I don't want to make it worse by saying the wrong thing and fighting again. So, I'm not talking. Terry, Randy isn't mad that you didn't want to stay for that you fought. She just wants to feel like you can talk to her. I mean, you can say whatever you want. She'll listen. Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go about it. Terry lamented mournfully on the other end of the line, but he had a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. He looked at Cove, hunched over the phone, staring pensively into it, and searching for a solution. This couldn't be solved with the other key party missing, but what if you brought them in? Your phone was still free. You suggested calling up Miranda now. You rung Miranda without saying a word. No, don't do that. That's kind of fucked up. I've got an idea. What if we call Miranda on my phone? Cove and I could make sure your conversation didn't fall off the rails. Cove brightened up. The concern furrow in his brow, which had taken root when Miranda first called, eased.
Well,
That could work. Terry, are you up for it? She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation and worry. She brought it to a close with a decisive exhalation, as if pushing all negative thoughts from her body. Alright, I'll do it. Cove nodded. Now that you received approval from everyone, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda. You set it to speaker and waited for her to pick up. Luckily, she did.
Hi.
Hi, Dae. Her voice was still distant, as if her thoughts were elsewhere, but it was loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker. Terry's on speaker too, on Cove's phone. Oh. She paused while she digested this information. You watched the phone screen, hoping that she wouldn't hang up as a result. Oh, really? Yep, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs and then mine? I can. You and Cove exchanged looks, waiting for the wall between them to break, and wondering who would be the one to do it. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove chewing his cheek. He must have weighed up the same question as you, whether to encourage the conversation longer or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it themselves. The answer came in the form of one sniff, followed by another, from Cove's phone. Sorry, Randy. I hope you still like me. What? You were the one acting as if you didn't like me. Her tone was defensive, no doubt as a result of her wounds from last night still being raw. No way! Everyone likes Randy. You're wonderful. Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards you, capturing the call indirectly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping that the signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Cove did likewise, bringing his cell right next to yours, even bumping against it as he shifted his grip. I didn't know what to say. That's the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. If I had known the answer, I would have told you right away. Miranda murmured on the other end of the line. You didn't want to stay. Anything I tried to do bothered you, and you could have told me you didn't know. Yeah, I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing, and I didn't want help with it. I wanted to be mad and just deal with it myself. It made me keep doing dumb things. Oh. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as the words.
I'm sorry.
Staying up late watching stuff was all my fault. I had to find a way to fix it. That's what I thought anyway, but I should have given you space. I'm sorry for being so pushy and sensitive. Hardly. Miranda echoed, having a flaw. I've never heard of such a crazy thing. Miranda let out a ghost of a giggle. Cove cleared his throat. Maybe you should call each other now. Sorry. Can do. Thanks for giving me the kick in the butt to do this already. Randy, Mandy, I'm gonna call you right now. Bye, Dae and Cove. She hung up after squeezing in another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove room to respond in kind. Miranda laughed, the noise tinkling gently like wind chimes in a summer breeze.
You're really nice.
Thank you for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye. Bye. And good luck. Bye. You got this. Miranda hung up, still chuckling softly as your call ended. The room felt emptier without the other voices in it. Cove expelled a sigh that crashed through the newly fallen silence. He dropped his arms to his sides, letting his head hang down like a puppet at rest. Thank God. I shouldn't have bothered him like that. I'm so relieved it's okay. You're simply happy that your friends made up, the day's events strange you, you were content now that Cove seemed at ease again. Cove scratched at his face, his expression cloudy. I think I need to find better ways for dealing with conflict because that was awful. We could all probably do better at that. I think you did okay given the circumstances. Yeah, I think that would help. Yeah, I think that would help, Cove. Work on that. Now we could do better. Cove meekly smiled as he rubbed at his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next words. We can talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods?
Huh?
Oh, no, forget it. Your eyebrows rose, and then a light bulb went off in your head. Before Miranda called, didn't you say there was something you wanted to say? Cove's original visit had been thrown so off kilter that it was a struggle to wind your memory back to when he first turned up. Now you did, though. You remembered that he had been perky when he'd arrived this afternoon. Was it good news? Cove brushed his hands against his now folded arms shyly. Well, yeah, maybe. I'm not exactly sure how it counts as news or even good. It just is what it is. It is what it is. I'm happy about it, though. Come on, no more hands. You gotta tell me now. Cope chuckled awkwardly, a hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head. That's fine. If you want to hear, I can tell you. He shifted on his feet, as if a different posture might give him the support he needed for the conversation. I didn't want to make it a big deal, but I kind of, well, not kind of. I just know what my sexuality is now. Oh. A real subject change, huh? He chuckled. Drew was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more. I'm glad he wanted to share that with you. Ah, that's great. Tell me. Cove drew a breath, straightening up. I'm demisexual, so you know, most of the time I don't really have those kinds of feelings, physical wants and stuff. It's only in some situations when I'm already really emotionally and romantically connected to someone that I start to ever think about anything sexual, and it's only with them. I hadn't heard the term until pretty recently, and it just made a lot of sense. Once I knew what it meant, I had a word that fit how I felt.
Yeah.
And I'm panromantic, because I've never had a preference for a specific gender or anything, so yeah, that makes sense. Cole looked down at the floor, being so open and direct about a matter that personal, which you were sure he'd spent a long time trying to figure out, seemed to be kind of weird for him. Despite that, there was a small, proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. That's really nice to know. Have I ever pushed you or made you feel uncomfortable? So does that mean you're thinking sexual things about me? Oh my gosh. Here, on my Christian Minecraft server? I don't think so. But have I ever made you feel uncomfortable? Cove shook his head easily. No, I overthink things and I get embarrassed about stuff, but you know how I am. When I actually don't want to do something, it's pretty hard to make me. That was definitely true of Cove. He had proven many times over the years that he wasn't afraid to dig in his heels. Gee, Cove, that's so gross. I like what we do together, and so you know, I'd be glad if that didn't stop. There, Cove was getting bashful about things again, but you felt good, and you could feel that way because he was feeling good too. Okay, thanks for answering. Let's talk about Cove's sexuality. It made you reflect on your own. Nah, they're still the same. Cove had known for years now. It was heartwarming that he had reached a point where he felt similarly capable of discussing his own. You felt even closer. You felt his tiredness deep in the marrow of your bones. It had been a trying day. Now everything was neatly wrapped up, for today at least, and you had earned a rest. You'd had some good talks and come out of it not only knowing each other better, but yourself too.
Hey.
We should probably head downstairs soon, if your moms are still wanting everybody to get together. Yeah, that's right. With a renewed spring in your step, you led the way out of your room. You got downstairs to find the others already assembled and waiting.
Hi.
Hello. Hey. Good to see you both.
Hey!
Hi. Here we were, trying to corral everyone to a group, but the two of you were already upstairs this whole time. Of course we were together. You paid Dae to stick with me, or did you forget? The statement was meaningless to your family, who looked to each other for answers in vain. Mr. Holden, who got the message loud and clear, seemed embarrassed. Chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Ouch, son. You always know when to remind me of that one. Uh-huh. I can't let you live it down yet. Can we hear exactly what this secret is? The suspense is killing us.
Right.
Alright, I'd better get everyone up to speed. He held up his hands, palms out, pacifying his audience, or perhaps holding them up as a shield in advance. That first day I met Dae, I've been worrying about Cove being alone for the summer.
Well...
There weren't a lot of kids around, and he wasn't exactly on the best terms with me at the time. He glanced around at your family, engaging their responses. I felt like this was my one shot, so I kind of offered them $20 to be friends with Cove, and added that they couldn't tell him about it. Liz gasped, but Mom was staring incredulously at Mr. Holden, while Mom's eyebrows had retreated to her hairline. You and Cove, already knowing the story, were the only ones who unaffected. But after a while, I really did honestly forget it even happened. He raised his hands higher, now level with his shoulders. Not a bad idea, you thought. If Mom felt inclined to throw a cushion at him, he'd probably manage to block it in time. I know that's bad, but I've had so many great ideas over the years. It's hard to keep track of them all. I'm sorry being so bad. I apologize, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, another little tip about the game. So, as most of you know, in the first step, when we were 8 years old, we confessed to Cove about being offered money to be his friend. Well, actually, there's a moment in each step where we can actually tell Cove about that secret. So if you don't tell him in step 1, you can tell him in step 2 or step 3. maybe in the epilogue as well. I'm not sure. I never tried that out. But this could be a long ass secret. But we were honest. We were good little kids, and we told him, it's like, listen, your daddy's fucked up. He tried to pay me to be your friend. Cove smiled, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head at his father's antics.
Seriously?
I can't believe you. Though, also, I totally can. Your moms were less indulgent. The shock had ebbed away to displeasure. Your mom's foot was tapping rapidly. She frowned at the next door neighbor, while Ma had her arms crossed over her chest and her lips pursed. I'm sorry, Dae. I'm sorry to your parents, too. That was way out of bounds. Don't worry about it. Everything worked out. Your moms gave each other that look, where they seemed to communicate with eyes alone. Holden gave us so much money, we started dating Cove. We got that fat money.
Absolutely.
I definitely won't. Good. It was a little surprising that they were letting him off the hook, but on the other hand, it was a long time ago now, and you were sure your moms remembered those painful early days of Cove's arrival, too. Yeah, your kid was a little shit. I see why you felt like you had to pay somebody to be his friend. Mr. Holden wasn't a potential bad influence anymore, so a lecture would be pretty moot. Instead, your mom gave him a lenient smile.
In that case.
Now that it's settled, why don't we find something to do? Nods of agreement cascaded through the group in a couple waves at the suggestion. Mr. Holden's shoulders slumped with a release of tension. He brought his hands down, tucking them away into his pockets. How about cards? There was a murmur of interest from the others. I am keen to play. It was very nearly, but not quite, unanimous. Mr. Holden demurred.
Nah.
I think I'll sit this one out. Where's the fun in that? Join in. We're not too angry with you. Yes, and I know there's a lot of people, but we can make it work. Mr. Holden shrunk into himself, embarrassed by their intention. Dad, you love playing cards. We do it at our house all the time. Cove's right. Remember that time I played over there? We played for real. For cold, hard cash. Dad? Mr. Holden broke under the combined force of everyone's attention. Cove and Dae, you're adults now. You deserve to know the truth. I have a gambling addiction. I used to throw the card game so you could win. I put up a good fight, but I always made sure to lose at more rounds than I won. He toyed with the end of his ponytail, clearly distressed at the second great secret he was revealing today. I know people want to be taken seriously and fake wins don't mean as much, but I couldn't help myself. It's so much better than when everyone else got the chance to be victorious. Kira knew and went along with it. Cove laughed in disbelief, but this was the thing his dad stressed about hiding after the other stunts he pulled over the years. So what? Lots of parents do that. I hadn't guessed it, sure, though looking back it makes sense. That's right. It's a big deal, Cliff. You can finally take the kid gloves off and give them a run for their money. Maybe even actual money in your case. Mr. Holden smiled coyly, his gaze lowering. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Why?
And why not? He waved his hands expansively, the movements fluid and vague. It's just, actually, I am something of a card shark. I used to make lots of fast cash off games. Casual players don't have a shot unless it's a game of pure luck. Cove's jaw hung open, his wide eyes fixed on his father. Really? There was a touch of amazement, even admiration, nestled among the shock. The other members of the Ursa family exchanged looks ranging from Liz's disbelief to Mom's intrigue, with Ma somewhere in the middle between the two. You can't simply make a claim like that and expect us to go along with it. Let's see you back it up, Shark Man. Mr. Holden gave her a crooked smile, his demureness quickly being replaced with the confidence of someone very skilled or very misguided. You sure about that? Definitely. We've got to see this so-called non-casual player in action. Well, I might be able, though who knows? Maybe I've gotten rusty. Mr. Holden's about to reveal 5% of his power in this card game. His coyness continued to rile the gang up, and he was getting a kick out of it now.
Please? Alright.
I can dust off the old tricks. Don't go easy on us. Cove beamed at his father, while Mom clapped Mr. Holden on the back. Liz darted off to get a deck of cards while the rest of you settled in for the game. Hands were dealt. Mr. Holden wasted no time in proving his words true, wiping the floor with all of you. You played several rounds, even switching games, but none of you were a match for him. That was how the alliance came to be forged. The rest of you joined forces against Mr. Holden only, just to try increasing the odds of beating him. With your combined efforts, you pulled out a few victories, yet it was still a challenge. He was clearly a professional. If these were his skills now, rusty with his use, you couldn't even imagine what a deadly opponent he had been in the past. Despite that, you still had fun, working cooperatively. Oh my god, why is that so hard to say? Cooperatively, that's good enough, actually fostered a sense of camaraderie with the others. Mr. Holden didn't appear fazed by this strategy. You actually wondered whether the increased challenge made it more interesting for him. You spent the rest of the afternoon together with your family and the Holdens, having fun. It was an interesting evening for sure, with many discoveries for everyone. It was freeing, and yet simultaneously you felt more tied together than you had been before. Alright, friendship saved. And we got to see a peek into Mr. Holden's old card days. Honestly, it does kind of sound like he might have had an actual gambling addiction before with cards. Like, very vague if you squint a little bit. Add in a little flavor like that. Oh, I'm choking. If you squint hard enough, you'll see a little flavor of addiction there. Alright, reflection? Okay. Ah, yes, there it is. I chopped up a rubber band while we were doing all that. Did I already save? Yes, I did. Okay, good. It is time to reflect. Do I actually... What was this one? I actually can't remember off the bat. I mean, I will when we get into it, but I don't know. After finishing breakfast at the Holden's house, you and Cove had retreated to his room to relax before starting the day in earnest, or perhaps you would take it easy for the whole afternoon. Neither of you had plans exactly, so you were free to do with whatever came to mind. You were leaning against Cove on his bed, you fiddled with a Rubik's Cube Cove had around, you stood watching Cove's fish swim idly around in their tank. You sat next to Cove on the bed, toying with his hair. You sat on the ground, doodling pictures in the sand scattered across the... Oh my god, how much sand you got on the floor there, Cove? We can doodle actual pictures on there. We just like... we make out the words. Sweep your fucking room with the sand. What should we do? What do you guys want to do? Rubik's Cube? Fish? Sand art? Oh my gosh, I had to do an assignment one time. Back in my college days where it was basically doing stop motion but with sand art. And it was awful. Like, I don't know how much you guys know, but stop motion takes a long ass time to do. Depending on the length of the short you're doing. And the dude scheduled us to make like a... I don't know, like maybe a minute or like 3-minute animation on the... during the weekend of like Easter. So everybody had went home and came back. And he didn't understand why nobody had it done in time. Or why it was all shit. Because basically what happened, like the day before the class, the night before actually, everybody came in and tried to like rush the assignment to finish it. And that's what we did, and you know, he could tell, and he was not happy. He was like, why didn't you guys get it done? It's like, cause it was Easter weekend. At least I think it was some sort of holiday weekend. It's like, why would you schedule this on the weekend? People go home. I don't know if I went home. I was a couple states away, so probably not. No, if it was for a weekend, I definitely didn't. But, you know, I was like, I'm not working on that by myself. Because it was a group project, of course. So, like, the other two people that were in my group were gone. And honestly, I hated that assignment so much. I think about it, it's like, eh. That was also the same professor that I got into an argument with on whether dogs had lips or not. Like, he was an okay guy. I just did not like him as a teacher. Talking about other stuff, like interests and like hobbies, like that was good, but the class itself, no. He just didn't understand. What was his argument? He was... Well, okay, so I was making a model that was basically a bear dog, like a kind of like dinosaur from back in the day for the assignment, and I had it all modeled out, but he looked at it and he was like, oh, you need to put lips on it. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, because, you know, like dogs have lips. It's like, no, they don't. It's like, yeah, dogs have lips. It's like, what? I was so annoyed with him at that too, because like, yeah, just model the dog lips on there. I tried to get him to like explain to me how do they have lips? Where is the lip here? And he just like, no, he didn't even know how to explain it. He was just like, dogs have lips, just model it on there. And then he walked away, and I was like, what? I'll tell you guys, I did not model it on there. What do you guys tell me? Do dogs have lips or not? You know what? Here. Let me make a poll. Do dogs have lips? No, what the fuck? Yeah, for sure. Get Sam in here. Listen, when I got home, the next one when I got home, like I came and was visiting home after that happened, I did look at her. I was like, do you have lips? I even like messaged my mom and my brother about that too, because my brother was still living at home at the time, and they both actually like looked at her and they kind of debated about it. She was like, does she have lips? I'll put it up for like, I don't know, 5 minutes, so that people that are kind of lurking and not paying attention, then they come back and they can answer too. It's like, Sam, come here. Oh wait, actually, hold on. Actually, I can get Sam in here. Where is it? Where is she? Here it is. Okay. She's still here. Alright, guys, you tell me. Are those lips? Do you see lips on here? Big. Like, I don't know if he meant like this part, but then again, it wouldn't have mattered because the mouth was closed, and the model wasn't used for rigging or animation. It was just modeling purposes, like actually like sculpting. Like that was the main point of it. Because I was modeling that and like with the character with it as well. So it was just meant to like just model it out, you know, do your best, and then it would be a quick turnaround. So there wasn't really a need to like make like the whole inner workings of this. Like there's the top of the mouth and bottom, but I wouldn't consider them lips. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Like she can't like purse her lips and like give a smooch, you know? Like that don't, it doesn't make sense. Like make him make sense. You know, I should call him. I should contact him and be like, every person I have talked to since that incident have said dogs do not have lips. So what the fuck? He's like, who are you? Like, listen, these are not lips. That's a muzzle, and that's it. I'm confused. Shaggy, do dogs have lips? Yes or no? This is the debate that I get heated over. Well, not heated, but I think about it from time to time. It's like, what the hell was that guy on? What the fuck was my professor thinking about? And this is our visual aid here. We have a dog. I don't see any lips. I see... I'm like waving my mouse around on OBS, but you guys can't see that. But I'm like, just imagine I'm gesturing wildly over to on the mouth. I came to say something, but I think my oven is on. I gotta go. What? What do you mean? Shaggy, no, tell me. Answer the question. Answer the poll. This is very important information for my sanity. Alright. Let's put her back. There we go. We must know the answer. Oh, but... This is Jack saying, get Sam in here. I was like, ah, I wish... Oh, wait, I actually can. I still have it on there. Yeah, that made me think about that. Okay, you know what? We're feeling a little flirty. We need to unwind after that memory. The long strands rippled through your fingers. You had no end goal in mind other than to enjoy touching his soft hair. Even with your mind elsewhere, you could tell Ko was similarly at ease. He had his chin propped up with one hand as he scrolled through his phone. A burst of laughter broke the silence, hooking your attention and bringing you back to the present. You looked at Ko for an explanation. His eyes, now crinkled with mirth, were still locked on his screen. Are you gonna let me in on the joke? He finally looked up at you, smirking. Dad scanned some old photos, you know. He drew a rectangle in the air with a phone free hand. Printed out ones, back when I was little. He texted it all to me last night, I guess. I've been checking them out. Oh my gosh, show me the photos. You were looking at your kitty photos and didn't tell me? Cove narrowed his eyes, smile still bent. I was gonna show you. I just want to look at it first to make sure there was nothing super embarrassing. You never know with my dad. He grimaced, envisioning what horrors his dad might unwittingly spring on him. What if there's a photo of me getting potty trained or something? Ew, you suppressed an empathetic shudder and nodded. You laughed at Ko's fraud expression. Kid pictures are supposed to be embarrassing, that's part of the fun. But no, I understand. Ko only cleared his throat nervously, the fear of his dad's well-meaning actions still looming large in his mind. And even before I forget, I was laughing because I came across a Halloween one from when I was 8. The year I was a zombie, remember? He shook his head, grinning wryly while holding the phone out to you. There he is. Oh shit, that scar. It'd be gnarly. I never even liked zombies. All I wanted was to show off my new scar, and it needed to be something scary. I couldn't be a normal person who had a scar, according to my 8-year-old mind. I was a little dork.
Right?
Dad really wanted to be useful as usual. He came up with the idea of being an undead person. It was pretty good, huh? Man, I was so jealous of that look. It was good, but my costume that he was better. Liz was so grossed out, and Shiloh was terrified. I remember you getting lots of extra candy when adults realized the scar was real. It was hard to see in your arm like that. Oh, it's dramatic. Wow, man. Free extra candy. It must have been your greatest Halloween haul ever. Cove chuckled at your reply. Can't believe how much larger my scar used to be. I mean, you're almost so little back then. I imagine that during that year, we dressed up as a werewolf, because that's what I always wanted to be for Halloween. But putting on a werewolf costume was kind of a lot of work. Like, all that fur and everything. Oh, there goes the dog. She does not like the idea. No werewolves. He looked down at his arm, a soft smile on his face, and traced what remained of the jagged line with his fingers, just as you'd seen him do countless times before. Okay, oven off, Marley fed. Take 2. Okay. What did you come to say before, Shaggy, before we thrusted that debate in your face? Do dogs have lips? His voice was playful when he spoke again. Look how tiny it is now. How am I going to pretend to be tough without a big scar? Cove, you ain't fooling anyone. You relieved that he accepted and even liked his scar? It's a definite blow to your street cred. It still looks cool. You better not do anything stupid to get a new scar, you joked, wagging a finger at him. You sighed in a long-suffering way. Cove, you never fooled anyone. I know. Cove smiled bashfully, pleased with his joke, and ducked his head to look away from you. His fingers were still tracing the scarred patch of skin. I really do like having this, even if it is kind of little these days. His voice was shy, like he was letting you in on a big secret. I like yours too. He beamed, touched by his earnestness. Aren't we a pair of tough cookies? Cove turned back to face you fully, finally letting go of his scar. He was happy. That mark was a part of him and clearly held meaning for Cove. Ooh, and can I touch your scar? He blinked, taken aback by the request, but nodded easily.
It's okay.
Hell yeah. You cupped his arm with your fingers carefully as your thumb ran down the outline of the scar. Along with the rougher tissue of the scar, you could also feel goosebumps on his arm. Aw, Shaggy. That's sweet. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm very excited. Whatever con we go to, yes, you'll get that bear hug. We the best buds, yeah. Hell yeah. Bear hugs. Oh man, if I knew that the rigging wouldn't be awful, I'd have like a little if I ever do my hypothetical, maybe I'll make some assets to do a little bear hug animation for the camera. Maybe. We'll see. I have to actually get the hypothetical done first. And maybe someday. Cove let out a choked breath, a dizzy smile playing out on his face. It was evident that he liked the feeling. A kiss. Give it to me second. Yes, bear hugs for everybody. Your hold shifted so you could bring his forearm to your face. Just so you guys know, I might break some ribs, but you know what? It'll be okay. I'll take you to the hospital afterward. Cove quietly guessed when he realized what you were doing. You gently kissed the old wound that marked him. Cove squeaked at the feeling of your lips on him, and in that spot in particular, but his expression was overwhelmingly one of adoration. Cove couldn't stay still and reached for you himself with his free hand. His fingers softly caressed a scar marking your face. Oh my god, my nose scar. Don't worry, Jack, you were next. I gotta continue to stalk the sites to see when the closest one is. The further the year goes, I'm sure the more cons that'll pop up. It's a bit early, we're in the summer now. Probably in, like, winter. Or fall, late fall, maybe. You automatically began to match his movement, pulling nearer to him. His cheeks burned red as he closed the gap between you, his mouth gently meeting yours. You held onto his arm like a lifeline as you kissed him back, briefly worried that you might drown in the depths of your feelings. Not my feelings! Then you opened your eyes, meeting Cove's, and knew that the feeling was mutual. He laid his forehead to rest against yours. You felt his hot breath tickling your face. Heads touching, your hand on his arm, you were entwined with Cove. It felt so right. Time couldn't register in that moment. It could have been seconds or minutes, but eventually you straightened up, lifting your hand from his scar. That seemed to break the spell, though he stayed close to you. Cove sat up and came to his senses. Your eyes shifted back to the scar on Cove's arm. The scar had been there as long as you'd known Cove, though when you'd first met it had been concealed by that neon pink cast.
So?
Wanna hear how I managed to go jet skiing when I was 8? Oh, hell yeah! You were initially stunned that he guessed what you were thinking, though given the topic of conversation and the direction of your gaze, it was a natural conclusion to reach. Not bothered by your reaction, Cove continued with a shrug. I don't mind telling you. It's nothing special. He rode the back of his neck, grinning sheepishly. Mostly it's just really dumb. You nodded. That was something you'd like to hear more about, especially knowing that no lasting harm had come of it. Cove stared into the distance, lips parted as he readied the story in his mind. So, me, my dad, and Mom were at a party. I don't know if it was a casual get-together or a specific celebration. I hope it wasn't for something meaningful, considering how it ended. He winced, then managed a bashful smile. Anyway, my mom and dad were off doing stuff, talking to people, I guess. I was up with the other non-adults. Most of them were older than I was. Maybe all of them were? His brow furrowed as he tried to recall dusty memories, then he shrugged again and continued. The older kids were taking turns on the jet skis. There weren't enough for everyone to ride at once, so in between turns they were hanging out on the shore. I always meant to just sit there with them and watch. Remembering when you first met Cove, you bet that he hadn't been satisfied with that arrangement. He confirmed that suspicion. I was pretty unhappy. It wasn't a party for me, not when all I could do was look at other people have fun when I couldn't. The teens must have realized that, though I never hid when I was pouting as a kid. Only when you were a kid? Cove bristled with embarrassment. It looked pretty sulky to you. Come on, let me finish the story. Alright, alright. Cove sighed, letting go of the interruption and picking up where he left off.
Well,
Basically, someone offered to let me ride. I was way too small to drive it myself, but this older kid, they must have been at least 16, said I could sit in front of them while they controlled the jet ski. I knew I wasn't supposed to do anything like that. Still, I figured my parents were doing whatever they wanted, so why couldn't I? I nodded at the person. I remember the other teens helping me onto the jet ski, along with the one driving. We sped off into the water. Cove smiled wildly and wistfully. It was amazing. At first. My hair was flying everywhere as we zoomed away from the shore. I loved being out on the water like that. Too bad it turned out steering a jet ski with an 8-year-old sat on your lap was harder than a bunch of kids figured it would be. The team tried their best, but they couldn't keep control for long. We got spun around and went right into the sand. You sucked in a deep breath. The other person wasn't hurt. Thankfully, they held onto the bars and stayed in their seat. I didn't. I was thrown at full speed into a rocky part of the shore near the dock. I must have tried to brace for impact or catch myself because my arm is what I mostly landed on. He looked down the limb in question. You could see him visualizing the long-healed injury. It was pretty torn up, and after that, it's hazy for me. I got taken to the hospital. I didn't feel a lot of pain when it first happened. All I remember thinking about was how it was covered in sand and the grains were uncomfortable. The sand was uncomfortable? Cove chuckled. I know, right? I did start feeling my arm later. It definitely hurt eventually. The doctor said my arm was broken, along with being torn open. That's how I ended up getting my pink cast. He smiled nostalgically. That color. It seemed just nice and happy at the time. It brightened the mood, so I picked it. The smile faded. He finished the story with a sigh, his eyes downcast. I feel bad I did any of that. I hope whoever that teen was, they weren't traumatized by seeing a little kid go flying into the ground. They were just trying to do a nice thing. Cove threw arms out to the side dramatically. I wish I knew who they were so I could give them a call and say I'm still in one piece. But yeah, that's the full story. I'm so glad you're both okay in the long run. I'm really sorry that happened. I looked at what a terrible idea it had been. How could you be so reckless? He didn't know how to react. Well, I'm glad you're both alright. That's the important thing. Cove sighed again, the regret written plainly on his face. It was a failure. That's just the truth. He smiled flatly. But to my credit, I think I've grown a lot since then. Wait. Cove's eyes went completely wide. Suddenly reinvigorated, he seized his phone and tapped away at the screen. What's up? I knew it. You weren't sure that he'd heard you, but he set his phone down and turned to face you directly to you. His face was resolute. Though the glow of the screen was no longer reflected in his eyes, they seemed to sparkle even brighter than before. Ooh, dinner time. What are you having for dinner, Jack? I hope you have enough for the rest of the class here. Oh, well, there goes Jack. Bye, Jack. Enjoy your dinner. Don't forget to bring some back. Dae, we're adults. We can decide things for ourselves now. Okay. This can't be going anywhere good. The age requirement to rent a jet ski in California is 18. We could totally do it. Yes. No. Let's use our adult powers for a jet skiing adventure. You want to break another bone? Food. There are more exciting things adults can do, you joked. You were silently shocked. You want to break another bone? Cove pouted, his lower lip jutting out, which didn't back up what he said next.
Come on.
I'm not a little kid. You don't have to worry. But a moment, Cove had recovered and returned to his serious expression from before. I'll be careful, and I really want you to be there when I try again. Please? His voice was soft and earnest. You could tell how much the request meant to him. He also knew enough to know that he wasn't going to give up on this idea. Letting him go on his own wasn't an option. I can't refuse those puppy eyes. I actually love jet skiing. Wow. I'd be interested in trying jet skiing. I'll keep an eye out for you on the shore. Now let's try it out. We ain't cowards. Cole perked up at once. A grin stretched wide across his face. He was practically bouncing in place. Let's go. You got up and worked as a team together. Everything needed for the trip. Cove's other aquatic hobbies came in handy, and he was quickly kitted out with everything he needed other than the jet skis themselves. You needed to run back home briefly, having dressed and prepared for a day that didn't involve jet skiing, but soon enough you were both ready and jumping into Cove's car. As you got in, you learned that Cove had used the brief time apart to locate a rental store on his phone. You caught his eyes as you clicked your seatbelts into place. Excited, you held out a hand. Cove slapped it in a high five before setting off. You and Cove soon arrived. The ocean was perfectly inviting today. The deep blue of the water glittered under the clear sky, while the tide rolled in and out at its leisure. I'm so excited for this. You were just as pumped as he was. His excitement was adorable. You felt a little worried. You felt a chill of fear. You were really doing this. You didn't know how to feel. We're gonna watch Cove break his other arm. You were just as pumped as he was. Seeing how pleased you were, Cove grinned at you.
Hey.
Oh, hey, want to say hi to my dad while we're here? I've already texted my mom about the plan. He's working right now. Remember how close the shop was? It wouldn't take long even by walking. Yeah, let's go brighten his day with our cheery faces. Mr. Holden was a great guy, so you were happy to check in on him.
Sorry.
Thanks. Sorry, it might be kind of awkward when he hears why we're here, but it should be alright. I mean, my parents forgave me a long time ago for that amazing stunt. I don't want to be scared off jet skiing for my whole life because of it. You wonder which of you Cove was attempting to reassure. It was only a short walk back down to the dock to Mr. Holden's scuba shop. Cove breezed in, as familiar as with the store as he was with his own home. The place was quiet, empty aside from a couple of customers quietly browsing and Cove's dad behind the counter. Mr. Holden looked up, his friendly expression spreading into a grin when he saw who had just entered.
Hey!
Hi, Dae. Hey, sport. What brings you all the way out here? He cast an eye at the way the two of you were dressed. Judging by how you're decked out, I'm guessing scuba diving? There's plenty here for that. What can I help you with? Cove chuckled, amused by how quickly his dad seized on a favorite topic. Or maybe it was how his dad always fell over himself trying to be useful. Hi, Dad. We're not doing that this time. We sort of decided to go rent a couple of jet skis. The phrase jet skis had set Mr. Holden's mouth in a taut line immediately. Jet skis. He echoed the words as his eyes instinctively darted to the scar on Cove's arm. That's when... Mr. Holden started to speak several times, each attempt quickly abandoned. Cove smiled encouragingly, trying not to add to his father's worries.
Don't worry about it.
I promise I'll be careful, and Dae will be there too. We always look out for each other. Mr. Holden pinched his face back into an unconvincing smile.
Right.
Alright, you're a whole lot bigger now than you were back then. Heck, you can drive a car and everything. I'm sure you and Dae will have plenty of fun. The worry still echoed out in his voice, barely concealed by the positive words, but Cove was buoyed by his father's support. Yeah, well, we're all set. We only stopped by to say hi and let you know, since we were over here. Mr. Holden beamed, obviously moved by some simple consideration. Well, you're so thoughtful. Thanks for taking the time. Cove gave his dad a crooked smile, shaking his head bashfully. He'd long stopped fighting his dad's effusive praise, but that didn't mean he'd ever become good at accepting it. Mr. Holden simply laughed at his son's response. It'd be great if you could keep me in the loop while you're out there too. Just text me to let me know if it's going well, or anything, or if you broke your arm again. I will. His dad smiled more easily.
Great.
Cove rubbed at his arm, causing Mr. Holden's eyes to momentarily twitch back to the childhood injury.
Bye.
We're gonna head out. See you later. Take care. Don't work too hard. Mr. Holden waved you off as you left the store. The pair of you headed back to the docks, walking side by side. After your feet hit the boards, Cove's pace fell. Glancing over, you saw him looking down, out over the water. That wouldn't have been unusual if his expression hadn't been so somber. He wasn't geared up with anticipation or even nervousness, but with an uncharacteristic lethargy. Something was weighing heavy on his mind. Hey, Cove? What's up? You're gonna walk right off into the sea if you don't pay attention. Huh? He blinked, startled by you interrupting his rumination.
Sorry.
He sighed. Though you torn the tension from the ocean, it gradually drifted back to the water. You cleared your throat, unwilling to lose him again. Sorry. Again. He put his hands to his face, rubbing his eyes wearily. Here I go, thinking everything's resolved with what's happened, and we can have fun, but I can't just enjoy anything. I had to find something else to get stuck in my head. You're having second thoughts about jet skiing?
No.
No, that's not it. The ends of his lips were drawn into the beginning of a frown, like gray clouds clustering to signal a coming storm. I figured my dad would be a little worried about me doing it, but what he was saying, it wasn't what I expected. He was so sad. I was more than nervous. I think he feels bad, and now I feel bad, but it isn't as if I'm the only one who ever does something stupid or gets hurt. It got me thinking about that whole time. That's when I realized it wasn't long after that accident that my parents separated. Hadn't you noticed that before? You didn't notice that? Idiot! You had that cast when you moved here. You stay quiet. As a kid, I didn't think about the consequences of my actions, you know? Or how what I did impacted other people. Like, why should anyone care? I'm the one doing it, not them. It made no sense that I still cared when other people did things I didn't like, but I was 8, and mostly just mad that nothing felt like it was in my control. You could tell that he was building up to something, so you nodded for him to continue. I was pretty difficult to deal with because of that attitude, but looking back, I think that's what saved me from something a lot of kids go through. Blaming themselves for their parents' divorce. It never crossed my mind that anything I did made a difference on my mom and dad's relationship. They would do what they did no matter what. Now though, I guess it's kind of hard to ignore that thought, huh?
I mean...
Their situation was already so hard, and I wasn't a good kid, so... Now, Cove, you know your parents love you. They wouldn't divorce themselves over that. I mean, I know why they divorced, but so I can't say too much, but, you know. I'm just saying, you know. It's never really the kid's fault as to why parents divorce. And if they do blame the kid, well, that's kind of fucked up with them because they're the one that brought the kid in the world. But, you know, I'm just saying. He left his words adrift as he looked down. The conclusion, unfinished, was silent between you. But only for a second, Cove pulled himself up to his full height, his chin held aloft. Whatever he decided, he was resolute. I'm going back. I've got to talk to my dad. I'm not going to let things be like before, where I just feel crappy and refuse to even tell him what's going on. That doesn't work for either of us. You can go ahead, if you want. I won't mind. I still really want to do this, and I'm sure it'll be okay. Alright, see you later. Have fun with your emotional talk with your dad. But there's no way you're going off on your own. We always look out for each other. Remember, I think somebody said that just a little bit ago. Cove smiled gently, having wanted that deep down. Thanks. Let's go. You and Cove retook your steps down the docks once more, heading back to Mr. Holden's scuba shop. The customers you spotted in there before were now leaving the store, new bags clutched in their hands. You hoped that this would mean Cove could have his conversation without a public audience. This time Cove strode inside the shop with purpose. Mr. Holden, still at the counter, glanced up to greet whoever had come inside. He grinned as you approached.
How's it going?
Hello again. Forgot something? Dad, did you guys divorce because of me? Just blurts that out right off the bat. Sort of. Cove had reached the counter now. You needed to rush just to keep up with him as he crossed the show floor. Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow, taking in Cove's shift in attitude, and chose his next words with care. Is everything alright? Cove swallowed, not answering initially. Talking openly with his dad was still somewhat new for his son. You knew that he was struggling for the rare way to begin. I wanted to ask about what happened. Mr. Holden winced as if the words had struck him physically. The accident? No, the divorce. Even worse. The pained expression fell from Mr. Holden's face. Wide-eyed, his jaw slack, he gaped at Cove.
Huh?
Why? Cove glanced over his shoulder at you. As your eyes met, you saw him drop confidence by having you by his side. He turned back to his father. I want to know the truth. His tone was grave. Did me getting into the accident hurt your marriage? If I hadn't done it, would you and Mom have gotten along better? No, hell no. Mr. Holden quashed the suggestions with a gravity you've rarely heard in his voice. You were 8 years old. You're not so responsible in any way. Kira and I should have protected you. I can understand why you're feeling that. What happened was so horrible. How could it not have an impact? It did. It was a reflection of us as parents. The relationship between just your mom and me was separate and already unsalvageable. Cove turned away, his brow still furrowed as he looked at the floor. Maybe I'm being anxious and it's taking over, but it wasn't just then. I always cause problems. Hugo yelling. He plowed on, unwilling to give up without explaining his worries. What if I'd been easier to raise, or if you'd had me later on? Maybe even if you didn't have me at all, it might have been better for the two of you. If I didn't have you, then what good would my life be? Aw. Mr. Horton didn't let the words hang unchallenged in the air for even a second. He hurried over to Cove, taking his son's arms in his hands. Cove, listen. There's only one person to blame for things not working, and that's me. Cove opened his mouth to speak, but Mr. Holden forced on, determined to erase any question in Cove's mind. I'm not saying this to dishonestly push accountability off from someone else or to throw a pity party for myself. You want to know the truth? So that's what I'm giving you. Your father is the reason our family couldn't stay together. You think you caused trouble? You should have seen me at your age. You're such a good kid. I can hardly believe how good you are. Mr. Holden's eyes were misty as he squeezed his son's arms. There's nothing, absolutely nothing you need to blame yourself for. I'm sorry, Cove. To you and to Kira. Mom? Yeah, your mom. I divorced her, remember? She's the other part of this. His pained face eased slightly into a bittersweet smile. Kira, she was just so smart. And driven, completely bursting with life. It was as if she could do anything. You know, there wasn't a single solitary person who didn't want even a piece of her attention. Just to catch your eye for a moment. But for some crazy reason, she had a soft spot for my 17-year-old screw-up self. That's when we first met, though it definitely took some time before I managed to ask her out on a date. Mr. Holden shook his head, the smile melting as his recollection became solemn once more. And then we'd only been officially together for about 6 months when we found out we were having a baby. I was so worried, so scared, but she was so brave. She was my rock, but we both knew the road ahead was going to be rockier. When we got married, I didn't see it as a dream come true. I wasn't about to start living my life in the only way I could imagine doing so. I thought what happened happened. Throwing my cards in with a girl like her was worth the risk. He grimaced, the sentence sour in his mouth, regretting his past perspective. I'd been taking care of myself on my own and getting by, and all of a sudden I was going to have a wife and a child. So I thought, alright, I better step things up and take care of all of us. And that's what I did. Sort of. He rolled his eyes. I made money, kept a roof over our heads, and put food on the table. But I was always busy, focused on taking care of things, that I didn't stop to consider what anyone else was thinking or what they actually needed. I made every decision about what I did, and as a result, what happened to the family, by myself. Never asking what your mom felt or even wondering if she might have an opinion. I told Kira about the great place I'd found and how we'd be moving there, in the same breath. But that I'd spent all our savings and taken out a loan to start this business we're standing in, and even more nonsense. Anything I felt I needed to do, I did. Kira couldn't even ask where I'd been all day without me rolling my eyes like she was being a nag. I was making sure we didn't starve, obviously, right? Couldn't she trust me? He sighed, his head hung low. She went to school part-time while raising you, really knuckling down, but that didn't matter to me back then. She could have spent her days lying in bed, not dying, and I would have felt the same. I didn't care. I was going to get it all done on my own either way. It's so stupid. I admired her more than anyone when there was nothing at stake, yet as soon as responsibilities were involved, I couldn't let myself rely on her. He combed a hand through his hair, searching for an understanding of his own younger self. Not even sure why. Maybe I had something to prove. Maybe I'm the one who didn't trust her in the end. Poor Kira. She had to spend every day mentally weighing the pros and cons of putting up with my horrible ideas for the sake of peace or trying to explain to my blockheaded self what I was doing wrong. Must have been so stressful and frustrating. Constantly having to let everything go because I was stubborn and absolutely would make a fight out of it. He snorted bitterly. I was definitely stuck in my head a lot of those days. Our relationship at that point was made of arguments and cool tolerance, but I still genuinely didn't see the divorce coming. We made it through the first few years, and after that I never really considered it ending. It was just how life was. In retrospect, it's clear Kira kept thinking on it more every year, especially because she managed to finish her journalism degree, and with us being more stable, financially that is. She thought of everything. She even timed it right when your school ended for the year, so the process would hopefully all settle before you had to worry about class again. You're already talking about it before the accident ever happened. I know I took it really hard, being a sad sack all around the neighborhood, but even that is unfair of me. When it shook out, I'm the one who got everything. Kira didn't want to leave Hugo. She never would have. I'm certain she felt like she had no choice but to end the relationship. The business was doing really well by then, so I had an easier time making a living. She was between jobs, and when she did get a new job, it meant that she'd be traveling the whole time. That's why she willingly accepted me having full custody. She didn't get to be there with her child for so many moments, and you had to spend half of your life growing up without your mother. And it's my fault. Mr. Owen closed his eyes briefly as he took a breath. So that's it. The story of Cliff and Kier's marriage. Not exactly a fairy tale, but I want to be clear. You saw his grip on Cove's arms tighten. No matter what happened with me and her, I never, ever want to miss out on being your dad. Cove's throat bobbed as he swallowed. His eyes glistened, glossy with tears that had yet to fall. He blinked quickly, trying to hold them back. Thank you for telling me. His voice was hoarse, a little more than a whisper, but Mr. Horton brought a hand up to his face and lightly nudged Cove's chin. You're welcome. You're a grown-up now, right? You deserve the truth. That's the least I can do for you. Cove managed a fragile smile. Thank you for taking care of me. For all of it. Mr. Horton brushed the compliment off with a wave of his hand.
No worries.
It was nothing. Look at where we ended up. I've got this whole entire store, a house, friends here, a very thoughtful son. It's all good for me.
I'm so glad.
His voice was so quiet, and he ducked his head shyly after saying the words. Mr. Owen patted him on the back. He could see the tears in Cove's eyes still shining, threatening to spill over. Mr. Owen put an arm around his shoulders, gently steering him towards the door. You should go have fun. Make some nice memories. Cove's gaze flicked over to you. The watery smile on his face solidified. Alright. Good. Now out you go. Mr. Owen nudged the two of you out of the shop. You both walked silently as you made your return to the docks. Cove's face was pensive, clearly still digesting everything his dad said. He finally sighed, catching your attention. He hesitantly reached for the bag he had brought and raised it up. Dae, I want to call my mom. I'm not going to leave her out of things, and I want to know what she thinks about what happened and all of that. He fiddled with the straps of his bag, and still remained close shut. It's not like I don't trust Dad, it's just Mom's thoughts are important too. That's not a bad idea. I bet you have something interesting things to add. You seemed relieved that you understood. You knew he didn't want to be a bother with another delay. Thanks. Then I guess there is no time like the present. Time to ask. With that mini pep talk, he finally opened his bag and found his phone. Cove unlocked it quickly and tapped over to his favorite contacts. He called up his mom and put the phone on speaker as it dialed. Kira must have had her phone closed because she answered almost immediately. This is a pleasant surprise. I thought you'd be getting back to me later. Hey, Mom. He paused for a second and looked at you. You're on speakerphone with Dae, too. Hey, Kira. Oh, hello, hello. I'm popular today. You are. I mean, look at her. Actually, this is the first time we've seen her in Step 3. She got some nice new hair going on. Nice little braids, some little curls. Beautiful. Well, what's going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Are you a pro jet skier already? Cove chuckled and scratched the back of his head. We haven't started yet. Actually, there's something I kind of want to ask you about.
Really?
I'm intrigued. The voice was bright and excited. Cove moved the phone closer to his face so he could speak softly, aware that the tone of this conversation was about to change. Imagine somebody's walking by, it's like, hey, why did you divorce Dad? And if some passerby's like, what? Is this really the conversation? I was talking to Dad earlier. It was about your relationship. Why are you both divorced? Ah. That one syllable had lost all her earlier energy. Cove tightened his grip on his phone. It does make sense that the past would come up today. Yeah, but... He tried to brighten up the mood again. You weren't used to him being the perky one of the two. You could only imagine it felt like a strange role reversal for him. Dad said you were really amazing. He admired you a lot. What a flatterer. What a flat earther. She sighed wistfully, and you could hear some interference. Maybe she had shaken her head. You couldn't tell for sure. Oh, Cliff. He bungled himself through regular, everyday adulting and social situations in astoundingly charming ways. Yet somehow, at the exact same time, he was an ambitious, slightly shady, under-the-table type of man when it came to making his living in the world. The gambling! So essentially, your father was an absolute heartthrob for someone such as myself. Cove and Kira laughed delicately. The tension was broken into something lighter, more familiar between the two. It's cool you both have nice things to say about each other. I agree, baby. She took a moment before continuing carefully. Do you have questions about what happened? I'm not sure. Cove squinted at the phone in his hand as he tried to think, his free hand brushing through his hair. I just kind of wanted to know how you describe what it was like. Could I tell you what Dad said about it?
Alright.
I don't think Cliff would mind. Whatever he told you is probably what he'd say to me. Alright, go for it. After taking a breath, Cove capped Cliff's experience at doing his best to follow his dad's story. He went into a surprising amount of detail, and not a single thing was missed. Kira listened on in absolute silence, letting her son speak without interruption. When Cove finished, he took another deep inhale of air. So, what do you think? Kira sighed softly. You heard a clacking noise like she was drumming her nails on the back of her phone or on the countertop. That definitely sounds like Clifford. It's not exactly wrong, but he doesn't have a total picture. He puts some emphasis on the wrong places, I think.
Huh?
What do you mean? For starters, Cliff unsurprisingly downplayed himself more than he had to. He did? Cove's eyebrows raised and his face continued to inch even closer to the screen. Since your dad was so praising of me, it's only fair to return the favor. When Cliff said he was already taking care of himself when he met me, he means he was on his own. Cliff's own parents weren't, and still aren't, friendly people. They've always had a combative relationship, though. Him getting into drinking and gambling as a teenager certainly didn't help. He knew they'd kick him out at 18, so he saved them the trouble and left home at 17. He always found a way to make it work, even without support. I met him a few months later after that. We hit it off right away. He was exactly what I wanted back then. We dated, then about half a year later, bam! You were on the way, Cove. She laughed fondly as Cove clung to every word. I was really optimistic about it all. I couldn't wait to be a mother, and I was more than happy that Cliff was the father who'd be along for the ride. We got married quick before you were born. Cliff's recollection of our wedded dynamic is pretty spot on. He was extremely stubborn and just, well, immature. Highly, highly immature. Her voice raised slightly, and you got the feeling she was thinking back to her memories living with him. She left the specifics unspoken. But it's not like I was grown up either. Either one, except maybe Cliff, could see our relationship was no good. Or at least not good enough yet to commit to. I knew, but I didn't want to give it up. I wanted to keep the family together. I thought that if we divorced and were never together, then we'd ruin your life, Cove. Obviously that wasn't true. I just didn't have enough experience at the time to realize there wasn't only one option for us. Maybe things would have been easier if we had split when you were still a baby, but it took me years to start figuring it all out. Cove nodded, even if his mom couldn't see it, thinking hard about something. He was likely remembering his own experiences back then. We were married, but never seriously loved each other. We hardly knew each other. Welcome back, Jack. Just in time, sir, for some emotional family bonding. Again. I don't mind that Cliff never viewed marrying me as some kind of dream come true. I also just appreciate that he tried giving my hastily made life plan a shot. Oop! Jack busting the door open. Busting the door open. I'm back! And Cove in the middle of his, like, emotional talk about his parents' divorce with his mother. It's like, I was the one who proposed after all. Got down on one knee and everything. She huffed slightly, something between a chuckle and a sigh. It's very funny, and a little sad, that Cliff doesn't know how things changed between us. It's obvious to me, and I guess he does know deep down. He just never consciously made the connection.
It's alright.
Not even mad he didn't stay the same towards me. Love makes everything different. But you said... I know what I said. She interrupted before Cove could even finish his blurted out interjection. I don't mean Cliff and I. We were just two kids in a relationship that only ever worked when it was at its easiest. And then you were born. Little Cove James Holden. I loved you immediately, and so did your father. Cove was stunned. His eyes started watering as his mouth clamped shut. The inclination we had towards each other paled in the face of that. Our love to you was the real deal. Cliff was the proudest papa. Then, in true Cove fashion, tears began to fall. He stayed silent, but you were pretty sure Kira knew the effect her words had on her son. No matter how much time passed, Cliff never got over how amazing it was that such a precious little boy was his. I should have taken pictures of how he'd puff up whenever someone referred to you as his son. She sounded much cheerier now. A slight smile crept on Cove's face, despite his tears. Then again, he still does that now. It wasn't hard to imagine Mr. Holden lighting up around baby Cove the same way he did with 18-year-old Cove. I remember how, when a real argument started brewing, Cliff had a habit of walking away to cool off. He wasn't able to handle it. His son seems to have taken after him in that way. You heard her chuckle, and Cove looked down, a blush clear on his cheeks. You could feel her smirk through the phone. She breezed over the next section airily. For our whole relationship, he always ended fights by skipping out on me for who knew how long. I didn't think even Cliff knew when he'd come back. That stopped when you were born. Cliff stopped running. He was so gone a lot for work. We still had fights, but he wouldn't leave. Instead, he'd go to your room, Cove. If you were asleep, he'd just sulk on the ground by your crib until you woke up. Sometimes he'd pace the room while holding you or sit on the floor and rock you. He'd stay with you until one of us decided we were ready to talk again. We didn't have a lot of furniture back then. That's part of the reason why Cliff was always hanging out on the floor. He really came to embrace it. When our relationship got bad enough that we didn't want to share a bed anymore, he always made sure I got to have the mattress. He instead set up a spot in the corner of the nursery, just in case you needed anything through the night. He gave you a more private space when you got bigger, but he still always made sure he could be there for you. There's still no denying whether Cliff understands or not. He made his choices without prioritizing me. Sorry, my headset died. God damn it. This is not the time for technology to be going on the fritz. Alright, are we still good? Can you guys still hear me? Before I start going into this long monologue again. Are we good? Yes, okay, good. I just heard... It's like going through all that and then I heard this is the dangerous beeps like, no! Please! But it wasn't that he suddenly hated me. To Cliff, I was only a wife on paper. In his mind, I was a cool girl he had dated and generally liked, nothing close to being the light of his life. All his blood, sweat, and tears weren't for himself, or me, or even the family unit. They were all completely and totally for his baby. Meanwhile, I was doing the same, though in the opposite way. I did take us being married seriously. I was trying to force us together as a couple so we would be a complete family for our child. He felt like a fly on the wall of a very personal conversation. Cove didn't seem to notice when you looked over at him, his face a complicated patchwork of emotions.
I guess.
I'm just imagining, like, I'm standing there awkwardly, like, half T-posing as they're having this conversation, like, should I really be here for this? Eventually, I woke up and saw what I was doing. I realized it wasn't going to work. Not like that. When I was ready for it, I talked to Cliff about separating and starting up the divorce process. He was shocked by it. Eventually, it wasn't too long after when you had your accident, Cove. Dae, I don't know how much Cove already really told you about it, but when he broke his arm, it terrified all of us. Cove could have died. Even back then, we knew he'd likely have a permanent scar he'd have to live with forever. Our parenting hurt our child, and he was the one who'd have to carry the repercussions. You were a bit taken aback to be referred to directly. You still feel a little out of place, and she seemed to completely focus on her son. Cove grimaced, and the hand holding his phone shook. Mom. Kira continued as if she never paused. It was heartbreaking, and then on top of it all, we had to put you through your parents breaking up. Taking that back wasn't an option, despite the timing. I felt like everything we had worked so hard for, to make you happy, was for nothing. I chose to believe we'd fix our lives from there, but to Cliff, it seemed hopeless. He failed his son. It was easier for me in some ways. I had my family to lean on. That made it feel less daunting, less impossible. Cliff had only ever really known being on his own. By the happenstance of his birth, and then my choice. When we broke up, he knew he was going to have to put back the pieces of what was left alone. I wanted to be there for him, even after everything, but I was the one divorcing him. It was impossible. I never managed to be someone he truly relied on, and I had to remember that wasn't changing. As bleak as it felt at the time, Cliff still tried not to let any of that show to you, Cove. He did what he could to keep your spirits high above the move. About the move. Your new house, the scar, everything. So that's why. Cove trailed off. He had misunderstood the impact of his injury had on his parents. You reminded of something that made more sense now. Mr. Horn had been so helpful with Cove's old Halloween costume because he didn't want Cove to be saddened by the scar. It was clear Cove was coming to the same realizations. Now, with all that said, if Cliff was a completely perfect and wonderful guy, I wouldn't have left him. If it was even pretty good, I would have stayed. It was hard not to have a custody. Sometimes I felt like I was a fun aunt rather than the mom I always wanted to be. Might have overcompensated a little at times because of that. She forced a laugh, but it had an uncomfortable edge to it. You could tell she was trying to blow off a very real anxiety of hers. Cove looked ready to say something, but his mom kept talking, kept moving forward. Still, it's not Cliff's fault alone that our relationship didn't work. We were always better as co-parents than spouses, but I knew when separating that I wasn't going to be even. And Cove, the only reason I could stand not being there for you all the time is because I knew that if the situation was reversed and I could have provided a more stable environment, Cliff would have done the same. Your dad would give up his house, his shop, even his right arm if it would guarantee that you were safe and happy. So as painful as it was, I was sure you'd be okay because you were still with someone who loved you more than anything else in the world. Cove lowered his head, tears falling to the ground. He tried to speak. It took him a few tries. Thank you for telling me. His voice cracked, and Kira made an alarmed sound on the other end of the line. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to make you cry.
I get it.
He was still crying, everyone could tell, being physically present or not. I love you, Mom. You've always been my mom, not some aunt. My mom. I love you too. Her tone was thick with emotion. She was at the edge of a voice break herself. I'm so lucky to be your mom. She started to sniffle openly. Don't feel bad for me with how it worked out. I promise that none of it was your fault, and it's not as though I'm completely miserable over here. I have an incredible life with a beautiful baby boy of my own who calls whenever he can. At that, Cove's tears only came down heavier. Thank you. Kira sighed affectionately, and you could hear the warmth in her voice. I think that's good for now. Maybe we should end the call. Take a moment. Is that really alright? He tightened his grip on his phone. You could see how emotionally exhausted he looked.
Of course.
We'll be in touch soon. For now, you'll only be able to keep thanking me, or apologizing. Hey. Hey, don't call me out like that. Cove cried out defensively over the accusation, making his mom snicker. Bye, and goodbye to you, Dae. I'm glad you're there for my baby. Talk to you later. My mom. I love you. Love you too. Cove hung up. He let his hand drop to his side, his phone brushing the fabric of his wetsuit. His other hand went up to his face. He tried to wipe the tears from his eyes. His face was red, and he struggled to put his phone back in his bag one-handed. You could tell he was getting worked up. I missed the whole mom talk. Oh no, Hugo. Basically, his mommy loves him. That's all that matters. They love each other and everything's okay. He finally just used both of his hands and sealed his phone back into its normal place. Cove sniffed and then reached out for you. His hand trembled in your grasp and you squeezed back. He needed to feel your support. You want to go see your dad again? He didn't have to tell you what was on his mind for this. Cove nodded his head weakly. You rushed back the way you came, feet pounding across the boards of the dock to return to the scuba shop for the third time. You reached his dad's store and Cove still wasn't slowing down. He pushed his way through the door at full speed. His hand released yours as he charged in. Mr. Holden had been walking around in the middle of the store checking over things. Immediately, he turned at the sound.
What's wrong?
What? Where's the fire? He froze when he got a look at Cove's face. He wearily opened his mouth, properly to ask what was wrong, but then Cove launched himself at his dead father. Cove threw his arms around Mr. Holden's neck. He buried his face in his dead shoulder and started to sob with deep, hitching breaths. Where was the drama? Cliff clearly had no idea what was going on. His hands hovered awkwardly in the air. He looked at you for a brief second, hoping for understanding before turning all his attention on Cove. He wrapped both his arms around Cove's back. He looked secure in his father's embrace, protected and safe. It's okay. It'll be okay, whatever it is. It's going to be okay. Cove kept crying. He inhaled deeply, his voice choking up when he tried to speak.
I'm so sorry.
You always tried to be there for me when I was growing up, and I was mean to you. I'm sorry.
What?
What? His fucking face is like, that's what you're crying about? Mr. Holden was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected this to be the issue. You don't have to apologize for that, bud. Kids are allowed to be mad at their parents. It's my job to take care of you. I really didn't do anything special. Cove shook his head as empathetically as he could while still tucked in against his dad. You've always supported me no matter what. You've always loved me. I wish I realized how much you did sooner. Cove squeezed him tighter. Thank you. I love you, Dad. I love you, Dad. At his son's heartfelt confession, the father became choked up as well. He compressed Cove into a crushing hug. I do love you. I always will. You can count on that. I want to be there for you too. They clung on to one another, absorbed in the moment. Then after a little while longer, they slowly began to loosen their hold. Felix just fell on me, so I left to comfort him for a little bit. Aw. The poor kitty. He's fallen. He can't get up. Cove sniffled and moved so he could use his palm to wipe away his tears. His dad's shirt was visibly damp where his face had been. Cliff patted the top of Cove's shoulders. He looked at his son with pride. Excuse me. You've grown up so much. Cove started to laugh through his tears, a wavering smile on his lips. You doubted that Cove would have ever thought that crying on his dad's shoulder was a sign of maturity, but it was true. Cove had changed over the years. You're glad to see Cove grow? You felt a little awkward. You thought you understood Cove's dad a little better now too. Made you wonder if there were more to understand about your moms. This ain't about them. You know, we do understand Cove's dad a little bit better now. He's a lot different than that first day where he tried to give an 8-year-old $20 to be his friend, his son's friend. Your perception of Cliff had always been colored by the limited sides he was willing to show his neighbors, and through Cove's eyes, What you had learned today gave you more of a complete picture of him. They felt like you knew him better now, on his own merits. Cove wiped his eyes again. You're a good dad. You're a good son. Mr. Horton was painfully touched by the words, and beamed at his beloved child. Cove looked away, and shyly traced the scar. Cliff chuckled and released Cove to rub the back of his neck. The earlier panic had bled off and left the confusion. I'm glad we had this talk, but what was it that made you cry in the first place? You weren't too bad off when you left before. Oh. I snitched Mom. I snitched Mom. Cove ducked his head further down, getting a very good look at the scuff marks on the floor. I called Mom. I wanted to talk to her about all of this. He did one side of his feet shyly, swinging it back and forth against the ground. Things felt really hard when I was younger, but it wasn't just me going through stuff, Dad. You never gave yourself credit. Cliff smiled gently and gripped Cove's shoulder with reassurance. Kira is an amazing person to come to my defense. For me, the only hard part was seeing you and her unhappy. Everything else? That was nothing. He wrapped an arm around Cove's neck for another side hug. Cove leaned into the embrace and glanced up at his dad. Your old man is tougher than he looks. Check out how powerful these arms are. And this is 10 years on. I was in my prime those days. Cove laughed. It was a light sound, full of fondness. Okay. He quieted down a little, finding a quick moment of seriousness. Thanks again, Dad. I know you don't want me to feel bad, and I'm happy. Because of everything you and Mom did, I have a really nice life. Mr. Horn's countenance became much more serious. He didn't take what was said lightly. Cove, you're very welcome. That's so good to hear. Then he let Cove go again. This time they both took a step back to their normal proximity. Mr. Horton cleared his throat. He looked at you right in the eyes.
That's a relief.
I also appreciate that you were here for support day. What a loyal partner. Thanks. Cove looked back down, embarrassed. I'm glad I could be here. I wanted to be there for you too, Mr. Horton. Thanks for finally noticing my presence. Finally, resolution. You're both so sweet. You couldn't find a way to react. We want to be there for you too. Cove's head broke into nervous laughter he couldn't keep in. Well, thanks, but you don't need to worry about me. I do worry about you, and I will worry about you. Oh my god, the shit you pull. How can I not? What did Kira say? You know what? Don't answer that. I'm not sure I want to hear. Just that's thoughtful of you. Cliff smiled warmly. He nudged Cove gently as if to say, look how lucky you are. Hey, maybe I ought to give you another $20 for all of this. You've put up with a lot over the years. Cove's cheeks puffed up into a pout. No. You don't get to answer for me. I could use some money. I mean, $20 is $20. Not this again. He suddenly remembered how weird it was the first time. It really didn't need to be repeated. Okay. I'll leave making jokes about that, Cove. Cove smiled, satisfied at that. Alright. Cove exhaled slowly, his posture relaxing. We better get going. You still have work, Dad, and I think Dae has been patient enough. I didn't bring them here to watch me cry to my parents. Cliff grinned and waved the two of you off. Sure thing. I'm happy you both stopped in, but you gotta go have some fun. Be careful out there. I don't need to go jet skiing anymore. Dae, if you still want to go, I don't mind watching. No way! You are a mature young man, and if you want to jet ski, then you should go out and jet ski. I'll still be here if you need anything, right? Yeah, okay. Bye! Take care of yourself. Let's get a move on. Woo! I almost forgot why we came in the first place. Cove waved to his dad as he started walking out. You followed. When you turned back to Mr. Horton before you went out the door, he was waving. Bye, kids. You'll do great. Once again, as had become today's habit, you and Cove walked down the dock side by side, but this time Cove had to bounce it back into step. His smile was soft, but radiant. Thanks for staying, and sorry for how long it took. I mean, you do for the same for me. These things happen, it is what it is. You had his back, and he had yours. It was just how things went between the two of you. He sidestepped to lean in closer to you and wrapped his arms around you. You relaxed into his embrace as he held you tightly. You hugged him back. You could smell the scent of the ocean on the breeze and feel the warmth of his chest. He exhaled and took a step back, his face a dazzling smile. The water lapped at the dock beneath your feet. Cove looked down when a particularly strong wave crashed against it. It's weird to think about my parents' relationship. There's all this stuff that I don't know because I wasn't there, or because I was just a kid, or because it didn't even exist yet. It feels really complicated. I mean, relationships are complicated. You agreed with him. Connections to other people were as varied as there were waves in the ocean. Cove nodded without elaboration. He looked out into the ocean wistfully for a moment before he shook it off.
It's nice.
I'm happy they were married, even if they didn't stay together in the end. I'm happy that you're all peppy again. Peppy? That's right. Peppy. I miss Peppy. If you say so. Oh, what do you think about marriage? Are you scared of it? Are you scared of getting married? Are you scared of commitment, Cove? Marriage, you know, because of your parents' history. Cove shook his head shyly. He didn't hesitate for a second. No, surprisingly, I don't have issues about the idea of getting married someday. You looked at him, not bothering to hide your intrigue. He chuckled self-consciously at the reaction he got.
I mean,
Don't get me wrong, trying to actually propose would be terrifying. I'm sure planning a whole wedding would be so hard, especially for me. But... Hi, Kira. Welcome, welcome. How's it going today? You came in at after like a whole emotional part in the story happened. It's like perfect timing. Just the thought of having someone I loved that I was married to, that I'd spend the rest of my life with, that doesn't scare me. It makes me happy to think about it. Both of you snuck smiles at each other. What about you? Would you ever want to be officially married someday? Ooh. Yes, that's something I really want someday. I don't see myself getting married. I'm not sure. I'd only get married if I found someone really special. I haven't thought about it. You don't want to answer. Fucking awesomely. Hell yeah. I think, truthfully in real life, I don't know. I feel like I'd only get married if the person that I loved, wanted to get married to, you know? It's not really something that I'd like really passionate about or really need. I'll just be laying there. It's like, hey, you want to get married? It's like, I mean, if you want to, all right. That's fine with me. So I guess this is like the closest one. The only wedding you could picture was with the perfect partner, someone you loved dearly. You never get married just to be married. If you were going to get married, it would be to someone that you truly cherished. Oh. He quickly decided to change the subject after that admission. So if you ever know anybody like that, Cove, feel free to let me know. I'll marry them. Alright, no more distractions. Let's go. It's time to jet ski. You laughed at him loudly. He only looked more determined. You were going to jet ski. The two of you began to more quickly make your way across the boards. Despite your excitement, you were both careful. Neither of you wanted an accident, especially after what happened with Cove's first jet skiing trip. You finally got to the rental place. You're surprised at how easy the process was. It took no time at all for Cove to climb on his jet ski with shaky legs. Give me my own jet ski, hell yeah. You'd spent this entire time wanting to jet ski and were thrilled to finally climb onto one. It was lime green with blue detailing. The jet ski rocked slightly as you got on, bobbing with the waves. You looked across the cove. He sat motionlessly astride his jet ski, preparing himself to start it up. Even from your distance, you could tell his hands were clamped onto the handles too tightly. He was stiff and nervous. Go, Cove! You can do it! Come on, are you really gonna check it out now? That's all right, be alright, Cove. Trust yourself. Trust yourself. Accept yourself. Love yourself. You can do it. Let's do it. You cheered him on and clapped wildly. His body language relaxed slightly, and he turned his head to look at you.
thanks.
I don't really care for marriage. Heard too many stories of bad divorced parents from friend and myself. Yeah, I don't really care for it. Like I said, if like the person that I truly loved wanted to get married, then maybe I would. But you know, that's something else. I mean, I had divorced parents, so the track record I see is not very good. He inhaled slowly and started up the jet ski. It roared forward, and you were surprised you could hear him squeak over the sound of the engine. He stopped after a few seconds and breathed again. After he calmed down, he started it up once more. Cove sputtered and stalled with it for a while, going a little farther each time. He grew more comfortable with the feel. He continued to struggle with the jet ski, but he refused to let that stop him. He kept going until he wrangled the machine into submission. Cove eventually reached the point where he only stopped the jet ski when he had something to say. He kept shouting things at you. This is amazing! Yeah, same. Wanna hold toes to feel better? Yeah. You know, let's hold toes. To comfort the divorce trauma. Did you see that day? This is so great. You had gotten your own jet ski going as well. You made sure to keep a safe distance. Cove watched what you did with enthusiasm. Nice turn. He zoomed forward and you could hear his bright laugh ring across the waves. You cheered for him again, whooping whenever he did something fun. You took to jet skiing like a fish in the water. You were nervous about jet skiing, but you weren't bad at it. You never left the start and stop phase. It reminded you of a jet skiing game you played in the past. You didn't think you did well at jet skiing. You know, we're a fish in the water. We're very good at this. There's something intuitive about it. You had no trouble controlling the machine and enjoyed the freedom it offered. You sped around the ocean with a wide smile on your face. Eventually the sun set and you had to pack up. Cove was thankfully still in one piece. No cast necessary. After everything was returned, Cove dug his phone out of his bag and texted his parents to let them know all about his triumph. An idea to take a photo to mark the occasion struck Cove, and he wanted you to join him in the selfie. You got into a silly pose. You showed off your best angles. You covered your face in embarrassment. You smiled. You asked Cove not to take a picture of you. I do not want to be perceived. I am a cryptid that should not be captured on film. It's silly. Cove snickered when you got into position. He hesitated for a moment before trying his own funny face. He showed you the picture and it made you smile. It would be a nice memory. His phone vibrated only after a moment of texting it out. Mr. Holden and Kira had likely been waiting the entire day to find out his outing would go. And with the news of its success, both of Cove's parents sent back how proud they were of Cove for how far he'd come. Watching him grinning in the setting sun after facing so many fears that day, he felt the same. Wow. And it looks like maybe finally we calmed down a little bit of Cove's divorce trauma. And maybe he'll feel better about it. That was a lot though. Like I said in the beginning, I don't really remember this one, but we got into it. I was like, oh yes, this is the one where we run back and forth between the docks and Cove's dad's shop, talking about the feeling. But it was nice. It was nice. I'm glad they could finally hash it out. It's been brewing for the last 10 years. Okay, I need to go to the restroom and I'm gonna get some more to drink. And BB want to join on the toe holding. His toes aren't very long. I don't know how well they go. Hold on, let me pick you up. I'm gonna pick you up.
Sure thing, bud.
Okay, yeah, see? There's the toes. Look at his toes. They're perfect for holding. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys decide which of the next moments you want to do while I go pee pee, and I'm gonna go get some more to drink as well. So yeah, I won't go to the BRB screen. I'll just, I'm just gonna disappear for a little bit. But don't worry, I am still here, just in spirit. This is BB's stream now.
Look at me, look at me. I'm the streamer now. Bow before me, weaklings. The supreme rule has arrived. Give me a portion of your food or be sent to jail immediately. Judge BB will enter and the sentencing will be done in a flash. Now that day is gone, give me all of the sippies and food instead. Thank you, Lord Jack.
Hi, I'm back. I see y'all have been playing around a little bit. I see there is a request for a double bear burger. So let me throw that back in there. And I did see that hang was the next one to do, so we will do that one next. Burger. There we go. Hugo, maybe the tornado's coming back. Maybe I was like, you know what? It was so fun the last time. Let's do it again. Let's see. Bear burger. Double bear burger. Here we go. Here's your bubba. Delicioso. Here. Oh my god. Burger now. Okay, let's make it a bit smaller. There we go. Put it like right here. Maybe you get a milkshake sundae and a burger. Why ain't you so cool? Alright, give me back in this position. I can want some more tea. Delicious. Tornado is a regular lurker now. We're glad to have you here, Tornado. Welcome, welcome. Would this count as cannibalism? I mean, if you squint, maybe. If that's what you wanted. But it's cow meat. Allegedly. Allegedly, it's cow meat. I'll never tell my secrets. Okay, hang. Did I save? Yes, I did. Okay. Nah, it's human. Nah, yeah, there you go. That's fine. Alright, it's time to hang out. Yes, I can tell. How do you know, Kira? Do you dabble in human consumption? Well, actually, but you're an android, though. You can't eat human. You can't eat, can you? The stars had magically aligned, and somehow everyone was free today. But it was more than just luck. You owed it all to Miranda's determination. She set things up over several phone calls to find the perfect window to hit the beach you couldn't wait to meet up with. Oh my gosh, this is different. No, but I can feed other people. Ah, that's true. People might want to be a little cautious when accepting food from Kira, just in case. I mean, I won't be cautious, but you know. But yeah, let's bring Baxter along. That's different. Coordinating schedules have been especially rough lately, but you didn't let that stop you from organizing your grand plan. I think my cousin just told me she was gay, and honestly, I'm not that surprised. Are you just in there like, we been new? We know. You wanted your new friend to be included in all the fun. After a bit of messaging with others, you had brought up the possibility of adding Baxter to the mix. No one objected to your request, so you and Terry swiftly put his phone number to good use. Baxter had been flattered to be thought of that early in the planning stage. You should say she thought she was American. I thought you were American. Hey, I'm lesbian. I thought you were American. Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about the screams coming from the back room. Yeah, you know, that's just ambience, you know? That's just the music. It's okay. I'm glad they added Baxter in here because I feel kind of bad that we won't get to see his moments this time around, but I'm glad that they added him more in the moments already in the game too that aren't Baxter specific, so we get to hang out with him. But what she said is, I'm writing letters to my girl in the military, but my mom doesn't know she's my girl, so I'm just dying. I'm writing to my girl. It's like, yeah? How are we supposed to interpret that? It's just some white noise for relaxation. Yeah. ASMR. Hearing screams in the back room as you fall asleep. Baxter had been flattered to be thought of that early in the planning stage. Funnily enough, he'd been the easiest one to account for, despite being far and away the newest guy on the block. Baxter was able to rearrange his schedule to whatever everyone else needed, and you and Terry relayed the remaining details to Cove and Miranda later. Your hopes were high. Almost everyone knew each other to varying degrees, but this would be Miranda and Baxter's first time meeting. And yet you weren't that worried. Deep down, you had a pretty good feeling that they'd get along once they got to spend a little time together. That was where everything stood. I want to get some ice cream cake. Hell yeah, ice cream cake! Bring me back some! Yeah, you better share. I want ice cream cake. Okay, Baxter would be coming by your room any minutes to now to meet up ahead of time. You see them all soon, but Cove was there with you already. Yeah. Nodding along to Cove's story, you ran through the mental checklist in the back of your mind. Baxter didn't have everyone's numbers, so keeping him updated on any changes was the star, circled, and most important thing you had to keep track of. Peeking at your phone, there was no new messages to read. In that case, nothing was the best possible sign. It was all still going ahead. Cove sat on your windowsill and kicked one of his legs into the air idly. He already had his swimsuit on, and his towel was bundled under his arm in a misshapen ball. He'd shown up earlier that morning with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. He was shouting as you caught up to his preparation. But seriously, I couldn't find my swimsuit this morning. I looked everywhere. It disappeared. I had no idea what I was gonna do. You could have gotten a new one somewhere. What happened to all your other swimsuits? You don't have to wear a swimsuit to be on the beach. Yeah, it completely vanished somehow, just like your old sand pail. Kira, never mind, I already found a cake. Oh my god, whose cake even is that? Whose cake? Who got the whole bakery there? Oh, it's Fox's. And delicioso. I fucking love the kids' gun as well. Yeah, Fox's cake. Who got that whole bakery there? Oh my god. Damn, Fox. Didn't know you were a baker. Yeah, what happened to all your other swimsuits? I know that's not your only one. Phil looked away and shrugged. I might have some laundry to do. Anyways, I don't know why I was in the bathroom when I never put it there. He gave a small smile and readjusted the towel in his arms. You now could see that it had been folded at some point, but then rolled up and carried without much care.
I'm so glad.
But I'm just glad I found it. It would have been crappy to lose my favorite trunks. It was nice to see Cove so happy and comfortable in what he was wearing. You walked over to your dresser and mused about how you had picked out your own swimsuit. Luckily, since you were average height, you only needed to worry about finding the right size. When it came to the shape of your body... Oh my god, don't look at my body. Don't look at my body. Medium. And... I mean, you see this chest here? I got some muscles, at least, in this form. So, you know, I will say a little muscle definition. Bill was toned and firm, with muscles that were there, though slight in size. You had lost some weight and were lighter than what you were when you were younger. You had to buy a smaller clothing than what you used to wear. You had gained more muscle in recent years. It was clear when compared to how you were when you were younger.
Are you okay?
You alright? Oh yeah, I was thinking about some things. What things? Just myself. And my body, really. Just thinking about my body. His eyebrow rose at your admission of self-reflection. And what do you think? What did you think of who you were? You considered your identity further. I is non-binary with more masculinity. Well, it had different facets to it. I don't think I've ever actually picked this one. It was more than a single binary choice you made, but you were you, and that was what mattered. Yeah, that sounds more accurate. And oh my god, don't talk about my boobs. No, eat the cheat. You had top surgery, were no longer endowed. You'd done a lot to your research. Your mom said plan helped you find a good doctor and paid for it. The results were good, and you felt more at home with your appearance. I don't know. What do I want in this story? I mean, I already eat the cheat. I might as well do the hormone therapy too. And I changed your body, and it was interesting to compare your pictures from before your transition to now. You felt proud to grow into yourself. People had a lot of their identity wrapped up in their physical form. It shaped their self-image. We're comfortable. Your body was you, and it was a good one that you felt content in. You used to not feel as good when you were younger, but you had since grown into your body. You felt more at home now and less uncomfortable. You focused on Cove again. He smiled at you and tilted his head, a question still in his eyes. He was waiting for you to come to an answer, but before you could, you had something to say to him. What do you think about me? About how I look, I mean. Cove smirked a little, his eyes taking you in easily. Fishing for compliments day? Mayhaps. You look great. Everyone knows that, including you, by the way. Unless that's changed. So what if I wanted you to compliment me? You still should. I'm waiting. I said you look great. But I want more. Cove shook his head. His hand went up to try to unsubtly cover his smile. I was kind of worried you were so in your own head because something was wrong. Guess not. I'm glad.
Hey.
Oh, hey, Dae. Cove gave a bent smile, pointing to your arms. You're looking particularly toned today. He answered not with words, but with a solid okay side with both hands. The same cheeky smile. Cove suddenly flushed when he realized how boldly he complimented you. He stood by it, even if it was a little red. Give a big compliment, Cove. I want a big one. You were a little taken aback. That came out of nowhere. You glanced at yourself. You like that? Yeah. Oh yeah? Well, well, it's a good thing you got a front row ticket to the gun show. You posed dramatically. You shut off your guns, fighting laughter. First the right, then the left. You then flexed both of your arms and widened your stance in a stereotypical strong pose. I got big cake. Oh, shared big cake, please. Cove turned bright red and jumped to his feet. His towel dropped to the ground as he practically flew over to you. He looked at your arms and then tried to gently nudge them back down. Yeah, you can stop now. Really? What? You don't like the gun show? Sorry, I don't give refunds. I'm not sharing because it's the leftovers of my B-Day cake. Oh, sad. I guess that is the birthday law. The birthday law still applies. He laughed nervously and flailed a little. You took pity on him and stopped displaying yourself. You'd gotten the reaction you wanted. He retreated back to sitting on the windowsill and retrieved his towel. Head hung low, trying to hide his expression. I got all the cake that I need. Finally, you felt that was enough of that topic for one day. You went back to your original goal before you got sidetracked. You needed to pick what you wanted to wear to the beach. Oh my gosh. Okay, what do I want to wear? Casual clothes? No, we're going to the beach. I want to swim. No bikinis. I wanted to wear... I want to wear a wetsuit. While you dug around your drawers, you tried to think if there was anything else you were missing. Ooh, I got my sunnies. Where are my sunnies at? Put my sunnies on. Where are they? Yeah. Oh. Hold on. Sorry. A little. If. There we go. Hell yeah. I got my sunnies on. Kira got Fox's cake. I got my sunnies. With that taken care of, you held your outfit together and looked to Cove. He was tapping his toes on the side of the wall as you waited. You vaguely wonder if he thought that was a comfortable place to sit. You hope so, given how long he'd been perched on it. Regardless, it was time for him to go. You weren't going to put on your beachwear with him just chilling there. I need a change. Cove smiled, content with being kicked out. Alright. Cove lowered himself off the window and strolled past you to get to the door. He lightly brushed his fingers against your cheek when he passed by.
Bye.
I'll see you at front. I bite his finger. He's like, "Rah!" Okay. When you were alone, you got undressed and put your swimwear on. You also checked your beach bag for the final time, and it seemed like you hadn't forgotten anything. You left your room and hurried down the stairs, ready to meet Cove. You made sure to lock your front door and walked outside. Cove stood in the road, looking down and scuffing his feet on the asphalt. When you shut your heavy door, he looked up at you and smiled. Want to check on Baxter? Cove's fairly neutral attitude on the topic of Baxter didn't escape your notice. He tended to get uncomfortable whenever Baxter surprised or flustered him, but since things were pre-planned and for an event favorable to Cove, he didn't seem bothered. Cool, let's go.
Sure.
Alright. The two of you walked unhurried up the street. You hopped up onto the doorstep and rang the bell. A few seconds passed and you shifted your weight on your feet while you waited. But Baxter didn't answer. The pause extended until things reached the point where you felt awkward hovering in front of his shut-up home. You spun towards Cove, and he returned your nervous stare with a tight-lipped smile. At least you could take solace in the fact that the mild misery had company. There were only a couple of options to pick from. You could either ring the doorbell again, or you could send him a text. You reached for your phone, but a sudden noise through the wood made you stop. Finally, the door cracked open, and Baxter peeked through. He then swung the door the rest of the way out. I can't thank you both enough for waiting. Hi. Huh, no swimsuit. Do I want to ask what you were even doing inside? Shall we come back later when you're ready? Why aren't you in a swimsuit? I mean, he could just not want to be in one. Nah, I'll joke about it. Despite your teasing tone, Baxter answered you seriously. Unfortunately, I can easily get lost making last-minute alterations, fixes, and so forth. I'm sorry it took so long to answer. The last thing I want to do is waste your time. It's okay. No one's mad at running late. There's really nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're here to pick you up if you're all set. Yeah, I wasn't planning on swimming, hence no swimsuit. Alrighty then, as long as you're comfortable and that's all that matters. Thank you. Be warned though, you'll probably be shaking sand out of everything for weeks. I'll have to face the ordeal when it comes. The atmosphere had become far more laid back. Cove was the one to move things forward. So, is there a dog approaching me? There is! Hello, Sam! Oh, she found her toy. She immediately came in and just jumped on it. So I was thinking, we could get settled at the beach now, and Terry and Miranda could catch up with us there.
I can do that.
I second that idea, but if this neighborhood is charming, I think a change in scenery would be preferable. Puppy, puppy, puppy. Give me that. Give me that toy. Turn around. Turn around! Give me the toy! Give it! Ah, there she goes. Puppy. Where are you going? I can't... You want to play or not? Come here. I can play 2 games at once. Give me it. The garbage can will not save you. Give me... Ah! Mine! Ah! Alright, you moved in the direction of the beach while Cove paused to shoot off a quick update. He made sure to let others know exactly where to find you. I don't mind. He flashed a thumbs up as soon as the message was sent. With that, 3 of you strolled down the street. The path you walked was... Ugh! This is... Ah! No, I dropped it. Give it back. Alright, fine, you win. I was like holding onto her toy while it was in her mouth, playing tug of war with it. Alright, she's laying down her blinky. If you hear squeaking, that's her playing with it. The path you walked was as natural as breathing for you and Cove. For Baxter, it was a brand new experience. Though you might not have been able to tell, he walked straight on, with certainty in his steps that was on par with the locals. The ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a perfect day. Clear sky, rolling waves, and an inviting breeze coming across the water to combat the balmy heat. Cove threw his towel down and smoothed out the corners while you settled on a spot for your own things nearby. Baxter, meanwhile, hesitated, merely watching what you two had done. Before you could say anything, Baxter moved forward and picked a small stretch of beach close to yours for his own things. He meticulously laid his pure black towel out over the warm white sand. Turning away, you tried to hold back and hide your laughter. It was just so convenient that even here, his black and white color scheme was inescapable. Shaking off the snickers, you were glad Baxter had the forethought to bring a towel. You shouldn't need to dry it off, but at least he had a comfortable barrier between himself and the ground. Baxter stared right ahead, hypnotized by the moving water, and carefully lowered himself onto the towel. For you, your family, and your neighbors, the ocean was an old and well-loved friend. But witnessing the wonder dancing through Baxter's eyes reminded you just how vast and awe-inspiring the sight truly was when it was right in front of you. You glanced at Cove and realized that he was taken in by the sight of Baxter as well. The beach was a special place for the people of Sunset Bird, and now it was working its magic on Baxter. Cove seemed flattered by the awe and unspoken approval written all over Baxter's face. The sea was meant more to him than even the others living there. To appreciate it was to accept him. He hugged his knees to his chest. So, what did you want to do? When you didn't answer, Baxter tore his focus away from the water. He was pleasantly surprised to find out that Cove had directed that question to him instead. Oh, I've been running on the assumption that you all had something in mind. Whatever it is works for me. We don't. Nope, no ideas, no thoughts. Head empty.
Honestly.
Then truthfully, I'd prefer to stay as dry as possible. Taking a stroll, simply remaining here where we are, enjoying the scenic view would make a perfect afternoon in my book. But my wants should interfere with yours. I won't stop anyone from having fun in the water. We're at the shore, and I'm not heartless. Cove nodded understandingly. The odds were low that Baxter was going to go for a dip in jeans and a shirt that looked too delicate for the washing machine, but that was fine. I want to go swimming. I think I'll just get my feet wet. My plan was to get some sun anyway. A stroll sounds nice. I mean, on this little walk along the beach. You stretch your legs in anticipation of hopping up soon. Really? That's wonderful. Don't be too surprised. The beach is one of my favorite places to walk and explore. Want to look for a new shell? Always. It's been a while since I set out to find one on purpose. The last few I stumbled on. Cove laughed, and remembering fondly, in the water or not, the beach truly was something special for him and for you. We'll have to be light on our feet then. Luckily, that's something I quite excel at. Cove kicked his heel, sending some grains of sand that had gotten on his towel sailing. He had done well starting the conversation, but now he was unsure of how to keep it going. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and flowing like a cape. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Cove waved them on with a bright smile. You cheered at their antics. Woo! The two officially arrived at your little group setup, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure. They were already in their swimmer and were raring to go. Awkwardly, Cove pointed in Baxter's direction. He remembered that Miranda hadn't actually seen him before. That's Baxter. The strange young man's presence nearby suddenly made a lot more sense to her. Miranda shyly waved with a cheerful smile. Nice to meet you.
Of course.
Likewise. Baxter offered her a handshake, and Miranda grew confused at his formal gesture, checking the reactions of her friends on as if she was the weird one for thinking this was weird. That only made his smile widen. I can assure you that I'm harmless. You knew Miranda well enough to recognize the worry she was trying to hide behind a more collected front. It was easy to imagine that she might have felt somewhat intimidated. Baxter had an air of maturity about himself, while Miranda was a little bit childish and shy in comparison. Hesitantly, she clasped his hand and gave him a proper shake. Thanks for meeting us here today.
My pleasure.
My pleasure. Baxter placed his other hand gently on the back of hers while he spoke. They both let go, and Terry sprang forward. Hello, hello! She teasingly punched Baxter's upper arm. Nice to see you too. Terry had already made her dramatic introduction to him at the start of summer, so she was excited to skip right to the good part, hanging out. The B-Man is actually here! I can't believe how long it took for everyone to get together. Hi, Coven, and Dae too. Hey, catch us up! Did we miss anything important? Well, then Baxter appearing in the neighborhood. It's been totally normal. You shrugged the Cove and gave a vague answer. Give her a recap over how your feelings are doing. What have you been up to? What have you been up to? The usual. Terry laughed and mentioned a few things about her own parents. Miranda brought up her family and shared some of the wild things her older brother had done. B-Man? BB! Oh my gosh, BB's there too! BB's at the beach. See, oh my gosh, guys. BB's there at the beach with everybody. He's like... He's part of the scene. BB, I didn't know you were in the game. It's like, oh my gosh, the whole gang's here. There's me, Cove, Baxter, Terry, Miranda, and BB. He's swimming in the water. Right, he's swimming, he's woo. He's swimming. Wow, look at him go. Wow, such a good swimmer, BB. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she'd almost overslept since she stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on list back during school. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently everything had gone smoothly. She'd met up with Terry on the way here and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the gang. Hey, let's walk while we catch up.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. You felt pleased that Cove remembered what you wanted to do. Sometimes he could be thoughtful like that. Once everyone's stuff was settled on the beach, the group strolled over to the shoreline. The wet sand was cool under your feet. A wave rushed up and covered your ankles in water. You flinched from the suddenness of it, but by the next wave you were acclimated. You took another step forward and sank a little into the ground. Behind you, your footprints were soon smoothed by the waves. Your friends chatted as you all walked together, though Baxter remained at a distance to stay dry. You took turns pointing out cool shells or pieces of sea glass. It was a relaxing jaunt. Hours passed, and the group had moved between different activities, some low-key and some more exhaustive. For you, it was break time. Baxter agreed. You sat on your towel, sipping at some water, and he rested on his. Your friends were hard at work burying Terry's full body under a pile. Miranda used her arms to force up sand around Terry's sides. Cove was working on Terry's feet. You took another drink and glanced over at Baxter. He was staring at the water, but there was an entirely different feeling radiating from him. Rather than pure awe, there was a level of discomfort marring Baxter's expression. You wonder what was bothering him. Suddenly, he turned towards you as if you could feel your curiosity prodding at him. He surprised you with a kind smile.
To be honest,
I've never swam in the ocean before. He let that hang there, and accidentally brushed some sand off his thigh. After spending so much of your life in Sunset Bird, you honestly struggled to believe that. I've been on boats, of course, but I can't imagine being fully immersed in the ocean. It's a bit, well, frightening. It seems endlessly deep and unpredictable, with powerful waves and rapid currents. Yeah, me too, dude. And there are creatures lurking in there. Some of them are larger than me. It's unfathomable. You don't play with something like that. If I enter the water, I'll never return from it. The ocean will swallow me whole. That's what I think. His smile was strained under the weight of his growing nervousness. Baxter had always carried himself so calmly. This genuine vulnerability left you speechless. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You registered that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had been meticulously building collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically. We're gonna have to start over on that part. Do you want to give up on this now? No way! The burial must but continue. I'll try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure. I'll try to fix this. Miranda started to rebury her, and Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arm was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in her hands.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, I've got that part. Miranda nodded at him with appreciation. They got back to work, redoubling their efforts to pile sand over the limbs of their friend. Baxter caught your eye, and you both snickered at the interruption. As it grew quiet again, you offered Baxter some words. How about we go help them before there's another sand disaster? I don't really like going in the ocean either, that's a lie. There's nothing wrong with that, Baxter, being scared of the ocean. Would you want to try joining in just a little? I'll be there with you. There's nothing wrong with being scared. The tension in his expression gradually softened as the "but" he was expecting never came. Baxter nervously flicked a few wind-blown strands of his hair out of his face. To be frank, I was also afraid to admit something like that out loud in a seaside town. The entire reason to come to a place like Sunset Bird is to be near you by the ocean, is it not? I mean, well, I guess. You shook your head until his smirk pulled a laugh out of you. People pay high prices to have all this within walking distance. I doubt many of them are scared of it, but didn't your parents pick Sunset Bird for you? That's correct. Nodding, you found yourself staring at the rise and fall of the waves in the distance. The corner of your mouth pulled up fondly. Even if you're not as enthusiastic about the beach as the other tourists here, you can still appreciate the ocean in your own terms. Like what we're doing right now. Yeah, I am having a very nice time right now, right here. Though I won't deny the view is lovely, my enjoyment is mostly because of you rather than the location. Well, that's still something. And on that note, you both fell into a relaxing bubble of silence, watching the gleaming sight of the ocean from a safe distance.
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah! Resembling the Coolie Man, she kicked herself out of the ground with a gusto. Sand went flying in all directions, and a Terry-shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda yelled again, and Cove chuckled. There probably wasn't a better way to get out of it. You didn't get to join in on burying Terry, but you didn't mind. The one-on-one time you did go with Baxter was something you wouldn't have missed. You looked cheerily to your friends, and the five of you regrouped about halfway between the towels and the destroyed tomb. Man, I'm ready to wash this off. Terry looked down at herself and laughed. She tried brushing the wet, mushy sand off, but most of it stubbornly clung on. She only succeeded in moving it around where it was on her. Terry's grin tilted when her gaze landed on Baxter. She shrugged awkwardly. I'm not expecting all of us to jump in. Thank you. Don't worry about me. It was never my intention to swim. Please don't let that stop your fun. Wait, what?
Well,
It's simply not my preference. Terry squinted and thoroughly scrutinized him. She wasn't satisfied with his answer. I think I get it. You're new here. You don't know what to do in the great wide sea. Just hold on to my back and I'll take you out into the water with me. Your place is right up the street. It's not too late to change. While I greatly appreciate the gesture, I must decline. Are you sure? I can totally handle it. I'm a lifeguard in training. Terry, I thought you hadn't signed up yet. Shh, I will, and that's what counts.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Aw, but it's just so sad to leave you out. You know, me and Cove only became friends in the first place because we're beach people. You can be a beach man too, B-man. Her crestfallen gaze slid to Cove. He nodded understanding. Surprisingly, bastard. I keep trying to call him bastard. Baxter chuckled.
I get it.
I understand where you're coming from, and I'm sorry for any upset I might have caused, but please, trust me on this one. I am perfectly fine. I may not be much of a seafaring man, but I have gone swimming before. Pools and lakes are no trouble to me. In fact, I would guess I've done certain water-based activities that some of you might be too nervous to try. Cove's lips pursed. He raised his chin and stared, not so much threatened by Baxter's accusation, but insulted he would even make such a challenge.
Seriously?
Like what? I surf. I have a dad whose entire business is about water-based activities. I went on a jet ski when I was 8. What could you have done? He notably didn't mention the results of his young jet skiing adventure, and Baxter didn't show any hint of doubt about Cove's accomplishments. Baxter straightforwardly answered the question instead. Skinny dipping. Oh! Baxter! Cove's jaw dropped. That suggestion left him scandalized and the reddest you'd ever seen him. Well, I mean, Cove, you said you'd done it all, so, you know... You gonna let him challenge you like that? That doesn't count.
So,
So you haven't done it then? You might want to, especially since you already enjoy the water. It is rather liberating. Baxter was making an honest recommendation. You could tell it wasn't his intention to come across mocking Cove's lack of experience there. However, Cove was so completely thrown. Let's go now. He's telling you to get naked in front of him, Cove. The suggestion of Baxter's was even worse than implying he was more confident in the water than Cove. The silent beat was broken by Miranda's embarrassed attempt to stifle her giggles with the palm of her hand. Her cheeks had grown flushed, and you knew it would be a while until she was confident enough to even dare to make eye contact with Baxter again. Terry, meanwhile, gave Baxter an impressed nod, and then instantly lost all composure. She fell into a boisterous fit of laughter, holding tightly onto her own stomach. It was TMI. You were amused too. You were even more nervous about it than Miranda. You didn't think it was that big of a deal. It's pretty amusing. He's bold. Face palming, you shook your head in an attempt to be disapproving, but the moment you peeked at Baxter, there was no stopping the wide grin stretching from ear to ear. And of course he'd been skin dipping, and of course he was dropping that fact without hesitation in front of 4 people he hardly knew.
is that fine?
Did I say something wrong? The playful note in his voice told you everything you needed to know. Baxter was fully aware and enjoying the bit of chaos he unleashed on the group. You exhaled deeply and did not comment. No one else had anything on the topic of Baxter's skinny dipping adventures either. It was back to the drawing board on what to do next. After a while, the gang mutually decided it would be best to go do something that was not water-based. The 5 of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest while you found the most colorful. Cove caught a tiny crab. Did a bit of everything. There were impromptu games, just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you had all run out of water, drinkable water anyway. It was decided that you'd head to Cove's house or yours. Things were gathered and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. What next? I don't have to be anywhere to go, so it could be whatever.
Yeah?
Same. I guess we can keep hanging out. Terry snorted and readjusted her grip on her things. Don't sound too sure there, Cove. By this point, you could see your house. It hadn't taken you long to make the trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. Are people hungry? She looked from face to face in an inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concert. Baxter didn't react. No one was overtly opposed to it. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite a mealtime. We could get dessert. Miranda put a finger to her lip and thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry considered it and then shot Miranda a thumbs up.
Sure.
Sounds great to me. I could definitely go for that. I think that's a good idea. When the topic of dessert was raised, Baxter hummed with interest. This caught everyone's attention as nothing else had drawn a comment from him in a while.
What do you think?
If that is what the next event, would we be willing to try ice cream and a similar flavors and treats? I like the sound of that.
Why?
But why? Baxter shook his head ruefully. Truthfully, the one thing I have wanted to do while I'm here is to see an ice cream truck in person. My hometown doesn't have one, and neither is there one around my campus. It is a summer tradition that I have missed. You and Cove stared at him blank-faced. Miranda put her lips together and shot a glance at Terry. Her expression was like a stone. That was a dramatic drop in mood. Am I being gauchily touristy right now? He was entirely off in the guess. Baxter could only watch helplessly as the people around him remained unusually sober. Cove voiced the consensus of the locals. I had never been to an ice cream truck either.
What?
Are you serious? Miranda nodded her head, and Baxter's composure shifted into incredulity. Me neither.
Nope.
Same. Yeah, me too. There isn't an ice cream truck in Sunset Bird.
That's...
We have an ice cream stand on the shopping street. It's not exactly the same, but that's how it is. Oh, and sometimes we got ice cream at the park during big events. That was from a cardboard box, though. Still not a truck. I've had ice cream from an ice cream truck before. Not in my town, though. When I would actually go to the beach, I remember I would get ice cream from an ice cream truck. I would get the SpongeBob popsicles. You know, the ones that looked really fucked up when you took them out of the bag. That's what I would always get. They were very good. You know what? I miss those. Do they sell those actually in stores? They don't sell them at my stores, but I don't know. Let me see. SpongeBob popsicles. Can I buy them online? Oh yeah, there they are. Can they like have them on Amazon? You could probably find them somewhere. Yeah. Buy now on the popsicle. So I want those. Hell yeah. I remember I saw, I think it was like a YouTube short some time ago where a guy was trying to find like the perfect SpongeBob popsicle. As you can imagine, he wasn't having really too much luck. I think he found one and he saved it in his freezer. But the rest of them, they weren't so good. All the eyes were fucked up and everything was melting and stuff like that. You know, as, you know, popsicles be. But I love those. Those are very good. Nice and fruity. I've only gone to ice cream parlors and got ice cream from the freezer part of the grocery stores.
Me too.
But sometimes my family makes it homemade. Baxter grinned, for once on the same ground as his new companions. I've normally only eaten in restaurants after a meal. I never realized that ice cream trucks were so rare. Although I have heard an ice cream truck in my town. I've heard it, but I haven't seen it. So it's kind of creepy in a sense. Just hearing like the little ice cream truck jingle in the faraway distance. And it was kind of weird because it'd be like in the evening too. Like who you giving ice cream to? It's almost dark sided, you know. The ice cream man is coming. Unexpectedly, Cope was the first to agree with Baxter. He narrowed his eyes and spoke firmly. And yeah, let's find a truck. I've got to do it at least one time. Baxter's onto something. We've all been missing out. Terry raised a fist into the air in a dramatic pose. There has to be an ice cream truck somewhere in California. Let's go with me. Baxter brightened more, seeing his suggestion received support. Miranda smiled at him. You could only guess at her first impression of Baxter, but given how she had relaxed around him, you imagined he was growing on her. I also saw something crawling on the floor beside me and I got a little scared. I thought it was a spider, but I don't think it is. He wasn't as exceedingly self-assured as he came across at first blush, but it was nicer when Baxter was confident.
Do it.
That sounds fun. Let's look it up. Miranda reached into her bag and dug around for her phone. She pulled out a hair scrunchie, a small notepad with unicorns, and a bundle of chunky keychains. Her phone remained elusive. Just give me a sec. The rest of the group's mouths pulled into a tentative, hopeful grins. There was an air of slight disbelief. Cove mulled it over while tapping his foot. Wherever it is, we're gonna have to drive to get there. I think so. None are in town, right? And everywhere else is far away. She finally retrieved her phone and started to search on her Maps app. She tapped her screen with a frown.
I'm not sure.
It's already late afternoon, too. I wonder if ice cream trucks are even still going around. We have to believe! It's too soon to give up! Cove nodded, patting at his pockets. They were tellingly empty. I'll get my keys.
It's doable.
No need, allow me. I asked to do this. Only fair that I'd be the one to cover the transportation. Besides, it's a rental. We may as well make the most of it while I have it. Alright. Cove raised his shoulders in a bewildered shrug. Baxter ran his fingers through his hair to swipe his bangs, and they fell exactly back into place after. I will return in only a moment. Bye, Baxter. He'll be back. Terry shot him a thumbs up, and Miranda mumbled absentmindedly, focused on her task. Baxter flipped towards his condo and headed off, his strides long and determined. Cove raised his voice at Baxter's back. We'll put our stuff away while you're off doing that. Baxter peered over his shoulder and answered. Good. Baxter was soon out of sight, and Cove gathered all of his things into a sturdy hold. He gestured with his chin to his house. We can use my place for storage. You're on board with that. You shifted your things around so they'd be more comfortable to move. Thanks, Cove. You appreciate his offers for the simple truth that his dad would care way less about the mess than your mom's. Cove led the group to file into the Holden household. Miranda brought up the rear, stumbling behind Terry. She was being led by the R while still keeping her eyes on her phone. Sandy towels were dropped into a heap on the living room one after the other. No one wasted even a second with organization, taking cues from Cove's rush. I need a minute. Gonna grab a shirt. He darted down the hall, his steps loud on the hard floor. Oh. I mean, I'm wearing a wetsuit. I'll be alright. Cove returned, now decent with his orca t-shirt. Terry hooked her arm around Miranda's and used her other hand to wave towards the door. When you got out, you could see Baxter's shiny black vehicle idling on the street, and awaiting its passengers. Cove went for a seat in the back without consideration. He was not going to be in the front. But you wouldn't know I'm going to sit in the back seat. You followed Cove and took the left seat. Terry claimed shotgun, and Miranda squeezed past Cove into the middle.
Hello.
Welcome to my car, friends. Do we know where we're going? Miranda nodded slightly and leaned forward to hold her phone up. Her persistence had bared fruit. There's some suburbs surrounding the city where ice cream trucks have routes during the summer. I can't tell exactly where they're going to be when we get there, though. That is more than enough. The two conferred on direction until Baxter decided to route towards a random neighborhood street in the area as a starting point. He took off, the car gliding across the road with minimum vibration affecting the cabin. It was the smoothest ride you'd ever had in a vehicle. In the heat of the excitement, Terry punched the music on. It connected to Baxter's song list, and your eardrums were struck by the pounding of a regular drum. A guitar riff shrieked out after. It was on a punk metal track. Excuse me, can you change this? Can the music be changed? Turn that shit up, that's my jam. Terry snorted and obliged your request. You both jammed out as the speaker system surrounded you in the vibrations of sound. As the drive continued, the music brought an almost surreal feel to the trip. The shredding guitars and shouted lyrics were a weird contrast to your goal of finding an ice cream truck. It inserted a humorous mental picture of an ice cream truck playing screaming punk metal instead of a twinkling tunes to summon children for icy treats. Slipping through the length of Sunset Bird in no time, you flew past the now leaving sign. Past that, the car zoomed down the open road while Miranda attempted to dig up more details on the elusive ice cream trucks. Do they have socials? Maybe someone tagged them in a pic or they're live tweeting. Why would an ice cream truck be on Twitter? And I can't even find out their hours for sure. I believe in you. Minutes added up, as did the miles. The city got closer, but the shadows glowed in faster. The sun glinted from behind distant skyscrapers. Calling it late afternoon was being generous. It was evening. Unspoken tension began to form. The odds of an ice cream truck being active dropped with every passing second, but Miranda continued the search and Baxter kept driving. As planned, he turned off the highway and followed the streets into the heart of the suburbs. He rolled through neighborhoods aimlessly until... Yes! Miranda beamed and shut her phone up to the front. You found one? There's a truck that's still open nearby. It was on Facebook. I think if we go down that route, we'll find it at some point.
No way.
Amazing.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, who uses Facebook? Not me. People who want ice cream, let's go. Please direct me. I can't read the post. First, take a left at this next stop sign. Baxter clicked them off the music to focus on Miranda's words. He also opened his window. Terry and Co followed Baxter's lead, but Terry could get further and push her head out of the window as far as a seatbelt would let her, hands cupped around her ears. Cove would lean farther out when he saw anything even kind of truck-shaped. Everyone had their ears and eyes wide open for any signs. If an ice cream truck was somewhere in the area, they weren't going to miss it. I stuck my head out. You pushed off the floor of the car and then twisted in position with your head going straight through the opening. At such a slow pace, the wind coming through whipped at your hair gently, pleasantly, much less nicely. A fine dust blew in from the street. You squinted around the dirt in the sun. It had sunk low enough to be perpendicular with your eye line. Still no truck to be seen. The houses you passed seemed older. Probably built decades ago. Some had colorful lawn decorations and well-kept flower gardens. Others were nothing but green grass. Conversation stopped entirely once Miranda had told Baxter all he needed to know. He drove through the residential streets like a hunter on the prowl. The target could have been anywhere. He turned a corner. Faint laughter filtered in through the windows. You heard birds chirping and rustling leaves. But at that moment, none of that mattered. That's not what you needed. Fingers were crossed and breaths were held. Baxter turned yet again, towards the signs of life, and a new sound gradually floated in from the distance. He concentrated on the high-pitched jingling tune. Was it? It had to be. It was the musical call of an ice cream truck. Nobody could see it yet, despite there being watchers on all sides, but the sound got louder. Baxter followed it persistently, his fingers tightening their grip on the wheel. That jingle was the Pied Piper, and everyone was drawn in by it. The car came up to a crossroads and stopped. That instant, a clamor filled the car. Everyone, even the ever-relaxed Baxter, cheered or gasped in sync. An ice cream truck drove right by, in front of your very eyes. It's becoming a car chase scene. After the ice cream truck. It was technically white, but covered with so many brightly colored pictures, the original paint was more of an accent. Stickers with warnings such as "Go slow" and "Watch for children" stood out in red. And recognizable characters in editable versions were in a grid, labeling them as A1 or C3 for convenient ordering. It was like a moving treasure chest of frozen goodness, and the temptation was too strong for some. Still, in the middle of the intersection, Cove's door propped open, and his seatbelt zipped up against the cushion with nothing left to protect. Cove was gone. Bye! And as soon as humanly possible, you join Cove in the wide world. Shoes to pavement, you rush to the ice cream. We're running. We're getting that frozen dairy treat. You and Cove jogged after the truck, leading the pack. Terry cheered and waved, trying to catch the driver's attention. Miranda skipped behind her, moving her arms in wide motions. The truck lurched to a stop. You done it. All four of you rushed up to the side of the service window. You excitedly crowded around the stuck-on menu. You'd feel the anticipation of a kid on their birthday, except it was somehow everybody's birthday at the same time. There's so many things. I wasn't expecting so many options. Where's the actual ice cream? Baxter arrived while Terry pointed out a corner of the menu with more ice cream choices than popsicles. While you flailed down the middle of the road, he had responsibly parked the car on the opposite side at the opposite end of the nearly empty street. Up close you could see the images were faded. They weren't as vibrant as they should have been, and the chips of paint were flaking off. If anything, the wear and tear increased the charm. It was real, and it was just what you'd imagine. You were finally experiencing a quintessential summer ritual. Ice cream! Ice cream! Do you guys see it? Do you see the SpongeBob? I don't see SpongeBob. No SpongeBob popsicle? Maybe this blur could be SpongeBob, but I don't know. The order window lifted. The driver gave a hearty greeting. Good evening. Good evening to you. Hi. Hey. Hello.
Sorry.
Hi, thanks for stopping for us. Sorry for chasing you. No, thank you for stopping by. Can I get you something?
Absolutely.
He beamed with victory. A cat who got his cream. Ew. A cat who got his cream. Then he gave his first check over the options and shrugged. However, we do require a moment. Of course, no problem. Take your time. That started the great ice cream discussion. Ice cream was serious business and took consideration. Maria was firmly in the camp of actual ice cream options, making the valid point that you'd come for ice cream. Terry wasn't convinced. Neither was Cove. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Too much ice cream. Getting ice cream obviously didn't mean you actually had to get ice cream. Anything from the truck counted. The debate ended with no agreed on winner. Everyone just got what they wanted. Hi again, I'd like a coconut popsicle. Ew, coconut. Gross. Sure, let me get that for you. She reached over to a freezer and pulled out the first of the treats. She handed it off to Cove as he passed her some cash. I'll have one of those snow cones. And can I have a chocolate-dipped ice cream cone, please? The D4? They both received their treats paid and stepped away to clear the way. You decided to order. Ooh, what do I want? Oh, a grape popsicle? No. Strawberry? No. Chocolate cream popsicle? Strawberry cream popsicle? Orange cream popsicle? An ice cream sandwich? An ice cream cone? Frozen lemonade cup? Ooh. Ice cream sundae cup? Oh my gosh. Ice cream taco? A cartoon face? Wait, SpongeBob! The cartoon face, gimme! I want the SpongeBob. Baxter, meanwhile, had yet to finish staring at the menu. With intense scrutiny, his eyes went over the rows of advertised frosty desserts along after everyone else had already had theirs. It was getting awkward, especially with the lady in the truck who would be stuck there until he finally got around to ordering something. Terry tried to break the ice. Or ice cream? And cracked a joke. Get the ice cream sundae cup. The ice cream is totally white, and the chocolate sauce looks almost black. She found that to be a side splitter, but it didn't even make a dent in Baxter's revere. The world around him was lost to the palace of his mind. Baxter? Still no reaction. A new strategy was needed. Terry stuck a hand right in front of his face, cutting him off from the pictures, taking all his attention. He blinked, and the spell of those tantalizing treats was broken.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is something the matter? That's what we wanted to ask you. You've been quiet for a while. Ah, yes, I have been. Baxter put a hand to his chin and popped his hip out to one side. The focus that had been so centered on the truck was now set upon the rest of you. With that pose and his already eccentric style, Baxter looked like a side character in a cartoony mystery game. One who was definitely not the criminal, but still needed to be cross-examined for important details. My problem is this. I'm unsure if I should get a dessert that's to my usual taste. If I do, I'd be certain to enjoy what comes from the ice cream truck. That would be nice. But on the other hand, this may happen only once. Perhaps it'd be more rewarding to get something new. An option that would be challenging to find in a common store. Which will add more to the experience? Indulgence or novelty? I want to make the right choice. You should treat yourself to something you actually like. Why not get something wild? You could get more than one treat. Get whatever you want, and then you can try what I got too. I think worrying about what's absolutely perfect will really waste the moment. You listen to Baxter vent his concerns and you work through them. I mean, why don't you get both? They're a few dollars, and it seems like you'd afford. Oh, don't say that.
Settle.
It seems like you can afford that. That sounds. I don't know. That sounds like poorly worded. Yes, thank you. I believe I'll do just that. Yay! Success. Indeed, but now you're going to have to bear with me. He says with teasing, it was all self-directed. I promise it's not what you think. I'm being entirely honest. I'm going to get my preferred treat for of this type of treat. At least for one of them. Okay, why would you have a problem with that? That is because my favorite is an ice cream sandwich. Cove, Terry, and Maria exploded into laughter. That's what I should have suggested, not the sundae.
So great.
It's a perfect black and white selection for Baxter. You swallowed your own laughter. You laughed really along with the others. Baxter ran his hand across his bangs, his smile sweeping into a grin at the same time. Oops. It was obvious he knew exactly what he was doing. Far from being bothered by your laughter, it seemed like that was what he was aiming for for all along. I cannot deny that I originally tried them because of the colors. It had been picked out for me because they assumed I appreciate having a black and white dessert, which I did. But they are the tastiest type of simple ice cream treat to me. It's simply a coincidence, or perhaps it was meant to be. If you insist, monsieur, I believe you. Go get your sandwich. Baxter approached the truck determinedly and leaned against the counter. He spoke briefly to the patient ice cream lady, then money was exchanged. In return, he got his prizes. Coveted ice cream truck treats were finally in hands. Baxter already explained his first choice, the one he knew he'd like, but the other option, the one he could only get from an ice cream truck, was a mystery. He held off with the curious onlookers. In his grip was a damp wrapper that boldly stated it would laid underneath. A creamy popsicle made to look like a cute girl with bubblegum pieces in the eyes. Oh my gosh, is that the Bubbles one? From the Powerpuff Girls? I think they had like popsicles of her too. Isn't there like a meme that's like, can I get more of these little blonde bitches? She was a character from an ever-popular cartoon show. Yes, a sweet thing colored mostly by blues and yellows, and overall wildly out of place for a man like Baxter Ward to possess. Baxter was living on the edge that evening. Cove snorted a laughter. Terry applauded. Oh yeah, you can't get that in a grocery store.
Yep.
Or at a restaurant. It'd be really hard to make yourself. You've done good, Baxter. Entirely straightforward, Baxter made his intentions known. This will be the first and last time I consume a small girl's face. Ideally. Whoa. It's perfect. We match! Novelty indeed. After one more thanks to your crowd, the ice cream sales lady shut the side window, and the truck slowly began to move. Your friends shouted and waved and gave grand farewells, wishing her well on her journey bringing treats to a young and old. She beeped the horn a couple times in a cheer of her own. The truck eventually disappeared beneath the skyline, and you, along with the others, ambled across and up the road towards Baxter's car with treats in hand. Marin and Terry giggled about something you couldn't quite catch, but it became apparent the minute they exchanged cones and took a lick each. Actually, using the word lick might have been generous. Terry! A peek at Mirana's happy ice cream and the vanilla and chocolate smeared all over Terry's mouth said all that needed to be said about the situation. Terry pitched forward, clutching her head, the cone nearly hurtling to the ground as she pressed her into her temples with both hands.
Ooh.
Ha! Karmic justice. Brain freeze, huh? How tragic. She was so young. We'll never see Terry again. She's gone. Cove wiped at non-existent tears he didn't shed for Terry. He looked wistfully to the sky as he dropped the hand over his heart. Oh well. You elbowed him in the ribs, and he went staggering off, clutching the most grievous wound. Then Cove pinched the edge of his popsicle stick, waving it like an accusatory finger in Terry's direction before taking a bite off the top. The regret was immediate on his face. The minute he crunched down on it, he stiffened in a Cove-sicle. Luckily, both Cove and Terry made full recoveries after a minute. Cove bumped his shoulder into yours. He was careful he didn't send you flying. Hey. Hi. He was the one who approached you, yet his eyes didn't meet yours. Instead, they were sharply focused on the dessert clasped in your hand. This is my SpongeBob! Don't look at me like that! This is my coveted SpongeBob popsicle. His blue eyes finally met yours in a single fluid motion. The look was pleading. Cove was never good at hiding what he wanted. Then again, he never really made a point of trying to be. His mouth didn't even need to be the voice of intention, the desperation, but it still did. We're gonna share. We're gonna share, right? And sharing is caring, correct? Yeah, you can try, but I want to taste other people's stuff too. Yeah, you can try, and so can everyone. You offered yours to Cove, though. You didn't want to try anything yourself. You offered yours to Cove and asked if you could try his too. You didn't feel like sharing with anyone. Fine. I want to eat everybody's. We both halted in their merry stroll, Terry mid-lick through her snow cone before she went ahead and slurped up the bit she was eating.
Yeah.
Sure thing, buddy. Miranda bobbed her curly head in affirmative, the two making their way over to you.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Terry was the first to tip her dessert in your direction. Blue syrup spilled over the rim of the paper cone. If she noticed, she didn't say anything. Miranda took a precautionary swipe around the edge of her cone to keep her hands from meeting the same sticky fate as Terry's before offering hers.
Hey.
You guys remember I'm here too, right? Miranda and Terry didn't even need the exchange looks. They fell into place seamlessly. Huh? Did you hear something, Randy? Anything we might have forgotten? Miranda shook her head, her hands clasped around her ice cream cone, fingers interlocking. Maybe, but I can't tell what it is. Terry twirled the edge of what you could only assume was an invisible villainous mustache. Meanwhile, Miranda dramatically glanced around for the source of the mysterious sound, in every direction other than Cove's. Oh my gosh, poor Cove. Then came a well-timed but exasperated sigh. Guys, I want ice cream too. Miranda wheeled around, hands covering her mouth. Vanilla swiped across her cheek.
Oh.
There you are, Cove. We thought you got lost. Very funny. Yeah, it was. In the end, each of the girls offered theirs to Cove too. Cove tried to as well, but at the same which really just led to his popsicle and their cones meeting in an awkward squelch. The group scissors traveled in a circle, each met with the critical evaluation of a culinary critic. The opinions obviously matched the severity of the situation. This tastes like how sunscreen smells.
No.
No, maybe you taste like sunscreen. What the fuck? His voice was equal parts indignant and shrill, crackling in a familiar lilt from years gone by. Wait. Miranda and Terry nearly shrieked into laughter. You joined in yourself as desserts were promptly handed back to one another, and Cove just buried his face in his hands. You can have some of mine. I want to try yours too. Cove wordlessly exchanged his treat for yours. It tasted exactly as you expected it to. Something between fruity and milky, but not cow's milk exactly. More like coconut milk. Gaff, coconut milk? Who would have thought? The others continued chatting as you clocked that there was a notably absent figure from the party. It was your fifth and newest addition to the group, who also happened to be the one who drove you guys here and made the plan in the first place, Baxter. Your eyes followed the retreating backs of Marin and Terry, then to Cove, who already started to outpace you the minute you relaxed. You attempted to see if Baxter had gone even further ahead. There were no signs of that monochromatic color scheme you've gotten so good at spotting. A low chuckle from behind you gave way to the ghost. His tone was chill, as always, but it was even more fitting considering the theme of the moment, frozen delights.
Oh?
I wonder what it is that you're searching for, Dae. You felt bad. I understand he'd been quiet since you gave your well wishes and sent the trunk off on its way. You imagined he would have fit himself in the conversation without much issue, but he hadn't. Instead, he hung out at the very end of the crowd, inspecting his dessert with the gravity of a man who had been face to face with the source of a deep-rooted fear only hours ago. You offered him a taste of your dessert. You caught up with the others. Oh, there you are. Bye. Runs away. You want a taste? You slowed to a stop altogether and waved on the others when they checked on you. Baxter's walk turned into a brief jog, aware that you were waiting and not wanting to keep you. It wasn't long before he came up from behind. You fell into a step beside him. The two of you silent as he passed a wondering glance in your direction. It had been a hot topic of discussion with the others. It'd be good to include Baxter in on the fun too, even if he said no. Did you want to try? Baxter lifted his hooded eyelids higher, searching your face for something, though you weren't sure what. Alright, I'll bite. Really? Quirking his head to the side, Baxter held an easy smile as naturally as a leaf on the wind. Certainly. Did you think I would refuse an opportunity to sample the finest fare the Sunset Bird has to offer? You knew he was teasing you, so you wiggled your eyebrows back at him, as comically as you could. Well, you won't be disappointed. Baxter raised an eyebrow as he glanced between the cartoon-faced popsicle you had and his own.
I see.
We have the same thing, Dae. He pointed out as a matter of fact, though you could only shook your head and reply, No, mine's SpongeBob, it's not Bubbles. Is it, though? Is it? Is it? Was it? You had no idea what you were saying. That was at least 3 parts overconfidence, probably. After you offered your treat again, Baxter merely shrugged and leaned in to take a taste for confirmation. So, how is it? What's not to like? We have very similar tastes.
I love it.
Would you care to try my ice cream sandwich? It's delicious. Well, I mean, if you're offering... It was messy to snag a bite while the cookie part of the sandwich crumbled to dust after your teeth made contact. The ice cream nearly dropped as you fought to get both in your mouth. Baxter broke out in an easy laughter. He revealed a stack of napkins from his pocket. He offered you a couple for your troubles and returned the rest. You're the only one sensible enough to have taken napkins. Accepting the paper wipe, you scrubbed the sticky residue off of your face. I'm wearing white, Dae. Of course I would. It's more like half white. The other half is black, and that still doesn't mean you need 200 napkins. That's true. Perhaps I'm had more than enough because I thought you might need them. Uh-huh. Then what's that there? He pointed right at his face. There were traces of his dessert in the corners of his mouth. Baxter reached up to his lips instinctively. When his fingers met the sticky remnants of his treat, he immediately removed all evidence.
Bravo.
Thank you. What are friends for? He stood straighter. The words put him less at ease instead of being reassuring. Not to mention, Baxter wasn't the type to hunch to begin with, so he was trying to fix something that wasn't an issue.
Thank you.
I suppose they're exactly for times like this. Thank you.
Hey, buddies.
Hey, Terry waved, her snow cone on high as she called out to the both of you. When did the others get to the car? Alright, we're coming. You called out to her before you and Baxter took off up the street. Terry pointed her partially melted snow cone towards Baxter as soon as he came close enough. I wanted to try yours too. Mine's a little slushy now, but that's half the appeal. He gave his ice cream sandwich to Terry, taking the paper cone in exchange. Man, these ice creams and popsicles and sandwiches must be so huge. There's 5 of us, and we're all taking a bite out of each of them. I mean, I want to go to that ice cream truck, damn. And for reference, what is the other half? Turns your tongue blue.
Really?
Didn't you get a cherry? Yeah. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong one? I'm not sure about anything in this life. I feel that. After they each got a chance to try each other's desserts, Baxter and Terry swapped again. Then Baxter leaned against his car hood while everyone else happily situated themselves around the area. Jesus. Randy and Terry took seats on the sidewalk curb, apparently heatedly debating the possibility of blue cherry being a real flavor. Terry had a fair argument considering raspberries weren't blue, and yet blue raspberry did exist for some reason. Cove hovered nearby. Couching himself on the summer-warmed asphalt, he stretched and strained, trying to lick the stream of melted coconut popsicle running down his arm. You remember you can't lick your elbow, right? You never could. Ignoring your well-intentioned warning, he pressed on, his face squished against his forearm, tongue angling to try and wait, yeah, that is the thing, you can't lick your elbow. Yep, yeah, that's the whole thing. I can't lick mine. I can do it. It's personal now. The limits of the human body were a pain, but it was still pretty funny to watch him try to fight against it. I am unable to lick my elbow, and I took that personally. With the absence of the ice cream truck's music and the thrill that came with that, the street seemed entirely different. Houses quietly lined the street, and you now heard the rush of the wind. Branches swayed overhead in the breeze, and the leaves rustled. It didn't carry the comforting smell of sea salt. So, here we are. Terry heartily licked the side of her snow cone. She leaned on her fist, the arm propped up on a raised knee. Her tongue was extremely blue now. Far away from where we belong and who knows where, camped out in front of some random suburban person's house. Miranda tilted her head back to look up at the mailbox mounted to the concrete. Rocking to one side, she craned her head to get a read of what number was on the side of it.
Thanks.
Thank you to the fine people of 231, whatever this street is.
Thanks.
Sure, thanks people of 231, whatever street. Right, and thanks for driving us all the way out here, Bax. Can I call you Bax? Before you could answer, Terry sucked in a bit of air and waved it off. Nah, that's not right. I'll work on it. Baxter chuckled, taking another bite of his sandwich. There's no need to thank me. It was exactly what I wanted to do. What'd you guys think of the ice cream truck? Honestly, I'm not sure this was all worth the trouble. What? That fucked up. That's fucked up. What'd you guys think? I loved it. Sounds like we should get an ice cream truck.
Oh, yeah.
It was everything I've dreamed of for the last hour. Randy nodded, taking another look of her ice cream cone. A glop of it dripped onto her hands where Baxter offered a napkin, which she happily took. It's one of the best ways to get ice cream. Grocery stores don't come close. I'm inclined to agree. A suitable new feather in my cap for summer traditions. The sky grew pinker and yellower, and you knew the day was soon going to come to a close. Somehow it felt wrong. It had gone too fast to be over. Though summer never seemed long enough those days. As you were about to voice that thought, you heard the dim sound of something gurgling. That immediately replaced the words that came out. Hey, did you guys hear that? I did! Yeah, what was it? Neither of the boys replied to the question, except for shakes of the head and shrugs of the negative. There was no time for it to follow-up question because the answer came in the form of a psst. Water bubbled and then shot up in graceful arcs all around. Droplets splattered onto paved driveways and were coming towards the sidewalk next. Sprinklers! Randy made a break for it, dashing into the street with the speed of an Olympian sprinter. Randy, wait up! Terry leapt onto her feet. Her shoes hit the concrete with wet slaps while Baxter wordlessly searched for cover himself with the surprise spray, meandering away without any urgency. He responded with remarkable poise about the whole thing, unbothered by the fact he'd gotten wet today after all. Actually even had time to finish the last bit of his desserts. Welcome back again, Hugo. I'm gonna take that in stride. Wait, no, I shouldn't do that because I'll get the seat wet. Don't leave me here! Miranda held her arms out to you as you booked it across the street. You crashed into her. Terry greeted you with double high fives. The two of you watched the sprinklers from a distance. But Cove didn't even so much as flinch. He only stood to his full height with his back to the car, a popsicle stick prodding out of his mouth. He glanced over at the others and grinned as he withdrew the stick clean.
Oh?
How about this water-based activity? Most of us are still in swimsuits.
Exciting.
Oh, well isn't that an interesting proposition? The challenge had been issued and Baxter threw down the gauntlet. Cove's eyes popped open with shock, but didn't allow the surprise to keep him from moving. He darted off to the lawns as Baxter came sprinting from behind. It looked more like Cove was running away from him rather than into the sprinklers. My snow cone! Cherry complained, sticking to the paper cone higher in the air as she stayed well and good away from the sprinkler spray. It'll melt! Terry had a wetsuit on, but that wasn't going to protect her snow cone by a long shot.
Let's do it.
Oh, come on, Terry. Live a little. In spite of the fact that Miranda had led the charge for cover, she was easily convinced to jump into the fray. Skimming to the sidewalk with her ice cream in tow, she waved the two boys down to stop and wait for her. Terry saddled up to your side, clutching her, honestly, already melted dessert. Her eyes kept going between her much-beloved treat and the sparkling sprinklers, but she seemed to have chosen to preserve the sanctity of the snow cone instead. Here I come! OMG, is Ponytail Cove? That's my favorite cove. Yeah. We let the, I was letting the game decide on Cove's appearance, and that's what it generated. I actually never used that hairstyle before. Usually when I pick his appearance, I pick the, where it's parted, the short hair, and it's parted in the middle. But I let fate decide this time. Terry gave you a thumbs up as you abandoned your shoes and went frolicking through the sprinklers with a reckless abandon. The temperature of the water was bracing. Odds had been good that it'd be cold, but that was almost on the next level. Did the suburbs put ice in their pipes? Still, you weren't about to regret that decision now. You dashed back and forth between the rows of sprinklers. You spun and jumped around beneath the spray. You planted yourself in front of the most powerful sprinkler. You took Baxter's hand and ran through the sprinklers. You took Cove's hand and ran through the sprinklers. You took Miranda's hand and ran through the sprinklers. Cove, boyfriend! Come on, boyfriend, let's go through the sprinklers. You didn't need to tell Cove for him to know that you were coming. He just hears my feet slapping along the pavement. He's like, I'm on my way. As soon as you managed to get close to the distance, Cove met your outstretched hands with his. Would you mind if I joined you? And Cove's fingers closed around yours gently. His sea green hair was plastered to his cheeks. He was already soaked, but his answer warmed your freezing heart immediately.
No way.
No way, Jose. The two of you scampered through the sprinklers intertwined. You were all fancy-footed and careful until suddenly you heard Randy cry out in surprise. She was covering her mouth and held what remained of her crumbling sugar cone. The ice cream had fallen off, abandoned to the grass. It was one thing to have damp ice cream, but it was another for it if it fell to the ground altogether. Everyone stopped except for the sprinklers on their back-and-forth paths, and Terry Brooke. Terry breached the wall of water, sliding across the grass until she could get a leg up. On one knee, she lifted her snow cone in offering, as if it were the finest bouquet of roses. Randy, will you do me the great honor? Oh! Miranda lit up brighter than any star, giggling as she wiped up the last streaks of ice cream from her fingers. She took the offered snow cone, dark hair falling for it as she smiled softly at Terry. Terry bounced up from the ground, just like awful grass had adhered itself to her legs. You know, it was just ice cream. I would have survived. Terry was aghast, her hand at her clavicle before she reached out for the snow cone. Alright then, I'm taking it back then. Nope, you already gave it to me. And finders keepers. Cove's eyes met yours as you turned in the direction of the boys, and he smiled, shrugging as if to say that he didn't know what to do either. The two were already invested in a new game of keep away until Cove stole it right out from their hands, only to be immediately dogpiled by both. Damn Cove, just like immediately swiping it. You turned to search for Baxter to see if he was going to join the fray, but he was distracted. His attention was squarely fixed on Miranda and Terry, watching as they argued about whose snow cone it was and if Cove really had a stake in the matter. I see. He hummed, stroking his chin with consideration before brown eyes met yours, and the thoughtful expression gave way to a lax smile. He chuckled, gesturing to them as he gave you a look to ask if this was typical, the answer to which you readily provided a big thumbs up. Cove must not survive for snatching. It is a crime. Jail. Hey, nice job.
I'm on it.
For Randy, anything. Terry beamed in reply, elbowing Cove in the rib for the sudden hiss of another sprinkler rising from its nearby earthy tube reminded her of where they were. Randy shotgunned the rest of Terry's snow cone. A champion was born. A shotgun. Terry responded by crushing the paper cone against her forehead. To Miranda's delight, though, she did get some of the syrup in her eye. And it wasn't long before that interlude was forgotten. Dashing and leaping resumed in earnest. But all good things must come to an end. Eventually, the sprinklers were retreated into the ground, and all that remained of the celebration was 5 dripping young adults. Boo! I was just getting started. It should have gone longer. Honestly, I think it went on really long for being a bunch of sprinklers. The sun was situated almost perfectly halfway below the horizon. It was probably about time to call it quits for the day. Actually, you were really sure to call it when another breeze swept by and caught on the now soaked and very cold fabric of your clothes. Shivering in place, you watched as Terry and Miranda immediately found each other again, the girls clinging desperately to each other for warmth. Cove tugged on the hem of his shirt, pinching it away from his body before allowing it to fall back with a wet slap. I should have taken this off before I went in. He probably rectified that and took off his shirt, cheeks pinking with embarrassment when the girls took a break from being cold to whistle at him. Guys, I wasn't wearing this at the beach. It's not different now. Strip. He wrung the water out of it before swinging the shirt over his shoulder instead of pulling it on again. Before anybody says anything, it's going to be colder wearing that than not wearing it. I do regret that we did not bring our towels. Oh my god, he all wet. Y'all wet too, you gonna get your car all wet. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, boy. He ambled into the roadway to retrieve his abandoned shoes and socks. Baxter then returned to his car side, as did the entire gang. To the side, Terry and Miranda remained linked. Their knees were practically knocking into each other. You couldn't pry them apart with a crowbar if you tried. That had to be effective. Alright, Randy, Terry, let me in on that too. I'm cold. Actually, you want some help warming up? You opened your arms to him. Cove, come over here. You opened your arms to him. I really didn't think this through. You shook your head and mused it. Come here, give me your warmth. You made your way over to Cove's side, fitting yourself in the natural curve of his arm. Let me in. Let me in. He gladly wrapped an arm around your side, pulling you in at the hip. It was second nature to lean into him and listen for his heartbeat while savoring what little warmth he could offer. Get a room. Cove laughed, but he didn't make any effort to pull away from either. You and Randy first. Hey, that is not the same. She said, clinging even closer to her partner against the chill. Cove frankly gave up on that line of discussion. Thanks, Dae. This is better already. Baxter then gave the group a once-over. Miranda and Terry were still chatting with their teeth, and Cove, in spite of claims to the contrary, wasn't doing too hot either. There would be no trouble if we were to return now. I truly don't mind if the car gets wet. Randy and Terry vehemently and loudly disagreed with this suggestion. It's a rental. They'll probably charge you if we track all this water in.
You know.
A Cove cuddle. Not exactly. We can at least wait until we're not dripping everywhere anymore, right? Even if we're not all the way dry. He glanced at the car, then to the others. Baxter already started reaching for the door handle when they disagreed. He'd allowed his hand to fall to his side. I suppose it would be tragic to ruin leather upholstery. Thank you. It is kind of you to be so considerate.
In that case...
I am certain my acquaintance will appreciate it. Terry mouthed acquaintance to Miranda, then over to you, only to be met with equally confused shrugs from you both. Cove shook his head until water started flying from his hair. It splattered against the side of the car, already wet from the sprinklers earlier. Hey, Cove! There was nowhere to run from the spray, though you couldn't complain about being sprayed since that's how you got into the predicament. Just found out, Baxter, that we can stay a while longer. Absolutely. Staying longer didn't mean staying still, though. You and the others walked down the sidewalk, sandals and shoes squelching with the residual wetness as you made your way throughout the neighborhood. The neighborhood, but not your neighborhood.
So...
It's weird that it doesn't smell like the ocean. Cove's nose crinkled as your head perked up. He smiled, as if to confirm you two had been on the same page the minute he even mentioned it.
Yes.
I find the scent of lawn clippings rather relaxing, personally. Huh. Okay. Your band of five continued to meander past a street sign, and Terry narrowly managed to avoid getting her shoe stuck in a gap in the concrete. You know something? I know a lot of somethings. Miranda offered cheekily, grinning from ear to ear as she looked in your direction. Good work, Randy, but I don't know how we got from the beach to here. Very important quest for ice cream, remember? She swatted Baxter on the side with her free arm. He rubbed at the place, and you wondered if it actually hurt him or if that was for the dramatics. Hey, you can add sprinkler running to your list of water-based summer activities, and since we're talking about your past water exploits. Cove already tensed up before Terry even asked her question. How'd you end up skinny dipping anyways? Cove dropped his face in his hands, shaking in disbelief, while Miranda snorted a quiet, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It was tempting to point out that Cove was the one who brought up water-based activities to get Baxter's sprinkler running in the first place, but you resisted the urge. Impressive segue, Terry. What? You guys aren't curious? I'm just asking what we're all thinking. The people want to know. I'm the people. Baxter gave a settled, non-committal shrug. It's not nearly as intriguing as you might imagine.
Honestly.
I believe it was about 3 years ago. I was vacationing at a lake cabin and was dared to by those in my company. A dare? A tale as old as time. I believe it was around midnight and the water was freezing, but it did make for a memorable trip. As I said, it isn't a particularly remarkable story. When you heard the sparse details, it was easy to believe. That seemed exactly the kind of thing Baxter would do. Baxter is wet, haha, loose. Oh my god, Baxter, you are wet. Too bad you wouldn't skinny dipping in the sprinklers. No, that would be bad. We're in a neighborhood. They would probably call the cops. He may be accommodating, but the minute that Cove challenged him to something, it was on. More remarkable was today's adventure, I wager. It is not every day that I am able to go running through the sprinklers or chase an ice cream truck across the city, much less with such delightful company. Oh, you. Tara let one hand dangle daintily. Her opposite one was covering her mouth as she acted like one of the many old ladies you could find around Sunset Bird. Baxter didn't reply, gaze now fixated on the sidewalk in front of him as you all continued on ahead. One square of concrete after another. No, truly, it reminded me I am not nearly as old as I might sound. He grazed the back of his neck with his hand, holding it there. Then he stared up at the sky. It was clear he wasn't staring at the clouds. He was searching for something past it that wasn't there anymore. Yet the last time I've done anything of this nature was when I was a child, running around with my old friends and causing havoc to our poor, unsuspecting town. Oh my gosh! Is this a reference to the new game that's coming out? Is Our Life Now and Forever? Yeah. I think that's what it was called. Oh my gosh, because he's in that. He's in the new game that they're producing when he was a child. Oh my gosh, the references. I love them. We were happy to. I'm glad you suggested it. Did you still keep in touch with your old friends? Is this different than what you normally do with your college friends? Do you still keep in touch? Now and forever, yeah!
No.
We grew apart. You could hear a pin drop in the pause he took. His voice grew softer, the clarity of his brown eyes losing some of their luster as he continued. We were not much for speaking even before I left for college. When your eyes met with the others, your own group of friends, you all frowned silently. For you and for them, it seemed near impossible to imagine the possibility of losing touch. Talking and hanging out with those people was as natural to you as it was to breathe. It wasn't the same for Baxter. Don't worry on my behalf. It was only natural. I would not have expected anything else. Those of you who are able to remain close with your longest friends are lucky people indeed. Cove came to mind, and you found yourself looking at him unconsciously. He smiled. It had been 10 years since you'd first seen his face. You hoped you could still see it in another 10 years. Ugh, it's dark. This twilight stroll continued until the sky turned dark and street lamps flickered on. Even as night fell, you thought there might still be a chance to cling to the thread of this day. The room was sufficiently dried enough, anyway, to not consider yourselves liabilities. When the vehicle came into view, Cove mumbled. Staying outside in swimsuits until it's nighttime and getting ice cream. It really is like we're kids again. Oh no, now I want to play the demo again. Damn you, Baxter, for rekindling my hype. Hell yeah, play the demo. Let's go. I haven't played the updated demo. Maybe I should. I kind of want to. I'm so excited for that game. I can't wait for them to put up the Kickstarter. You know I'm backing that right now. Nice shades, thank you. I look pretty cool, don't I? If the sun was bright earlier. That's why I had them on for when we went to the beach. But now I'm just wearing them for style. Not just like being kids, but kids on a vacation. Well, Baxter is on a vacation, but it's like someone's birthday or the 4th of July. Fireworks! Baxter dropped his keys, startled when Terry suddenly screamed. Oh, sorry. I wore shades the entire night at Jack's house. Oh, hell yeah. It is very sunny, I see. It is sunny, can't you see? Oh my gosh, look at that bright light up there. Taking them off almost blinded me. Yeah. He read off the apology, kneeling down to pick them up. That was the second time his attempts to open the car had been interrupted. Perhaps the third time would be the charm. What was that about? We can't go home yet. I just remembered there were fireworks today. Cove and Miranda looked at one another before they turned their scrutiny onto Terry. For what? I think it's to celebrate an opening or something. We probably can't get into the real event, but we can see it with our eyes for free. She made 2 circles with her hands, holding them up to aforementioned eyes as she advanced closer to Cove, who lightly pushed her back with a hand. They can't stop the public out from seeing explosions in the sky.
Seriously?
Really? Another last-minute rush trip? Cove considered the suggestion, but ultimately shook his head no. I thought we were ready to head home. Aw, come on, Cove. Don't be a wet blanket. Terry wrote him off, likely aware that Cove could not help being wet, turning to face you, Miranda and Baxter, the three that stood in the way of her night, continued for another hour or two more. What about you, Dae? Randy? Baxter? Want to see some fireworks? Terry continued on without waiting for an answer. Isn't today all about summer experiences? What's more summer than fireworks? Fireworks, let's go! I guess they are fireworks. Alright, whatever. What's one more scene change?
I'm on it.
Yush! I knew this was a good idea. In turn, four sets of eyes looked at Baxter. As the driver, his answer made or broke the plane. He chuckled softly. In for a penny, in for a pound, I'll go.
Honestly.
Genuinely, there's nothing better to occupy my time tonight. We better hurry or we might miss it. Cove rolled his eyes but laughed. There was no time to lose. The fireworks were sure to start soon. If you didn't want to miss any part of it, that meant you needed to book it now. The gang hurried into the car and were slowly blessed with warmth after Baxter turned on the heater and it began to kick in. Terry wiggled in her seat, proudly announcing that she had the additional gift of seat warmers to the envy of everyone else in the car. However, the goal wasn't to sit there, enjoying moderate accommodations. It was to get back out of the car as quickly as possible. It took a while to get out of the winding streets of the neighborhood, but eventually Baxter reached the freeway and zipped straight to the city. For the second time that day, you were met with the silhouettes of skyscrapers in the near distance, but now they were illuminated by explosive bursts of greens and purples. It's starting! Oh no, are we going to miss it? Baxter's hand rested on the gear shift, digits curling against the handle before he switched to the right lane to exit off the freeway. Wait, the GPS said, no, there's somewhere outside the city that I intended to visit. I believe we can stop by there and catch the show. It's an unblocked viewing area.
Oh yeah.
Baxter, you are brilliant. Pedal to the metal! Unless you're already speeding, then don't go any faster. Cove and you turned toward Miranda, but she was hardly paying attention, her hands covering her cheeks as she cheered Baxter on while simultaneously advocating for traffic safety. Baxter tightened his grip on the wheel, changing a few more lanes before he exited and threaded through another tangle of local streets. Eventually, the car rumbled to a stop as a waterside path appeared in the dark. Everyone piled out one after the other, sprinting from the parking lot. Cove, Miranda, and Terry scrambled up the edge of the path at the water's edge. Baxter stayed in the middle between the start and end. Folding his arms, he hovered behind the crew. His eyes were less fixated on the sights unfolding before you than they were focused on the other three. High in the sky and far away, it was the perfect way to watch fireworks. Less crowded than it would have been in the city and quieter than it would have been there too. It was kind of funny. You and your group lived in or around the city almost all your lives, and it was Baxter who found this place for you to enjoy. Tourists did tend to put in the effort to find scenic spots. People who could theoretically see something they every day didn't always take the opportunities around them. Ooh! Randy pointed out a golden firework and beamed. Ah, that's so cool! Terry held up a sign for a hand for a high five, and Miranda obliged her. Terry whooped and shot you a smile.
Hey.
What color do you think the next one will be? Without giving Baxter a glance, Cove answered immediately. Green. It was orange. Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in... Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling Cove out for being wrong.
Hmm?
That's your favorite color? Green.
That's...
It's one of them. That's nice. It matches you. And yours is black? That's one of them. Cove smirked just a little and left the conversation there. Oh my god. Gotta go up to my boo thing. He was glad to be spending time with you and tilted his head at the spectacular multicolored firework above. I think that's been my favorite so far. He shot you another look and nodded, wanting you to move up closer. In front of him, you could see the night's lights reflected on the water. You took a moment to watch him, and the fireworks reflected in his eyes. Cove grinned like a kid. You leaned your head against Cove, you held Cove's hand, you wrapped your arms around Cove, you cuddled against his chest. It's wrap our arms, it's a hug. You drew him near with your embrace. He snuggled into your arms and made a quiet hum of approval. Cove's gaze drifted from the show of dazzling light straight at you, and he sighed dreamily. You didn't know when you'd last seen him so blissful. One explosion of color followed another, and the exuberance of your friends couldn't be measured. You've seen fireworks before. They weren't anything new, but all those times you attended events before, it wasn't anything close to this. You nearly missed it, and it wasn't even a show, really, for you to see. That's what made it special. The effort it took for you to get here, the place you were watching from, and the people that you were watching with. The finale of the fireworks took center stage. Dozens scattered across the sky, and the sparks of them descended into the sea below. It was as if they were impossibly far away, distant stars, and yet also close enough to reach out and touch them. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I don't know if we'll kiss or not. In the back of your mind, you knew that there would likely never be another day exactly like that one. When it was over, it'd be over forever. And that made it a precious experience. You vowed to hold onto the memories, feelings, and this one single moment for as long as you possibly could. Wow. That was a good one. I think that was a very nice one to end off on. I like that. Actually, that was a lot different than the last time I played this. The last time I played this, they didn't have that whole middle scene with getting the cream truck. Actually, the whole experience of getting dessert was a lot different. So, you know, that was new for me. As it was probably new for you guys. It was nice. I like that. Very good. So we're gonna leave off there for now. I already saved, right? Yes, okay. That was a lot longer than I thought it would be. I was like, you know, we got like... I was like, what time was it? Was it like 7:20? It's like, oh yeah, we could probably do this one, maybe one more. And then now it's like 8:40 for me. It's been an hour. More than an hour. So yeah, that is good. So we will pick this back up next week. So I hope you guys enjoyed that very much. I certainly did. I love this game. I love this game so much. All right, let's see here. What's going on here? I'm looking for somebody to raid. Pain. Don't be in pain. It's okay. Oh, you know what? How about we go and raid Caffeinated Mire? Am I allowed to do that? Oh god, I gotta run to the bathroom again. But I can do this. Caffeinated. There they are. Okay. Raid party. Yeah. Okay, so, Caffeinated Mire is playing Splatoon right now. So if you guys are interested, it's Splatoon 3, I should add. So let's go hang out with them for a little bit. It'll be great. It'll be great. They seem pretty cool. I'm not too familiar with them. They raided me a long time ago. We followed each other back, but we don't really have the same streaming time. So you know, let's go say hi to them. It'll be great. So yeah, if you guys want to go watch some Splatoon 3, let's head on over. But yeah, alrighty. So I need to rush this. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night, whatever it may be. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow when we play Sakuna. Alright, take care, guys. Bye.